all about the car. That pure feeling of freedom and the life that happens inside. It's all about the experience and the songs sung out loud. It's all about the drive home from the hospital with the most precious cargo of all. It's about being a vessel for our memories and a vehicle for our dreams. It's all about taking that moment and sharing it. It's all about the bicycle, that first ride, the simple feeling of joy. It's all about public transport and micro-mobility moving together to the pulse of the city. It's all about the things you don't see, the innovation in every component, the precision in the materials we choose. It's all about the very source of motion, the battery, the chip, the sensor. It's all about AI and connectivity working for one reason, our safety. It's all about trust, the peace of mind, knowing you'll arrive home to your family. It's all about the hands that build, the suppliers who empower progress, and the communities we build together. It's all about an engine of prosperity, creating a path to a better future. It's all about your choice for a unique journey that takes us all forward. It's all about sustainability, a promise we make to our children. It's all about responsibility for their future and a shared feeling of hope. It's all about the moments that connect us because it's all about mobility, and that's why it's all about you. Welcome to IAA Mobility 2025.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to be able to welcome you today to the opening ceremony of the IAA Mobility 2025 here in wonderful Munich. The IAA Mobility, the biggest and most innovative mobility event in the world. I don't know how you're feeling. I don't know how you're feeling, but during the opening film, I actually got goosebumps. And I think that's exactly what prepares us for this week, where it's really all about mobility. My name is Jean-Marc, and I am delighted to guide you through the opening ceremony today. And we're going to get started straight away. And I'm getting the first person on the stage, the organizer, Hildegard Müller, the president of the VDA. Please welcome Hildegard Müller with a big round of applause. Der Chancellor, der Friedrich Merz, der Ministerpräsident Markus Söder, Mr. Ministerpräsident Kretschmann, the Foreign Ministers Britta Reicher and Patrick Niedermann, ladies and gentlemen, ministers from the Cabinet Excellencies, the Dutch Minister of Traffic, ladies and gentlemen, the members of the VDA Executive Board and our partners, of course, the Supervisory Board and the head of the Messe München. I welcome you all to the worldwide leading platform for mobility, sustainability and technology. I welcome you to the IAA Mobility 2025 and welcome also to our guests from all over the world. Ladies and gentlemen, here in the audience but also in the live stream. In the next few days in Munich, you're going to see all of the diversity of mobility. The press day yesterday already gave us a thrilling insight into the climate free mobility of the future. This diversity and these options can also be harnessed because of the great team, the Messe München, the City of Munich, the Mr. Mayor, and also the State of Favre. We found great partners and strong partners. Overall, this is a team effort. We'd like to thank everyone for their support and their accompanying. Dear Markus Söder, dear Mr. Retter, the Executive Board of the VDA just decided they would like to continue the great cooperation in the next few years. That's why I'm delighted to announce that in 2 years' time we'll be back in Munich with the IAA Mobility. And to make sure everything goes smoothly, we're going to sign the contracts today. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope we have an exciting and interesting opening ceremony. Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much, Ms. Müller. I'm going to get you back on stage in a few moments for your opening speech. But now let's have a few guest impulses and speeches. And next up is a well-known IAA fan, which is the Minister President of Bavaria, Markus Söder. Please give it up for Markus Söder. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Bavaria, welcome to Munich. And thank you, dear Hildegard Müller, so that the IAA is back in Munich, but will also remain here in the long run. I heard that it's not just the next time that's here, but the Executive Board decided it's going to stay in Munich for the next 6 years. That's a wise and smart decision. Thank you very much for that. The IAA is a huge fair, and it came to stay. And I would like to extend my welcome to the city and the mayor. This is a special trade fair and only takes place in the center, as the professionals know. But it is actually a trade fair that can be found in the entire city and the entire region. And usually in the run-up, there are a few people who have a different opinion. But if you can already feel the enthusiasm that and feel right now, all of Munich is in a car favor, so it's a correct decision of the concept. It's also an optimistic view. The people still want cars. Thank you very much and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Some trade fairs that take place in a lovely premise, but doesn't really matches the region. But it is a good match here. Bavaria is a manufacturer. Got a lot of suppliers. 1/3 of the turnover is generated in Bavaria. And I actually read a statistic that every 18th car in the world was somehow designed or shaped by Bavarian engineers. But not Bavaria is a region of cars. I'm also very much car-minded. I grew up like this. My grandpa was a car trader, so I know the economy and its development and future is connected to the car. That's why I'm delighted it takes place here today. And the timing is very well. The IAA is not just any trade fair. Automotive plays a key role for Germany and Europe. And Germany is a country where there is industry, and industry is supposed to be there. And cars are the heart of the economy. It's not everything, but without a car, the rest wouldn't work, ladies and gentlemen. And that's why it's important that with the IAA, we don't just have a signal for new models, but also, generally speaking, for the auto mobility. That's why I think it's so incredibly important that on this trade fair, after all of the discussions of the years, we have a new signal for new ideas, new strength. And I say this very clearly, German automotive manufacturers, as I feel, are not retreating. Quite the opposite. They're super motivated. That's what I saw in the discussions in the past few days. They're super committed. They want competition instead of regulation. They want innovation instead of bureaucracy. And that's why I say I believe this IAA, at least from a German Bavarian perspective, is kind of a comeback plan. As a science fiction fan, I say for the German automotive industry, it's the empire strikes back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm looking forward to it, and I'm looking forward to the entire day. The new models, some of them were already presented. I was allowed to see some of them. They are a firework of ideas and innovation. As people say, they're full to the brim with technology. And the German car is doing well with combustion engine cars, but also in electric mobility. It's trailblazing in the competition. And it's important that this will be advanced in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, the automotive industry did their homework, but now it's also all about setting the framework in Europe so that the impetus and the strength can actually power through. And there are challenges. Well, there's always a few people, also when it comes to me in the past few days here in Germany, for all the people from abroad, I made very clear what the Bavarian position is on cars, and some people immediately started breathing heavily, said, oh, well, are you against electric mobility? No, of course not. By the way, the biggest back for electric mobility was cancelling the premium because the market broke down by 70%. I would like to say for the federal state of Bavaria and the Bavarian cabinet, we also are a country of electric mobility, and we're fans. We've got the most e-cars in Germany. We've got the most public charges, and we push it forward. We want to get more support by the federal state because we need even more. E-car is only great if you can actually charge it. We're the only federal state who decided, some mayors were not happy about it, that we decided that e-parking lots should be for free for 3 hours because we wanted to define a competitive advantage. For the suppliers, we came up with a transformation fund in order to advance and accelerate change with 100 million, and we very much focus on autonomous driving. And with autonomous driving, the technology, the companies are light years ahead of the regulation that we've got. It would only help us. We don't need much more money. It would just help us if Europe and Germany, if automotive and automobility is allowed to do what it can. And we need to change a lot and do a lot because autonomous driving is the future, ladies and gentlemen. And that's exactly what we want. So we are huge fans of electric mobility, but now here's the hook. Combustion engine cars are best and highest technology, and all of the offers we get, it is about, for us, it's all about a balance, in particular in Europe. It's about a balance and reason. Of course, climate protection is an overarching goal, but economic performance, keeping jobs, value creation is necessary as well, because if you don't have it, you can't do the other things. And just taking steps back in order to protect the climate is the wrong way. The best climate protection is with innovation, technology, and the modern new things that we can do. And that's what we focus on, ladies and gentlemen. That's why this week we have another important event. We thought it would be a great event to have this dialogue here in Munich. It is today. It's the German capital. I would have loved to see it to be the European capital as well. We very much plead for, and I know that the Chancellor has opened his first. I want more realism in European automotive policy, less ideology, more innovation, and if I may say so, also more internationality, global competitiveness, instead of just looking at the European market. Let's do let the engineers and technicians decide for the future, so that the people who are employed can actually harness the opportunities. Let's not tell them what they're supposed to do. So it's very clear for me, the ban on combustion engine cars, the way it is contemplated with a technology decision by politicians, is the wrong way to go. This ban on combustion engine cars is wrong. We need to remove it. We need other opportunities, because I'm honest with you, there's still a future for combustion engine cars. Electric mobility will be there in the future, but we need a lot more time to organize this in Europe. And of course, these penalty payments, they're superfluous, they need to be stopped. CO2 goals by 2035 need to be adjusted to reality the way they are, and they're not feasible. And we accompany that with what Katharina Weicher plans on the energy price, makes Germany more competitive. The electric mobility itself will consume much more energy. Data centers need to be built who have the energy consumption of entire cities. We shouldn't only concentrate our own parties. We just need to get ahead, and a little call upon everyone. Many young people actually, by the way, would like to drive cars again. But the driving licenses are getting more and more expensive. Maybe we can make a few things easier and make it a little cheaper. Fact is, and if the duty to serve in the army actually comes around, there will be more lorry driving licenses, just like I did. I think they would also be great for Chery, ladies and gentlemen. So loads of things for us to do. But let's not have those endless discussions. The manufacturers were called upon by politics to go ahead, show the guests from all over the world who have been there in the past few years and who really went ahead. You could be complaining about that or be scared, but you could just accept it. The management, the companies, the employees, they accepted it. And nowadays they offer something, and also next few days, that is impressive. Combined with politics, they have to make sure that the framework conditions are strong. We're not there to preach, what we're here to support. That's why, ladies and gentlemen, I am very optimistic for the next few days. I'm optimistic that we can manage the future, and I'm looking forward to the car having a future. I would like to extend a warm welcome. Before the summer, we had the Champions League final. In Munich, we had Adele and Taylor Swift. Very soon, we're going to have the Oktoberfest. So IAA perfectly meshes this series. I hope this IAA will be very successful. All the best. You can rely on us. You're welcome here, and we do everything we can to make it as safe as possible. Recently, I read somewhere that certain people would like to be disturbance. They say, well, the barrier is quite boring for us. That's the way it's supposed to be. And I thought Lady IA will be very successful. Thank you very much, dear Minister President Söder, for your words and also for the warm welcome here in Bavaria. We're here in the, I think, most beautiful cities of Germany, and that's why we're also looking forward to welcome the mayor of Munich and to announce him, which is Mr. Dieter Reiter. Where is he? Over there. Mr. Reiter, please welcome him together with me with a big round of applause. Der Chancellor Mr. Merz, der Minister President Dr. Söder, der Mr. President Müller, Dr. Favre, Dr. Rommel, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests. I would also like to welcome you here in Munich. I am happy that I can be here on behalf of the city of Munich and open the IA Mobility for the third time. It's a huge honor for me to do this this year once again, and that the Chancellor is here with us. Mr. Merz, thank you very much for being here. By the way, the third Chancellor since 2021. But this just goes to show very clearly, and I would like to remain humble here. We just know how to do it here in Munich. We've got everything we need. We've got the right environment. We've got the right infrastructure, the right mood. In English, you probably say that new spirit, and I agree with consider 100%. A lot has changed. There's a positive mood in Munich. I don't know what else positive I can say about me, because Markus had already promoted Munich a lot already. We promote the city together quite a lot, so I'm very thankful if other people think so too. We are a city that combines the future and tradition. We are proud of our automotive industry here in Munich, whether it's manufacturers, suppliers, or research institutes. We in Munich are proud of our automotive industry. And the IAA Mobility brings all these forces together and shows how we think about the mobility of the future. Mobility is more than just cars. It is about sustainable solutions, about climate-friendly technology, interconnectivity, and smart traffic systems that can make life more livable in Munich. And IAA Mobility is not just a stage for the big automotive manufacturers, but also a meeting point for startups, for scientists and visionaries, for people who redefine mobility. Here we define a future and create a future where mobility and climate protection go hand in hand. Mobility guarantees to humans to still be part of society in a mobile way. In Munich, we would like to actively design this development. I would like to have a modern, sustainable city that meets the challenges of climate protection, but still remains economically strong. Ladies and gentlemen, automotive industry, not just any economic sector, it still remains the central economic factor in Germany. 100,000 of jobs are directly connected or indirectly connected to automotive industry. Millions of people rely on a working mobility system, both professionally and in private. When I think back 4 years ago with the IAA Mobility and the new special format, we ventured out into new land here in Munich and also with a public trade fair in Munich. Not just COVID vexed us a little bit, but also several protests accompanied the trade fair in 2021. And nonetheless, it still was a huge success, just like in the year 2023. And now, in 2025, for the third IAA Mobility, it is a fixture in our trade fair calendar. Many of the conflicts from the beginning have been solved. Many prejudices were removed. The organizers did a great job so that the city of Munich has given them green light for 3 more events in the city center. This is what makes this concept so interesting. We just want to bring it to the people, not just have technical trade fairs here in Munich. I had discussions about this years ago, and now we have another 3 events in public space. I know that the IAA Mobility has found its home in Munich. I'm also delighted that the VDA and the trade fair premise have decided to continue the IAA Mobility in Munich until 2031. This is a great new piece of news for Munich. This format of open spaces in the city center, of course, kicks off a few discussions, but the advantage is the protagonists can use this format to actually discuss with those people on the premise wherever the open spaces are. And I think that's the only real way to solve this, the right approach to start changes and get the people on board. And in order to find a common denominator, ladies and gentlemen, it's about convincing people instead of banning things and causing enthusiasm instead of blocking things. I think it's the right approach for the IAA Mobility of the future. Mobility is a topic that moves people in both senses, in particular in this city. Some of the people from abroad might have experienced it. We make sure that there's a lot of diversity on our streets. You don't have to travel the exact same route to work. Sometimes you do that voluntarily, sometimes not voluntarily. Mobility is something that has its space in the city every day, and that's why we need to debate it for sure. But I also want these open spaces to be a showcase in the city center. If you're going to experience it this week, if you go to a city center, it's just right in the middle in the future of mobility, autonomous buses, new models of automotive industry, and some of the novelties you're probably never going to see on the road. I think Munich is a great mirror for that. We are and hopefully remain a city of mobility. While companies have their home here, we still have a great startup scene. We've got universities here, we've got research and community with scientists and economics. We further mobility. Ladies and gentlemen, the IAA Mobility 2025 is a promise. We don't just want to retain mobility, but we want to improve it. More sustainable, smarter, and more worth living. We've got the talents and the technologies, and Munich, with actually got the courage, and what we need is exactly that. What this trade fair is all about: the exchange, the inspiration, and some of Munich's laissez-faire spirit. So let's make good use of the trade fair to discuss, to fight, and to celebrate the ideas that bring us ahead. So I hope we all have a successful trade fair. Thank you for being here.
Vielen herzlichen Dank.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayer-Reiter.
Vielen herzlichen Dank, Herr Oberreiter. Wir alle freuen uns auf das, was Sie gerade beschrieben haben, die Open Spaces in der Stadt. Wir sagen immer, das ist das Mobilitätsfestival, und ich kann allen immer nur empfehlen, dahin zu gehen. Die Gesichter, die Menschen, die man dort sieht, und die Faszination in den Gesichtern, das ist wirklich inspirierend. Wir machen jetzt weiter und wir holen jemanden auf die Bühne, der heute schon mal auf der Bühne war, nämlich VDA-Präsidentin Hildegard Müller, die uns jetzt einmal die Eröffnungsrede zur IAA gibt. Begrüßen Sie noch mal ganz herzlich Hildegard Müller.
Herr Bundeskanzler, meine sehr verehrten Damen und Herren, diese IAA Mobility ist ein Showroom für Innovationen. Sie ist Zukunftslabor und Ideenraum. Sie ist ein Ort des Aufbruchs. Hier wird aus Vision Wirklichkeit. Auf dieser IAA Mobility erleben Sie, dass die klimaneutrale und digitale Mobilität der Zukunft für faszinierende Technologien steht. Aber sie ist auch so viel mehr. Mobilität in all ihren Facetten steht für Teilhabe, sie steht für Fortschritt und Freiheit, sie steht für Wachstum, Wohlstand und sie steht für Arbeitsplätze. Eindrucksvolle Weltpremieren haben dies auf dem Pressetag gestern bewiesen. Tief in den Mobilitätsvorstellungen der Menschen ist das Auto weiter verankert. Knapp 80%, wir haben eine aktuelle Befragung durchgeführt, sind überzeugt, dass man mit keinem anderen Verkehrsmittel so unabhängig und so flexibel ist wie mit dem Auto. Und in vielen Regionen, auch das gehört zur Wahrheit dazu, ist das Auto schlicht unverzichtbar. Hier in München können Sie sich in den nächsten Tagen einen Eindruck davon machen, wie die globale Automobilindustrie künftig unterwegs ist und was uns in Zukunft weltweit verbinden wird. Die IAA Mobility ist weltweit als die Mobilitätsplattform angesiedelt. Natürlich reden wir viel über Autos, aber über so viel mehr. Sie ist auch so international wie nie zuvor. Mit Ausstellern, natürlich aus Deutschland, aber aus China, aus Südkorea, aus den Niederlanden, ich grüße auch den niederländischen Verkehrsminister, den USA, der Türkei und so vielen weiteren Ländern. Wir begrüßen in diesem Jahr viele neue Unternehmen und wir freuen uns, dass einige wieder dabei sind, auch nach einigen Jahren der Pause. Autohersteller, Zulieferer, Mobilitätsanbieter, Tech-Unternehmen, Start-ups, Fahrradunternehmen, der ÖPNV und viele mehr. Die IAA Mobility deckt die Bandbreite der Mobilität ab. Und unser Dank gebührt natürlich allen Ausstellern und auch den vielen fleißigen Händen, die uns unterstützen. Meine Damen und Herren, vom diesjährigen Motto It's all about mobility können Sie sich aus erster Hand überzeugen. Auf den Open Space in der Innenstadt, bereits erwähnt, der größer ist als je zuvor, und wir freuen uns auch über das Commitment des Stadtrates für die nächsten. Hier auf dem Summit, dem B2B-Austausch, auf dem Messegelände, mit der Conference, den spannenden Ständen, hier wird über alles diskutiert, was die Mobilität der Zukunft gestaltet. Auf unsere Gäste warten unzählige Testfahrten, spannende Weltneuheiten und die ganze Vielfalt der klimaneutralen Mobilität. Und ob auf der Autobahn, dem Messegelände oder in der Innenstadt, Beim autonomen Fahren erleben Sie Fahrzeuge, die nicht nur fahren, sondern auch denken. Sehr geehrter Herr Bundeskanzler, zu Recht hat sich die Bundesregierung für das autonome und vernetzte Fahren ambitionierte Ziele gesetzt. Die deutschen Hersteller und Zulieferer setzen im hochautomatisierten Fahren weltweit Maßstäbe. Auch unsere internationalen Anbieter liefern wertvolle Beiträge für diesen wichtigen Schwerpunkt der IAA Mobility. In der Digitalisierung der Mobilität schlummert enormes Potenzial und das wollen wir gemeinsam auch mit Ihnen, lieber Herr Bundesminister Schnieder, heben. Danke deshalb auch für die Initiative, das autonome Fahren in Deutschland regulatorisch möglich zu machen. Diese IAA Mobility beweist, das Auto und die Automobilindustrie, sie stehen für Sicherheit und Digitalisierung, für Emotionalität, das haben wir gerade auch im Film gesehen, und für Erfindergeist, für eine klimaneutrale Mobilität. Am Beispiel Auto manifestiert sich der technische Fortschritt. So passend fasst es jüngst ein Artikel in einer großen deutschen Zeitung zusammen. Und die IAA Mobility bietet uns ein begeistertes Feuerwerk der Innovationen. Und die Autoindustrie, sie liefert. Meine Damen und Herren, die IAA Mobility findet aber auch in einem äußerst herausfordernden Umfeld statt. Geopolitische Spannungen haben zugenommen. Lieferketten stehen unter Druck. Zunehmender Protektionismus erschwert das Geschäft und gefährdet Arbeitsplätze. Wir erleben fundamentale technologische Umbrüche in einer Phase einer schwächelnden Weltwirtschaft. Auf all diese Herausforderungen gilt es jetzt klug zu reagieren. Von Seiten der Wirtschaft, aber auch von Seiten der Politik. Unser Einfluss auf das uns so wichtige Thema Klimaschutz, aber auch unser deutscher, unser europäischer Beitrag für eine friedliche Welt geht mit wirtschaftlicher Stärke einher. Nur wenn der Kontinent wirtschaftlich stark ist, wird er relevant mitgestalten können für eine gute Welt. Und deshalb schaut in dieser Woche die Automobilindustrie weltweit nach München. Aber sie schaut auch nach Brüssel. Das ist bereits angesprochen worden. Am Freitag lädt die Kommissionspräsidentin zur Fortsetzung des strategischen Dialogs zur Zukunft der europäischen Automobilindustrie ein. Ich will keinen Zweifel aufkommen. Wir stehen zu den Pariser Klimazielen. Wir treiben die Transformation zur CO2-neutralen Mobilität mit den verschiedenen Antrieben entschlossen voran. Diese IAA Mobility beweist es. Und die deutschen Unternehmen haben beispielslos bereits investiert. Und sie werden es weiter tun. Allein in den Jahren 2025 bis 2029 investieren wir weltweit 320 Milliarden Euro für Forschung, Entwicklung, neue Antriebe und die Digitalisierung. Und hinzu kommen weitere 220 Milliarden für Sachinvestitionen, den Auf- und den Umbau von Werken. Es sind nicht alleine Investitionen in Technologien, sondern es sind Investitionen auch in Menschen, in Beschäftigung und in Wohlstand. Meine Damen und Herren, Hersteller und Zulieferer haben Kapazitäten und Fähigkeiten für einen massiven Hochlauf der Elektromobilität geschaffen. In diesem Jahr werden rund 40% der in Deutschland produzierten Fahrzeuge Elektroautos sein. Alleine die deutschen Hersteller bieten auf dem europäischen Markt derzeit 120 verschiedene Elektromodelle an. Die Verbraucherinnen und Verbraucher in Europa können aktuell sogar innerhalb von 350 Elektromodellen wählen. Und mit Innovationen wie dem bidirektionalen Laden bringen die Unternehmen die Technologie noch weiter voran. Und trotz allem, Elektromobilität wird weltweit nicht überall gleich nachgefragt. Die Anteile unterscheiden sich in Märkten. Die Herausforderungen sind auch komplex. Es ist nicht nur das Bauen von Autos, was wichtig ist. Und auch die Verbraucherinnen und Verbraucher sind noch nicht in ausreichendem Maß überzeugt. Wir sind sicher, dass wir auch mit dieser IAA Mobility einen Beitrag für mehr Begeisterung bei den Konsumenten leisten können. Aber es gibt noch sehr unterschiedliche Herausforderungen, die nicht in den Händen der Automobilindustrie liegen. Und hier sehen wir insbesondere die EU-Kommission in der Pflicht. Es braucht eine Kurskorrektur. Es braucht einen Realitätscheck. Wir brauchen endlich die Review-Prozesse. Und über die Ergebnisse müssen wir auch endlich ehrlich diskutieren und die dringend notwendigen Maßnahmen ableiten. Es müssen jetzt wichtige Punkte geklärt werden. Und wenn ein Strategiedialog Sinn machen soll, dann muss er sich den anstehenden Fragen auch stellen. Die Automobilindustrie hat mit dem 10-Punkte-Plan einen Weg vorgelegt, mit dem die Erreichung der Ziele möglich ist. Entscheidend ist dabei, dass erstens bei der CO2-Flottenregulierung nachgesteuert werden muss. Es ist notwendig, das Reduktionsziel für Pkw und leichte Nutzfahrzeuge für 2035 auf -90% anzupassen. Dies zu erreichen, ist übrigens immer noch ein gewaltiges Ambitionsniveau angesichts der geopolitischen Herausforderungen, die ich genannt habe. Und wie der Antriebsmix aussieht, mit dem die Klimaziele erreicht werden, das wissen wir heute noch nicht abschließend. Deswegen sollten alle Technologien, die dem Klimaschutz dienen, möglich sein. Weit überwiegend, um es deutlich zu sagen, wird es die Elektromobilität sein. Aber auch andere technische Möglichkeiten werden einen Beitrag zur Zukunft leisten. Das gilt für Hybride, das gilt für Range Extender und das gilt für Verbrennerfahrzeuge mit zunehmend klimaneutralen Kraftstoffen und eben gerade auch, wenn wir den Verkehr insgesamt dekarbonisieren wollen, brauchen wir klimaneutrale Kraftstoffe auch zur Dekarbonisierung des Bestandes an Fahrzeugen. Ein ganz wichtiges Thema. Und dies ist keine Abkehr vom Ziel der Klimaneutralität. Im Gegenteil. Die Erkenntnis und die Ermöglichung von Optionen, der Realitätscheck, das sind Beiträge zum Gelingen. Wer aber ohne Realitätsbezug an Zielen festhält, wer Sachverhalte nicht anerkennt, wer nicht sieht, dass auf der Welt verschiedene technologische Optionen einen Beitrag zum Gelingen darstellen, der gefährdet nicht nur Wachstum, Wohlstand und Arbeitsplätze in Europa und Deutschland, meine Damen und Herren. Der gefährdet europäische Relevanz und der gefährdet am Ende das Ziel der Klimaneutralität. Ambitionierte Vorgaben sollte es daher übrigens nicht nur für Elektrofahrzeuge geben, sondern auch für erneuerbare Kraftstoffe und die Ladeinfrastruktur. Nur wenn das Gesamtpaket stimmt, steigen die Verbraucherinnen und Verbraucher auch um. Ohne zum Beispiel eine adäquate Ladeinfrastruktur in ganz Europa und entsprechend ausgebaute Stromnetze geht es nicht. Weder im Pkw noch auch in dem wichtigen Nutzfahrzeugbereich. Und es muss sichergestellt werden, dass die Elektromobilität in der Gesamtbilanz einen klaren Kostenvorteil bietet. Auch deshalb sind die Strompreise ein entscheidendes Thema. Hinzu kommt, Europa muss resilienter werden. Dies gilt insbesondere, wenn man einen starken Fokus auf eine Technologie hat. Es gilt für Rohstoffe, für Batterien, es gilt für Halbleiter. Wir brauchen weitere Handels- und Rohstoffabkommen und wir brauchen geopolitisch neue Allianzen. Automobil verbindet. Wir können die Bildung von Allianzen unterstützen. Meine Damen und Herren, als die Ziele festgelegt wurden, war die Welt eine andere. Geopolitisch und ökonomisch ist in den vergangenen Jahren viel passiert. Die EU-Kommission muss nun umsteuern, wenn Europa Industriestandort bleiben soll, wenn sie die Transformation will und wenn das zum Erfolg geführt werden soll. Meine Damen, nochmal, wir sagen es immer reflexhaft, aber es ist Teil unserer Genetik. Wir wollen keinen Zweifel daran aufkommen lassen, dass wir zu den Pariser Klimazielen stehen. Wir werden sie aber nur erreichen, wenn wir die Transformation zu CO2-neutralen Antrieben insgesamt entschlossen vorantreiben und mit Innovationen und Investitionen vorangehen. Davon sind wir überzeugt. Und das stellt die IAA Mobility 2025 eindrucksvoll unter Beweis. Für eine erfolgreiche Transformation braucht es auch Verlässlichkeit und international wettbewerbsfähige Rahmenbedingungen. Verlässlichkeit in der Infrastruktur, Verlässlichkeit bei den Kosten, Verlässlichkeit auch in den politischen Rahmenbedingungen für die Unternehmen, die Beschäftigten, aber auch die Verbraucherinnen und Verbraucher. Und deshalb appelliere ich an die EU-Kommission, auch von hier aus endlich auf die veränderte globale Lage zu reagieren. Meine Damen und Herren, Europa muss Stärke zeigen und dafür sorgen, dass unser Kontinent im Angesichts vieler Herausforderungen widerstandsfähiger wird. Die EU-Kommission muss auf Flexibilisierung und Technologieoffenheit setzen. Die Erreichung der ambitionierten Klimaziele muss strategisch an den Erhalt der Wettbewerbsfähigkeit gekoppelt werden. Nur so können wir Stranded Investments in den Klimaschutz verhindern. Alles, was Wachstum schafft, muss nun an Reformen in den Blick genommen werden. Denn die Wettbewerbsfähigkeit Europas steht unter Druck. Infolge auch der von der EU-Kommission verhängten Ausgleichszölle auf E-Autos aus China müssen auch die europäischen Automobilunternehmen enorme Zusatzbelastungen schultern. Ganz zu schweigen natürlich von dem protektionistischen Signal, das Europa damit auch in die Welt sendet. Ein weiteres Beispiel sind aktuell die US-Zölle. Zölle, die die deutsche Automobilindustrie Milliarden Euro bereits gekostet haben und auch weiter kosten. Und umso dankbarer sind wir Ihnen, Herr Bundeskanzler, dass Sie sich im Sinne des Freihandels für die deutsche und die europäische Industrie von Anfang an auch Ihrer Amtszeit eingesetzt haben. Wir danken Ihnen, dass Sie klare Worte in Washington gefunden haben. Und in diesen Dank schließe ich auch ausdrücklich Sie, liebe Ministerin Reiche, ein. Sehr geehrter Herr Bundeskanzler, angesichts der internationalen Herausforderungen ist es umso wichtiger, dass Deutschland und Europa wettbewerbsfähiger werden. Starke Verhandler brauchen wirtschaftliche Stärke. Wir unterstützen und ermutigen Sie, den Weg der Reformen auch in Deutschland weiterzugehen. Viele tausend Arbeitsplätze stehen auf dem Spiel und damit auch die demokratische Stabilität unseres Landes. Was unser Land, was Europa zwingend braucht, sind der Rückbau von Bürokratie, niedrigere Steuern und Abgaben, eben keine Erhöhung von weiteren Steuern, die Absicherung von Lieferketten, ein tragfähiges Energiekonzept mit niedrigen Strompreisen, eine Reform der Sozialsysteme. Steuererhöhungen wären Gift. Die Industrie, gerade der industrielle Mittelstand, der dieses Land so erfolgreich prägt, braucht vor allem eins: Entlastung. Nicht die Industrie schwächelt, meine Damen und Herren, es ist der Standort. Die gewaltigen Investitionen unserer, aber auch anderer Industrien müssen hier weiter möglich sein. Es sind ohne Zweifel große Anstrengungen, die unternommen werden müssen. Wir erhoffen und wir erwarten sicher viel. Es sind große Erwartungen, für die es politischen und gesellschaftlichen Rückhalt braucht. Die Wirtschaft ist bereit, ihren Teil mit Investitionen, mit Kreativität, mit Innovationskraft dazu beizutragen, damit der Weg der Reformen zu einem Erfolg für Wachstum, Wohlstand und Arbeitsplätze werden. Und das beweisen wir auf der IAA Mobility. Und deswegen, lieber Herr Bundeskanzler, begrüßen wir auch Ihre Ankündigung zu einem industriepolitischen Dialog mit der Automobilindustrie, bei dem auch die Zulieferer dabei sein werden, ein wichtiges Signal. Und auch der 10-Punkte-Plan aus Bayern, lieber Markus Söder, ist ein positives Signal mit wichtigen Forderungen und Maßnahmen. Auf die vielfältigen Herausforderungen unserer Zeit und gerade auch mit dem Blick auf die Industrie braucht es jetzt klare Antworten. Meine Damen und Herren, bei allen Herausforderungen stehen in dieser Woche die Innovationen im Vordergrund. Sie werden starke und innovative Unternehmen weltweit sehen können, die mit großer Kraft, beeindruckenden Produkten und Lösungen vorangehen. Wir bauen Zukunft. Nehmen Sie die vielfältigen Eindrücke auf, lassen Sie sich von der IAA Mobility 2025 inspirieren. Lassen Sie uns gemeinsam die Mobilität der Zukunft diskutieren und gestalten. Wir liefern. Unser unbedingter Wille zur Gestaltung der Zukunft ist ungebrochen. Und vor allem lassen Sie sich begeistern in dieser Woche, hier auf der Messe, aber auch auf den öffentlichen Plätzen. Lassen Sie sich von dem technologischen Feuerwerk begleiten. Herzlichen Dank.
Frau Müller, für diese inspirierenden und auch optimistischen und klaren Worte. Und ich bin mir sicher, da schließt sich jetzt jemand an. Nämlich als nächstes freue ich mich sehr, auf der Bühne zu begrüßen dürfen, den Bundeskanzler der Bundesrepublik Deutschland. Begrüßen Sie mit einem herzlichen Applaus Bundeskanzler Friedrich Merz.
Sehr geehrte Frau Präsidentin, liebe Hildegard Müller, sehr geehrte Herren Ministerpräsidenten, lieber Markus Söder und Winfried Kretschmann, liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen aus dem Kabinett, liebe Katharina Reiche, lieber Patrick Schnieder, Oberbürgermeister, lieber Herr Reiter, meine Damen und Herren, herzlichen Dank für das freundliche Willkommen und die herzliche Begrüßung hier in München zur Eröffnung der diesjährigen IAA Mobility. Herzlichen Glückwunsch, Frau Müller und Markus Söder und Herr Reiter, für die Verlängerung der Kooperation hier in München. Und erlauben Sie mir, dass ich auch einen Beitrag zur Kontinuität in München und der IAA leiste. Ich sage Ihnen schon heute zu, dass ich auch bei den nächsten 3 internationalen Automobilausstellungen 2027, 2029 und 2031 bei Ihnen bin, meine Damen und Herren. Und bei diesen Worten klatscht sogar Markus Söder. Ich freue mich sehr, dass wir uns heute sehen. Meine Damen und Herren, was einst eine Ausstellung schlicht neuer Autos war, ist inzwischen ein Anschauungslabor für vernetzte, nachhaltige und zukunftsweisende Mobilität. Wer hier auf dem Messegelände umhergeht, kann in Echtzeit sehen, wie der technologische Wandel in einer der Schlüsselindustrien unseres Landes voranschreitet. Ich bin mir ziemlich sicher, dass sich in den nächsten Tagen viele Besucherinnen und Besucher von dem anstecken lassen, was sie hier sehen, und dass diese Begeisterung, die auch Sie zum Ausdruck gebracht haben, liebe Frau Müller, sich überträgt auf die vielen 100.000 Besucherinnen und Besucher, die in den nächsten Tagen hier das Messegelände, aber auch die öffentlichen Plätze in München besuchen. Das Auto, das eigene Auto, meine Damen und Herren, ist und bleibt ein Stück Freiheit. Und das werden nach wie vor viele Menschen in Deutschland so unterschreiben, und es sind nicht nur diejenigen, die in den ländlichen Räumen leben und das Auto dort privat und für ihren Beruf brauchen. Mobilität ist Freiheit, auch ganz unabhängig vom Wohn- und Arbeitsort. Und es ist ein Ergebnis der Innovationskraft einer freiheitlichen Gesellschaft. Es ist das Ergebnis, dass wir inzwischen eine ganze Vielfalt von in früheren Jahrzehnten nicht gekannten Mobilitätsangeboten haben. Neben dem eigenen Auto ein ausdifferenziertes Angebot an öffentlichem Personennah- und Fernverkehr, Carsharing und viele andere Angebote, die gerade in den Ballungsräumen und in den großen Städten ihren Niederschlag finden. Diese Innovationskraft macht auch Autos immer besser. Sie macht sie immer sicherer und sie macht sie auch selbstständiger. Ich habe die Gelegenheit gehabt, vor einigen Wochen in Hannover das erste Mal auf deutschem Boden autonomes, sicheres Fahren zu erleben und die Sicherheit und die Zuverlässigkeit gesehen, die dort entsteht. Es ist also klar und bleibt klar, das Auto ist eine Säule individueller Mobilität. Und das wird auch in Zukunft so bleiben. Für Deutschland heißt das, die Automobilindustrie ist und bleibt eine Schlüsselindustrie, eine Schlüsselbranche für den Wohlstand unseres Landes. Gemessen am Umsatz, und das wissen Sie alle, ist die Automobilindustrie immer noch der mit Abstand bedeutendste Industriesektor in Deutschland. Zu Recht nimmt die Automobilindustrie für sich selbst in Anspruch, in Deutschland seit Generationen Wachstum, Wohlstand und Beschäftigung zu ermöglichen. Immer noch über 770.000 Arbeitsplätze in Deutschland. Über 770.000 Menschen arbeiten derzeit in der Automobilindustrie, und zwar nicht nur in den großen Marken, in den großen OEMs, wie Sie es nennen, sondern auch in zahlreichen mittleren, größeren und kleineren Zulieferbetrieben, Familienunternehmen, in der ganzen Breite und Tiefe der Fläche unseres Landes. Die Automobilindustrie ist kaum in einem Teil unseres Landes. Hinwegzudenken würde sie fehlen, das ganze Land wäre ärmer. 3/4 davon, meine Damen und Herren, 3/4 dessen, was in Deutschland produziert wird, über 4 Millionen Autos, werden exportiert. Kein anderes Land der Welt hat bei Autos ein so hohes Exportvolumen wie Deutschland. Und kaum eine andere Branche, ich sage keine andere Branche, ist so eng mit dem Bild und dem Ruf Deutschlands als Industriestandort, als Technologiestandort verbunden wie die Automobilindustrie. Und dennoch, Frau Müller, Sie haben es angesprochen, diese Branche steht heute vor größeren Herausforderungen. Damit die Automobilindustrie in Deutschland auf Dauer erfolgreich bleiben kann, und das wissen Sie bei den Herstellern und den Zulieferern in der Automobilindustrie wie in der Nutzfahrzeugsparte, müssen sie sich durchgreifend verändern und anpassen. Sie brauchen dafür aber auch die richtigen politischen Rahmenbedingungen. Diese Rahmenbedingungen zu schaffen, das hat die von mir geführte Bundesregierung vom ersten Tag für die gesamte deutsche Wirtschaft zur Priorität erklärt. Wir wollen wieder ein wettbewerbsfähiger, international anerkannter Wirtschaftsstandort werden, auf den die Welt nicht mit Verwunderung, sondern mit Bewunderung schaut, meine Damen und Herren, so wie wir es in diesen Tagen hier auch in München erleben werden. Wir haben die ersten Entscheidungen bereits getroffen, sie sind verabschiedet, sie stehen im Bundesgesetzblatt. Etwa die Sonderabschreibung für betriebliche E-Mobilität von 75% im Investitionsjahr, breit aufgesetzt für alle Elektrofahrzeuge, egal ob Pkw, Transporter, Lkw oder Bus. Wir haben eine degressive Abschreibung eingeführt in Deutschland, beschlossen, von 3x 30% für Investitionen in Maschinen und Anlagen. Und ab dem Jahr 2028 sinkt in Deutschland 5-mal hintereinander jeweils um 1 Prozentpunkt die Körperschaftssteuer dann auf nur noch 10%. Meine Damen und Herren, das sind steuerpolitische Entscheidungen in einem Umfang, wie wir sie in den letzten Jahren in Deutschland nicht gesehen haben. Wir unterstützen damit mit diesem von uns sogenannten Sofortprogramm die Modernisierung der Unternehmen. Und wir haben das Gleiche begleitet durch eine bereits im Kabinett beschlossene Hightech-Agenda, zu der auch Teile Ihrer Industrie gehören, wie etwa die Batterietechnologie. Und ich habe es bereits in der vergangenen Woche angekündigt, Sie haben es aufgenommen, Frau Müller, ich werde die Automobilindustrie und die Zulieferindustrie zusammen mit den beteiligten Bundesländern und den Gewerkschaften zu einem industriepolitischen Dialog Zukunft der Automobilindustrie in Deutschland einladen. Unser Ziel ist, dass Deutschland auch zukünftig zu den führenden Automobilstandorten und Produktionsstandorten auf der Welt gehört. Ich sage es noch etwas deutlicher. Wir wollen den Wandel der Autoindustrie gestalten und ihm nicht hinterherlaufen. Und wir wollen die großen Chancen, die in dieser Gestaltung liegt, für die deutsche Automobilindustrie und für Deutschland insgesamt nutzen. Wie uns das gemeinsam gelingt, darüber werden wir sprechen. Meine Damen und Herren, Ihre Präsidentin, liebe Frau Müller, Sie haben es bereits als die große Aufgabe bezeichnet, nämlich eine moderne, möglichst klimaneutrale Automobilindustrie in Deutschland zu schaffen. Diese deutsche Automobilindustrie investiert seit Jahren sehr stark in Innovation, in Forschung und Entwicklung und sie erfindet neue Modelle. Hersteller und Zulieferer sind auf einem guten technologischen Weg. Und das ist zentral für Arbeitsplätze und Wertschöpfung in Deutschland. Die Ingenieurinnen und Ingenieure in den Unternehmen verbinden Mobilität, Lebensqualität, Digitalisierung und Klimaschutz. Ihre Ideen sind damit auch der Schlüssel zum Erreichen der Klimaziele. Es sind enorme Kraftanstrengungen für die Unternehmen, für die Beschäftigten und zum Teil für ganze Regionen. Unser Grundsatz dabei bleibt, und so haben wir es im Koalitionsvertrag aufgeschrieben, Technologieoffenheit. Wir wollen keine Einengung auf eine einzige Lösung, sondern wir wollen den Wettbewerb der besten Ideen und der besten Technologien, meine Damen und Herren. Wir wollen durch Technologieoffenheit, Wettbewerbsfähigkeit und effektiven Klimaschutz miteinander verbinden. Auch damit keine Missverständnisse an dieser Stelle entstehen. Wir halten am Umstieg auf E-Mobilität grundsätzlich natürlich fest. Aber wir brauchen mehr Flexibilität in der Regulierung. Wir brauchen kluge, verlässliche, flexible europäische Regulierung. Sie ist notwendiger denn je. Wir wollen Klimaschutz durch Technologieoffenheit möglichst kosteneffizient erreichen. Einseitige politische Festlegungen auf bestimmte Technologien sind nicht nur für diese Branchen grundsätzlich der falsche wirtschaftspolitische Weg. Sie sind nicht der Weg, der uns gemeinsame Ziele zuverlässig erreichen lässt, meine Damen und Herren. Auch darauf haben Sie hingewiesen, Frau Müller, der globale Wettbewerb bei Fahrzeugen, nicht nur bei den E-Fahrzeugen, nimmt zu. Ein Wettbewerb besonders auch aus China und den USA. Unsere Antwort darauf kann nicht sein Marktabschottung und Regulierung. Unsere Antwort kann nur sein der Anspruch auf technologische Führung, auf Made in Germany. Unsere Antwort auf den globalen Wettbewerb sind also Innovation, Qualität und nachhaltige Produktion in Deutschland. In diesem Sinne steht die Bundesregierung an der Seite der Automobilindustrie. Wir fördern Innovation und Wettbewerbsfähigkeit. Wir unterstützen Forschung und Entwicklung, von Batterie bis zur Brennstoffzelle. Wir wollen innovative Produktion auch von Batterien am Standort Deutschland. Ich habe mich übrigens in der letzten Woche in Münster, an dem Standort, an dem die Forschungsfertigung für Batteriezellen eingerichtet wird, genau über diesen technologischen Standard informiert und bin beeindruckt, was dort geleistet wird und auf den Weg gebracht wird. Unser Ziel ist und bleibt, dass eben auch Batterieproduktion im industriellen Maßstab in Deutschland stattfindet und ausgebaut wird. Wir investieren zusammen mit der Industrie in eine flächendeckende Ladeinfrastruktur, eben durch private und öffentliche Investitionen. Und wir setzen uns in Europa und weltweit für faire Wettbewerbsbedingungen ein. Sie haben das Thema autonomes Fahren angesprochen und digitale Vernetzung. Die Potenziale dort sind groß. Besser ausgelastete Straßen, weniger Staus, weniger Unfälle. Und Möglichkeiten der individuellen Mobilität, auch für diejenigen, die vielleicht nicht selbst fahren können oder wollen, auch für alte und kranke Menschen. Meine Damen und Herren, auch in diesem Bereich sind Sie, die deutschen Hersteller und Zulieferer, beim automatisierten Fahren, bei den Fahrfunktionen Weltspitze. Unser Ziel ist es, dass wir zusammen mit Ihnen in Deutschland beim autonomen Fahren Leitmarkt für die ganze Welt werden. Wir setzen uns dafür ein, dass autonome Fahrzeuge auch in Deutschland im täglichen Betrieb auf die Straßen kommen. Ja, die gesetzlichen Voraussetzungen dafür müssen geschaffen werden und wir sind auf dem Weg, dies zu tun. Und wir unterstützen die EU-Kommission in diesem Bereich wie beim Aktionsplan für die Automobilindustrie und einem klugen Rahmen mehr Raum für KI-Innovationen zu schaffen. Wichtig bei alledem ist und bleibt, das Vertrauen der Menschen in sicheres autonomes Fahren entsteht durch hohe Sicherheitsstandards statt übermäßiger Regulierung und einer Null-Risiko-Strategie. Die gibt es in unserem Leben nicht, meine Damen und Herren. Chancen und Risiken müssen also insgesamt in einem guten Verhältnis stehen, auch beim autonomen Fahren. Eine weitere große Aufgabe, der Sie sich stellen, der wir uns gemeinsam stellen müssen, ist der anspruchsvoller werdende internationale Wettbewerb. Meine Damen und Herren, ich habe es bereits gesagt, Deutschland als Exportnation und insbesondere in der Automobilindustrie als zentraler Akteur, wir sind angewiesen auf offene Märkte und gute internationale Handelsbeziehungen. Protektionismus und Zölle sind dabei grundsätzlich der Weg, den wir nicht gehen wollen. Protektionismus und Zölle schaden uns allen. Umso wichtiger ist es deshalb, dass wir gerade in der Europäischen Union mit einer ambitionierten Agenda in der Handelspolitik und mit der Diversifizierung unserer Handelspartnerschaften vorankommen. Ich möchte, dass wir den Konflikt mit den Vereinigten Staaten von Amerika weiter deeskalieren und am Ende mit belastbaren vertraglichen Vereinbarungen dauerhaft abwenden. Ich gebe zu, ich hätte mir ein anderes, ein besseres Ergebnis auch für uns, für die Europäer im Abkommen mit den Vereinigten Staaten gewünscht. Aber noch sind wir nicht so stark, dass wir autonom in Europa auch solche Fragen auf Augenhöhe entscheiden können. Wir wollen dorthin und deswegen brauchen wir eine starke Industrie, aber wir brauchen eben auch Wettbewerbsfähigkeit auf der ganzen Welt. Die EU-Kommission hat in der letzten Woche, und Sie haben das gelesen, dem Freihandelsabkommen Mercosur zugestimmt und die Entscheidungen jetzt für Rat und Parlament auf den Weg gebracht. Wir unterstützen dieses Bemühen um eine schnelle Verabschiedung und ein schnelles Inkrafttreten des Mercosur-Abkommens mit den südamerikanischen Staaten, denn dieses Abkommen schafft eine Freihandelszone mit über 700 Millionen Menschen und Zolleinsparungen für europäische Unternehmen in der Höhe von mehreren Milliarden Euro. Es kommt ein Abschluss eines Abkommens mit Mexiko hinzu. Wir sind hier auf einem guten Weg. China fordert uns heraus. Wir arbeiten an konkreten Schritten zu fairen Wettbewerbsbedingungen, der Reduzierung von Abhängigkeiten und der Stärkung unserer Resilienz. Auch das haben Sie angesprochen. Kritische Rohstoffe braucht unsere Industrie. Die Versorgung der Industrie mit kritischen Rohstoffen ist ein gemeinsames Anliegen von Politik und Wirtschaft, dem wir uns gemeinsam stellen. Wir sehen die chinesischen Exportbeschränkungen zu den seltenen Erden und etwa den Permanentmagneten mit erheblicher Sorge. Diesen Rohstoffen kommt für den Technologiestandort Deutschland eine Schlüsselrolle zu. Es ist auch eine Frage der Wettbewerbsfähigkeit unserer Volkswirtschaft. Die deutsche Industrie mit uns zusammen, wir müssen uns gemeinsam stärker in der Rohstoffsicherung engagieren. Rohstoffsicherung darf nicht neue Abhängigkeiten von einzelnen Regionen oder gar Ländern in der Welt auslösen. Nun, meine Damen und Herren, wir stehen, und Sie werden das sehen beim Besuch dieser Messe, am Beginn eines neuen Mobilitätszeitalters. Und wir haben alle Chancen, dass auch dieses neue Zeitalter von uns maßgeblich mitgeprägt wird und dass wir hier neue Maßstäbe setzen. Es geht, wenn wir es mit Mut und Entschlossenheit anfassen. Mit Mut und Innovation und nicht mit Regulierung und Ideologie. Wenn wir auf Wettbewerb setzen und Technologieoffenheit statt auf übermäßige Regulierung und gesetzliche Verbote. Die Bundesregierung steht an der Seite von allen, die in diesem Sinne vorangehen wollen. Die Zukunft als Einladung zu verstehen, die Dinge besser zu machen. Das möchte ich auch hier zum Ausdruck bringen. Forschen, entwickeln, produzieren, exportieren. Das müssen unsere Leitbilder sein. Viele von Ihnen haben in den letzten Jahren die Erfahrung gemacht, dass Ihnen dabei oft Steine in den Weg gelegt worden sind. Dass Ihnen und Ihrer Industrie mit Misstrauen und Ablehnung begegnet worden ist, statt mit Neugier und Begeisterung für neue Ideen. Das ändern wir jetzt gerade, meine Damen und Herren, in der Bundesregierung und hoffentlich für ganz Deutschland. Und wenn die Rahmenbedingungen stimmen, dann hat Deutschland das Potenzial, auch in Zukunft weltweit Maßstäbe zu setzen, als Industrienation, als Innovationsstandort und als Automobilproduktionsstandort. Wer daran Zweifel haben sollte, der sollte sich auf dem Messegelände umsehen. Die Zukunft entsteht bereits. Sie entsteht hier, meine Damen und Herren, in Deutschland. In diesem Sinne wünsche ich allen Ausstellerinnen und Ausstellern und allen Besucherinnen und Besuchern in den nächsten Tagen erfolgreiche, inspirierende und erkenntnisreiche Messetage. Ich freue mich auf den Rundgang und werde mich ganz sicher auch anstecken lassen von der Begeisterung für Technik, für Automobile, für die Leistung von Menschen, von Ingenieurinnen und von Ingenieuren, von gut geführten Unternehmen, meine Damen und Herren. In diesem Sinne, die IAA Mobility 2025, sie ist eröffnet.
Herr Merz, bleiben Sie noch kurz hier. Herr Merz, bleiben Sie noch kurz, einen kleinen Moment hier. Mikro und erstmal vielen Dank, schön, dass Sie da sind, schön, dass Sie hier mit uns gemeinsam die IAA öffnen. Ich hole noch mal ganz kurz Frau Müller auf die Bühne. Sie haben ja auch in letzter Zeit auch vom Autogipfel gesprochen. Wann ist er denn? Wissen wir das schon?
Wir sind in der ganz konkreten Planung im Kanzleramt zusammen mit den Herstellern, mit den Zulieferern, auch mit den Bundesländern. Ich möchte, dass die Ministerpräsidenten, die Automobilstandorte in ihren Ländern haben, dabei sind. Und ich gehe mal davon aus, dass wir das innerhalb der nächsten 4 bis 6 Wochen konkret in die Tat umsetzen. Also die Planungen laufen auf Hochtouren.
Das ist schön zu hören. Wir haben eben in der Rede von Ihnen, Frau Müller, gehört, dass ja auch ganz viele Bereiche nicht nur in Berlin, sondern eben auch in Brüssel liegen. Was wollen Sie denn, Herr Merz, noch mitgeben, was jetzt für uns, für unsere Branche in Brüssel besonders wichtig ist?
Ich glaube, es ist wichtig, dass wir zum einen diesen Dialog gerne aufnehmen und zum anderen, dass aus diesem Dialog auch ein kraftvolles Zeichen, gemeinsames Zeichen nach Brüssel geht, denn die Zeit der Enthaltung in Deutschland sind, hoffe ich, ebenso vorbei. Auch da haben Sie bereits klare Signale gesendet, indem die Ministerräte wieder ernster genommen werden und alles. Wir müssen jetzt, glaube ich, auch in Richtung Brüssel gemeinsam werben.
Herr Merz, das werden Sie tun, richtig?
Ja, ich engagiere mich ja nun auch wirklich sehr, naja, ich sag mal, ich habe es ja auch in meiner Rede gesagt und das wissen Sie ja auch alle, ich engagiere mich vom ersten Tag meiner Amtszeit sehr stark auch auf der europäischen Ebene, weil ich einfach der Überzeugung bin, dass Deutschland eine starke Rolle spielen muss in der Europäischen Union. Wir sind nun mal, ob wir das wollen oder nicht, aber es ist ja auch gut so, wir sind das bevölkerungsreichste und das wirtschaftlich stärkste Land dieser Europäischen Union. Wir liegen in der geostrategischen Mitte des europäischen Kontinents. Wenn Deutschland sich nicht in der Europäischen Union engagiert, dann funktioniert die ganze Europäische Union nicht gut genug. So, und deswegen mache ich das. Ich mache das im Interesse Europas. Aber das, was im Interesse Europas liegt, liegt überproportional im Interesse unseres Landes.
Danke.
Vielen lieben Dank. Es sind keine einfachen Zeiten, aber in schwierigen Zeiten liegen auch immer Chancen und ich habe gutes Vertrauen, dass sowohl unsere Industrie als auch Sie die nutzen werden. Und danke Ihnen, dass Sie heute sich die Zeit genommen haben, die IAA zu eröffnen. Ich wünsche jetzt viel Spaß beim Rundgang und Ihnen vielen Dank, dass Sie dabei waren. Ich wünsche Ihnen eine tolle Zeit hier auf der IAA Mobility. Genießen Sie es, nehmen Sie ganz viele Eindrücke mit nach Hause und passen Sie gut auf sich auf. Alles Gute Ihnen und bis bald.
Vorne runter.
Ja, klar.
Vielen Dank, Herr Merz. Passen Sie auf sich auf.
So that's the task. And it also says in that do-nothing scenario that we have to move forward with a coordinated action plan to move into the right direction. What we envision for the transition of the European auto industry is being successful across 3 dimensions. Successful economics, that's the core, that's the basis of everything. We need financial stable organizations that can fund the transition from ICE to software-defined vehicles and battery-defined vehicles. That is an important piece also to protect GDP and jobs. Successful decarbonization to achieve net zero by 2050, and also a successful reliant value chain that is not dependent on agnostic shocks and other parts that we see. So let me shift gears and walk you through the different elements of the action plan, of the master plan, of the things that we believe need to happen going forward. It has 3 different layers. Layer number 1 is about the part that the automotive companies itself have to do, the transformation. The second layer is where we believe OEM suppliers and governments need to work together. That is a part where industry forces will not solve it alone. And the third piece about we need to have a level playing field to ensure global competition. To share some of these examples, the OEMs will continue, they have to continue to bring 350 new xEVs to the market until 2032. That's 40 to 50 vehicles per year. Need to be 20% and sometimes 50% cheaper in the development. And we also, in the current environment, hardly see such a thing as a global auto market. We believe there are 3 to 4 regionalized markets with the US, with Europe, with China, and further important markets like Korea, Japan, India, you name it. In that second layer, where the industry needs to work together, we have to talk and focus on, and I'll talk about more than a second, 7 future European technology fields, semicon, SDV, you name it. Due to the individual importance, we also have to talk about the battery production. We need 700, I'll talk about more about also in a second, 700 gigawatt hours of battery capacity by 2030. And we need to make sure that we have a supply chain for 14 critical materials, raw earth, batteries, motor magnets, metal. A level playing field is another important piece, the infrastructure that we talked about. We heard that earlier in the morning as well, charging infrastructure. Navigate the path to net zero is an alternative to the ICE ban 2035. I'll talk about that as well, and closing 6 major structural gaps. So all in all, an ambitious plan that needs to happen. There's time to act is now. So let me walk you through and explore some of them and bring them to life of what we see is happening. The first piece is about the battery electric pipeline that we see. That is what is in the market today. What you see what is happening are 350 new EVs being launched until 2032. 350 versus 200 hybrids and ICE. So clearly exceeding. We see some of them rightfully so for lower emissions than others. That is something that the OEMs have to burden. That's 40 to 50 vehicles on average in Europe. That requires 150 billion annual R&D and CapEx split, roughly 50-50. And that probably also means that the OEMs have to continue with 7 to 9% R&D quota and investment versus the traditional 5%. That's going to be a decade of continued high R&D spending that we see going forward. The second step in the master plan is about that we have to improve the cost position in Europe as well. And as I said, we've seen examples, sometimes 20 to 50% in both in timing. And that requires all. That requires product, process, and structural improvements as well. Just to share a few examples on the product side, product design, LFP versus NMC batteries, integrated chassis, X-in-1 on the e-powertrain side. So there are important parts that happen. Also on the development process, like coming from the traditional approach with 12 months of concept development, 18 months of serial development, and then another 18 months of industrialization and testing. There are examples where that works in 20 months. It's tough, but it's possible. Also on the process side and the manufacturing, things like gigacasting or unboxed. So there is an important piece to improve the cost position going forward in Europe as well. I mentioned that earlier. There is an important second layer where we believe there's something the industry alone or the OEMs alone will not be able to tackle that. We believe there are 7 strategic future technology fields in the industry that we need to and have to play an important part going forward. Let me walk you through some of them. Software-defined vehicles are becoming, in fact, they are already a key differentiator. We believe and see that some OEMs have 40% of their R&D capacity of software engineers. We also believe that the industry would benefit from a common open source middleware technology stack. So software-defined vehicles is an important part. Semiconductors. We believe, and we had the debate 2 years ago, that the semicon demand will rise by an additional 25% in auto until 2030. But Europe has only 10% of the front-end capacity and 1% of the back-end capacity. So we have to think through, particularly on the front-end capacity, to improve there in production. You might be surprised to see ICE components on that list as well. We believe it is an important part. Even in 2035, with the ICE ban, there's a $100 billion global market for ICE components. And leading that, having stable industrial cash flows, helping other parts of the world also to decarbonize will be an important part. And finally, let me mention that circularity. If we assume, and that's what we see, that by 2040, 1 out of 2 batteries could be manufactured with recycled material, that is an important industry. Let's not be late to that. Let's think about ramping up the infrastructure and the industry that Europe can play an important part in circularity and in recycling, battery recycling going forward. As I said earlier, due to its importance, the battery value chain deserves an individual discussion. And I think that chart pretty much says it all. The blue European box is hardly being recognized on the chart. If we look at the battery value chain, all the way from mining upstream to recycling, Europe has basically close to 0 capacity in any upstream activities and 8% of the global cell production. But we need in Europe by 2030 700 gigawatt hours. Today we have 150. More importantly, 600 gigawatts have vanished, disappeared, insolvents. We have seen all the news in the tickers. Doesn't exist anymore. So of the remaining 150 kilowatt hours, it's largely driven by non-European companies. That build-up is going to be an important one. Again, this is nothing that the industry can tackle alone. We need a structured, bold plan for the battery side. That doesn't mean that we need to have every step of the value chain in Europe, but a 8% single-digit battery production capacity on the other side is something that we would see sustainable going forward. Let me jump to the third layer of the master plan, where we talk about establishing a level playing field in the industry. And also here, I would like to talk about 2 or 3 different things. Number one is the charging infrastructure that is acquired in Europe. We need to go from today roughly 900,000 public charging stations to 5 million in 2035. That means a factor of 6x for where we are today. Just to give you a bit of a sense, yes, there are some countries in Europe, Netherlands, Sweden, that are ahead. The average is 6. France is ahead, 5. Average 6. Germany, 9. Italy, 11. Poland, 22. Romania, 28. 28 times the charging capacity that we see today. And it's not about kilowatt hours and charging, it's about coverage. It's about the rural areas. It's not about Munich, Milano, Paris. It's about the rural areas in Germany, Poland, Portugal, and you could go on. Just to give you a bit of a sense of what that requires, sometimes simple numbers help. In average, we need 8,000 new charging stations per week from now on until 2035. 8,000 in Europe. We need to build them somewhere. 2022 to 24, we have built 2,000 to 4,000. That gives you roughly a magnitude of it. And it's not a chicken-egg problem. The infrastructure needs to be there. The coverage needs to be there, also in the rural areas. Let me come to the final part also of the master plan. And that is the debate that is probably currently the most sensitive, the most heated, the most debated one. If I heard what the Chancellor said earlier, everyone was referring to that point. What is the plan for decarbonization in Europe going forward? And of course, this is a complex discussion. It's also a political one. And while I'm not here to give any political recommendation, I would like to add some quantitative color and figures to the discussion. Well, one path is obviously to continue with the ICE ban as current regime as of 2035. Let me quickly bring that to life, what that means. That means we need to increase the infrastructure from 900,000 to 5 million, a factor 6. That means that we need to increase battery cell capacity from 150 to 1.2 terawatt hours that we see in 2050, also a factor of 6. That also requires that we increase the charging infrastructure by a factor of 6, and most importantly, consumer appetite. In our latest surveys, there are 20% of the European customers across Europe, again, we are not talking Munich and Berlin and Paris, 20% consider a BEV for their next vehicle. So we have to increase that from 20% to 100%. So just to explain the magnitude and to bring that alive. So let's now think through what is happening if we continue with the ICE ban in 2035. And again, I would recommend on Deflect to take a quantitative view along the 3 dimensions: decarbonization, economics, and resilience. The question is, what will happen in 2035 if one of the 3 conditions or 4 is not in place? Customer appetite is not there, infrastructure is not there, or their battery production. There is a risk that existing car users will hold on to their cars and postpone the purchases. That we have a lower volume in 26, 36, 37, 27. And that will have an impact on the age of the European car fleet. As of 2024, the average European car fleet is 13 years. That was at 10 years on average 9 years ago in 2015. So the average fleet age increased by 3 years. That has a consequence on CO2 emissions because you have many older vehicles running around. What we see, what could happen is, in that scenario, if the infrastructure is not there, that the average car fleet can increase from 15 to 17 years, again having a negative influence on that. In economics, as I mentioned that earlier, there's a piece around a sales decline. A 20% hit in the industry will have consequences as well. And on the resilience side, as I said earlier, if we have 8% of the battery cell production capacity, Europe would be dependent to shocks caused outside of Europe, whether that's economic or political. So let's, for a second, think through an alternative pathway, and how could that look like? Well, there has been the debate in the last couple of weeks. Can we include range extender, plug-in hybrids with a high range of 100 or more kilometers electric drive? By the way, that is also a vehicle type that is very well perceived in China. Currently, 1 out of 2 of the new energy vehicles in China are range extender or plug-in hybrids. If we include that and postpone and open up for certain flexibility in the technology, well, at first glance, that has a negative impact on CO2 abatement. We will have non-BEV vehicles after 2035. But the question is, that additional 10% that we see, can that be compensated? Green steel, green aluminum, green energy, and many other pieces, alternative fuels that we see there. And the question is also, will that have, and that needs to be carefully evaluated, a positive impact on either GDP and resilience? Our view on that is that it needs to be a quantitative discussion, and we also recommend to take into account all 3 dimensions in the current debate and have a view that thinks and balances all of these important. Ladies and gentlemen, that also brings me to the end of what I wanted to discuss and share with you. In summary, 9 fields of action. We believe what is now required is a bold, structured plan where everyone needs to get together, OEM, suppliers, the TNCA, and governments. We believe all 3 layers needs to be worked on. The company transformations, the part of the value chain where everyone needs to work together, and we need to have a level playing field in Europe to compete on a global level. The time to act is now. Thank you. That's it. That's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Harald. That was a great talk to kick things off. We are moving right along here on the main stage, transitioning into a very exciting portion of our morning, the CEO Keynotes. This is a series of wham, bam, thank you, ma'am, 15-minute talks from some high-level folks that you can't just ring up on the phone. So we're really pleased to have them here with us today on the main stage. We are beginning our keynote section of the morning with a talk from the CEO of Polestar. Please give a very warm welcome to Lohscheller.
So, good morning, Munich. Servus. Great to be here. It's a real pleasure to start this dialogue with you today. And as we are a Swedish brand, let's do some Swedish lessons at the beginning. York, Oscar, München means I love Munich. Can we do this together? Are you ready for some Swedish lessons, or is that too difficult? I think we can do that together, right? So I repeat, and then we try it all together. York, Oscar, München. York, Oscar, München. Not so bad. I think that was really good. So let's get going, and delighted to be here. So happy World EV Day. It's good to be back here at IAA. And this is a stage that has witnessed over a century of automotive milestones. But today, we are not here to talk about history. We're here because history is knocking at our door. The car industry is in a crisis. We have all seen it. Every week brings a new headline. Tariffs rising, factories closing, profit warnings issued, workforces cut. It seems that legacy brands that once were symbols of industrial dominance are now symbols of strategic confusion. Instead of adapting to change, many in this industry are doubling down on the past. They blame EVs for their problems. They lobby for delays, loopholes, and lifelines. In politics, same thing. The European Union's 2035 target for ending the sale of new combustion cars was a guiding light. It was necessary and long overdue. But today, that vision is under threat by political indecision and industry lobbyists that hide behind phrases like technology neutrality, when what they really mean is, please don't make us change just yet. Let's be honest, technology neutrality sounds smart, even fair, but in reality, is it really smokescreen? Is it tech washing and delay tactic? An open door for synthetic fuel hybrids and theoretical solution that cannot simply scale in time. We are in a climate emergency. We don't need neutrality, we need direction, ambition, and action. Let me be clear, there is nothing neutral about inaction. There is nothing innovative about clinging to combustion, and there is nothing future-facing about building cars for a world that no longer exists. And the cost of inaction will ultimately be a much higher price to pay, because it will allow us to fall further behind and for others to take the lead. The challenges Germany and Europe face today are not because the transition to a digital green economy is too fast, because it is too slow. Instead of doubling down on our reputation for being slow-moving, polluting, and opaque, what if our industry turns its extraordinary engineering skills and capital towards truly sustainable innovation? Across the leading European car makers, electric cars stood for only 5 to 17% of total deliveries last year. The climate crisis is a fossil fuel crisis. Passenger cars stand for 15% of global emissions, and the internal combustion engine is the single biggest piece of that puzzle. We as an industry are behind 25% of global oil use. Let that fact sink in. That means our actions have great impact, and we hold an existing, scalable innovation which could solve this: the electric car. Oil consumption increases only to meet demand. If demand and investment in green energy goes up, that balances shift. But right now, across industry, not just in automotive, the opposite is happening. We are seeing climate goals quietly watered down, sustainability budgets delayed, and roadmaps blurred. This isn't just about emissions. It's about innovation and jobs. It's about sovereignty, resilience, and competitiveness. We cannot let Europe lag behind. And there are a lot of really exciting things happening. A petrol car can never be carbon neutral, but an electric one offers a real route to carbon neutrality as we reduce the emissions from production and decarbonize the charging grids. Over a car lifetime, the difference is striking. A Polestar 4 long-range dual motor charged with wind power has a footprint of 21.8 tons of CO2 over its lifetime, while an equivalent German petrol sports car has a lifetime footprint of 67.8 tons of CO2. BMW shared recently that their new iX3 Neue Klasse leaves the factory gates with a 13.5-ton CO2 footprint, and they also shared a life cycle assessment explaining how they got there. Congratulations, that is inspiring. The solutions exist. Now we need a mandatory and standardized way of measuring and communicating this, which would allow consumers to compare and take CO2 footprint along with price and range when they buy a new car. At Polestar, we are still targeting a fully climate-neutral car in the next few years. There has not been a more exciting and defining time to work with cars since the launch of the Model T. Let's consider the incredible opportunity that we have as car makers right now and think of other industries that have gone through similar processes. When Johannes Gutenberg introduced the printing press, it just didn't lower the cost of books. It shattered monopolies on knowledge, triggered the scientific revolution, and ultimately reshaped societies. Cloud computing revolutionized how software scales. Industrial robotics redefined precision, productivity, and labor itself. Smartphones changed the way we live and work, build relationships, and create. Each of these innovations disrupted entire industries. Each was met with resistance. Each eventually became the new normal. Electric mobility and software-defined vehicles is that kind of shift, and we are in the middle of it. As a car company, electrifying your fleet should be the easy bit. The solution and engineering capabilities are readily available and scalable. It's really just a cultural shift. What we must nail in order to win this race is a software that is how we can really level up and make a truly desirable and guilt-free alternative for people. And it's crucial that we succeed because it's time. The cost isn't market share. It's the climate. It's our planet. This is our generation's time to lead. So let's lead by example. Polestar is small in comparison to our peers in this room. But consider this. Our first volume car hit the market in 2020. We all remember 2020, right? Halfway through this decade, doesn't look like a beautiful one that the history books will be kind to. But we are still here, and we haven't backed on any of our promises. We refuse to be part of that narrative. When others are desperate, we want to be bold. We haven't given in on hybrids or compromised on our climate targets. Not only have we survived launching a car company in the midst of a pandemic, a global recession, global tariff hike, war in Ukraine, and climate-denying political leaders, but we have done so with pride and dignity. We are Europe's only pure EV maker, and we don't build compromises. We don't build nostalgia. We build the future. The past 4 years, we have cut our relative emissions by 25%. Polestar is Europe's car maker with the lowest carbon intensity. We believe in making the responsible choice the most attractive and desirable one. And we believe our cars are better than the competition. Better to drive, better looking, and made with the best partner. Last night, here in Munich, we revealed the Polestar 5. Let's have a look.
This is the first public appearance since being spotted in the US last summer. Surrounded by paparazzi on the Avenue de Grande Bretagne. Everyone was clamoring to get a look at the star. And that entrance in the Alps almost makes you forget about their famous siblings. Almost. She's a maniac on the floor. Like she's never danced before. She's a maniac on the floor. And she's dancing like she's never danced before. We have been waiting for. Today is the day Polestar 5 made a public appearance. She's a maniac action.
A car that has started its journey as a Polestar Precept. Precept was our manifesto concept car, designed as a statement of intent for our future design, sustainability, and technology direction. And now it is our reality with the production of the Polestar 5. Designed in Sweden, engineered in the UK, and tested around the world, the Polestar 5 is our most performance-focused car so far. In every sense of the word, the Polestar 5 is our true flagship, setting new standards for Polestar design, sustainability, and technology. Our new Grand Tourer is a game changer. Developed from the ground up, using a clean sheet Polestar-specific platform, an in-house electric rear motor, and 800-volt electric architecture, Polestar 5 delivers performance yet unseen from one of our cars, both on the road and at the charger. It wraps the Scandinavian pure bodywork around a cutting-edge bonded aluminum platform to deliver a pure analog performance GT experience for driver and up to 4 passengers. Optimized aerodynamics, sophisticated technology, showcased on the outside by the smart zone, housing sensors, cameras, and radars, and inside with the best of the best UX and UI, controlling the Polestar-specific Android Automotive and Google on board, this performance GT is a technological powerhouse. Conscious material use, chosen to reduce weight, noise, and fossil fuel-based materials showcased in a modern and justifiable, proud way delivers on our sustainability journey without compromise on premium finish or quality. It is a pure embodiment of Polestar performance in a single car. Personally, I like to call this performance GT the most Polestar yet. We are here to stay, and we want to win over customers from traditional premium brands. With Polestar 5, we have the car to back that desire. Here's the truth. The electric vehicle is not a threat to the car industry. It's the only thing that can save it. So let's stop asking, how long can we keep things the same, and start asking, how fast can we build what is better? It's time to leave the past behind. Thank you very much for your attention.
This is Polestar.
Well, thank you very much, Polestar. You can learn more about Polestar by visiting them in Ludwigstrasse, because this year IAA is all over Munich, but we're happy that you're here with us right here on the main stage. We have an exciting program. We're continuing with our CEO Keynote series this morning, but first, we have something new this year. It's called Rate the Session. The idea is that we put you guys to work and help us learn what you liked and what you didn't like. So tell us, using this QR code, what you thought about the session, what we could be doing better, what you'd like to see more of, and how we can basically make this a better event, more meaningful and more impactful for you. We'll be doing this after every session, so go ahead and snap a photo of that QR code. Let us know what you thought and how we can do better. We are going to move on in just a minute with our next CEO Keynote. If you're just joining us, welcome to the main stage. If you're just resting your feet because you're at a really long event and you need a break, welcome. We're equally happy to have you here. If you're standing in the very back in the corner chatting and you're wondering, like, should I sit down? Please sit down. I can promise you it's going to be an exciting morning, and you can get up whenever you need to. So, with that housekeeping announcement taken care of, let's introduce you to our next speaker this morning. You've probably heard about this company. They're getting a lot of buzz. They've got a new car launching in 2.5 weeks. You can get a sneak preview of it here in Halle A2, just behind me. I'm talking about the CEO of Togg. Please give a warm welcome after this video, of course, to Gürcan Karakas. But first, a video.
We believe there's another way. We know mobility can do more than just move us around the world, but enable us to reach for more beyond. Togg is a reality born in Turkey, where people, cultures, and ideas have blended for centuries. Driven by curiosity, determined to create new connections, we are bringing our hospitality heritage together with cutting-edge technologies inspired by you, made for you. We are creating a world empowered by seamless experiences, shaped by innovations for a sustainable future, enriched with bold possibilities, by experimenting with the very notion of mobility. It is here where we reimagine the future of the way we move, where we can go anywhere, with anything, and be who you want to be. Because we believe in a wonderful new way. Togg, together beyond.
Merhaba and hello to everyone. No worries, there will be no Turkish lesson as the previous session. I'm here to talk about a bit about the new kid on the block. And this new kid on the block has certain ambitions. Started some 7 years ago with a vision, and we are one after another realizing this. So it's about what we are heading to, what we did so far, and also what are the next steps. Let me tell you one thing. The day one, as we started, we said we have to do something else than the car only. It must be something more than the vehicle itself. It must be a smart device, yes, and it must extend the entire business model, the services, to the mobility ecosystem. Because we know already from the mega trends that moving from A to B will change its shape. So there are tectonic movements driven by the technology, driven by the expectation of the users. And this is enabling us a window of opportunity. And this window of opportunity is actually our main driver for our initiative. So we also understood right from the beginning, we need something else than an automotive company. So it must be a technology company. This technology company is supposed to be globally competitive, and this global competition is not only squeezed into an intelligent car, again, in the field of mobility. So what do we need for this? We need an ecosystem. And we started building this ecosystem already with our shareholding structure. If you look into this structure, we have the largest fast-moving consumer goods retailer of Turkey and neighborhood together with us as our shareholder, the largest commercial vehicle and defense industry vehicle manufacturers as our shareholder. At the same time, they are one of the biggest players in the field of steel. You remember lightweight materials, green steel. By the way, one of the biggest investors in their field in green steel. We have the telecom operator, digital operator of Turkey and neighborhood together as our shareholder. And Zorlu, the third one, is a conglomerate active from mining to energy, from home appliances to consumer good electronics. So these are the industrial doyens of Turkey. So at the end, last but not least, we have also the Chamber of Commerce and Industry with us as our shareholder. What does that mean? It means that we have already this ecosystem, and the required ecosystem competencies are already coming with the shareholding structure. From telecommunications, IoTs, and fintech, insurtech, to the consumer goods knowledge. Is this enough? No. We have to work with the number ones, the number twos, all over the world, because we do not have time to iterate. We have to be working with the very best ones in the entire world to bring a product into the European space on time, and which was supposed to be with the first product in the year 23, now with the second product in the year 2025. So having said this, our ecosystem, which was a gas and dust cloud at the very beginning, formed shape, and we are building the ecosystem in 3 business pillars. The first one we call the smart mobility devices. The second one is for us the digital experience platforms, which is basically a super app where we do all of our businesses. And the third one is about clean energy solutions. It's very natural that we extend our business to energy topics, which is, by the way, also the next 10 years probably issue to be solved all over the world. So the overarching initiative for all of them is our True Zero initiative. The True Zero initiative is for us the target to be the carbon net zero company in the year 2035, most probably the first one in the mobility field in Europe. So having said this, let's have a look to the individual pillars. The born electric and the born smart device was established as designed by a consumer electronics experience and knowledge, not as a car. The E&D architecture is a completely different one. We went in the year 2023 for pre-sales, have received orders of 177,000, which was overwhelming all of us. On one side, on the other side, we produced and delivered already the 20,000 the first year. And so far, we are very close to 75,000 vehicles, smart devices, which we have already handed over. Since day one, we are the market leader in our segment, in our country. They are the market leader in the electrification field, and we are continuing also being one of the most favored devices, cars sold in Turkey. So by the way, the picture you have seen previously down in the slide was our technology campus, probably the most cleanest one all over the world. We know that it is the cleanest from the environmental perspective in Europe, and also, since we do not know the numbers in China, globally. So the second pillar is where we differentiate from the rest of the world, from the established kids in the block. This is the approach, how we see the business. It's a completely user-centric, it's a completely accessible business model, which resides on the fact that the user needs are not anymore, from the competency side, achievable with the classical automotive industry, technology, and knowledge. What do we mean? So we need gamification, we need smart contracting, we need all the derivatives of cybersecurity and artificial intelligence. And if I ask you which one of them are available in the automotive industry, already 7 years ago we are talking about, none. So we have to go to the startups. We did. More than 1,500 startups have been scanned. Out of them, 50 have been already onboarded. And right now, 42 are actively being in the system, used in the operating system for this relevant set of business has been designed or coded by us. So it is our own IP. By the way, the entire device you have seen is belonging 100% with IP rights to us. So at the end, we have been the innovation project leader in our home turf. We have received artificial intelligence awards with our activities, and I'm personally proud of having also an award for the banking system, payment system, via tokenization, as a company not being in the banking business. So, and by the way, many people here in this audience also talk about the software-driven vehicle. I personally, we in the organization, do not believe in this. It's a user-defined experience. If the user-defined experience is not reflected in the software, you can forget it. So therefore, the entire thing needs to be pulled and driven by the user. Now let's come to the third one. The third one, the business pillar, is about clean energy solutions. What do we need? We need an ultra-fast charging infrastructure, preferably 100% renewable energy, what we do since day one in Turkey. So what we do need additionally, we need not only the access to clean energy, we need to store them. We need to put it into the vehicle. So we are building our vehicle right from day one because we established a joint venture already 21 and have the access to the battery knowledge. So going further, the next step in this field is how do we extend this to store the energy and as stationary energy solutions. So Trezor, I already mentioned, and because of the time, I would like to skip it, but just remember the name of Togg, 2035 carbon net zero company. So yesterday, for us, was an important milestone. And the red one you see on the left side has been already sold, as I mentioned, 75,000 times in Turkey. And we had the global premiere of our fastback, the right one, yesterday here. And at the same time, it was announced by NCAP that we received 5 stars. To our knowledge, this is the very first time a newcomer has received a 5-star for both of the devices they were testing for the first instance. So, and therefore, we are very proud of. And this is for us where we also say life matters. And life matters starts already by the design of the vehicle. So let me move to the next step. The next step, and also one of the key reasons we have been here on stage, is we are bringing all the experience we have collected in Turkey the last 2.5 years to Europe. We are expanding our business, starting with Germany, and this in all the 3 pillars. What have been all the 3 pillars? On one side, the 2 products, the 2 models that we are having, the T10X and the T10F, and on the other side, also the TrueMore, the digital experience platform. It's worth mentioning that TrueMore is, for us, the sales channel. It's a direct sales channel. You are configuring it, and you are using it, you are paying it, you are insuring it, and the entire system is digitally supported. So this is something which is probably not necessarily very well the established system in Europe. But in Turkey, it works since 2.5 years perfectly. You have the freedom of making your decisions over the weekend, in the middle of the night, early in the morning, and if you still want to have the touch and feel, you go to our experience centers, which we'll have also in Europe, in Germany. You go, test drive, and come back and make your decision. So this is so far about the new kid on the block. I would like to thank you for your attention, and have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very on time. I love to see it. That was Gürcan Karakas from Togg. You can check out their booth right there on, I guess it's your left-hand side, my right-hand side. Do go by and see what they're working on. It's pretty cool stuff. Our next task for you is rate the session. You heard me talk about it before. If you were here earlier, if you're just joining us, welcome. We have a QR code that you can use to give us your feedback about the session. Let us know how we can make it more relevant. We want this conference to serve your needs, so please do share your feedback if you would. Moving along, we're going to be talking about a hot topic, AI, and this next talk comes to us from Accenture, who has helped sponsor this event, and we are very, very grateful to Accenture for helping make the main stage happen. Thank you. This keynote is all about rethinking mobility in terms of AI. Please welcome Accenture's mobility lead for Austria, Germany, and Switzerland, Philipp Kupferschmidt.
Hello, and great to see so many of you here today. My name is Philipp Kupferschmidt. I lead Accenture's automotive team in the region. And more importantly, I am a kid of the 80s. So if you know that I was born and raised in Germany, you can imagine what my passion was: fast cars and David Hasselhoff, of course. So both of those passions came together in Knight Rider. Does anybody remember this TV series from the 80s? Yeah, I see a couple of nods. So for those that don't know it, very short, a private crime fighter chasing criminals with a super cool talking car called Kit as his partner. Now, the 80s sure weren't short on futuristic visions. I mean, the scriptwriters back then, they must have thought, a talking and thinking car, that's about as crazy as it gets. But fast forward to today, and this vision is reality for many of us. I mean, let me ask you, how many of you have spoken to their car in the past 7 days? Raise your hands. All right, quite a few of you. And I did too. So this morning, my last conversation I had with my car was on Leberkas. I asked it to plan me a route to Messe Munich with a stop to get one of those favorite Bavarian national treats. I don't know, it's a bit cruel to be talking about food at lunchtime when you're all sitting here instead of having a bite. But here's the point. AI has entered cars. And not just cars. Think manufacturing. Today, every machine can be operated by everyone. You don't need to know any code. You don't need to read a manual for it. You can do it in natural language. And the same will happen in cars. And talking to cars, more precisely the infotainment system, is not everything that's happening. I mean, there are many more use cases beyond talking to machines. Many of them will be based on agentic AI. Now, these are AI systems that can recognize intent and take proactive steps. And they can interact across data sources and systems. And perhaps the most interesting use cases for agentic AI aren't even inside the car. So, one example. Imagine you're developing a new vehicle component, say a suspension element. Do we have any engineers in the audience? One or two, you'll know what I'm talking about then. So traditionally, the engineer would manually review specifications. You would simulate material properties. You would then iterate through countless design variations. And today, with agentic AI, that can look very different. You can have an intelligent agent that analyzes the requirements, makes material suggestions, it generates initial design drafts, it even ideates or identifies trade-offs, for example, between weight and rigidity. And it proposes optimized solutions. So you as an engineer will still be in control, but you'll have a digital co-engineer working with you. And the result? Faster development cycles, and without wishing to offend anyone, smarter designs. Or let's take another example. You're traveling from Frankfurt to Munich, as some of you may have done today, if you don't have KIT standing outside your front door. So previously, that meant you had to open a number of different apps, compare options, and book tickets manually. Now, with agentic AI, that's a very different story. And agentic AI could do all of that for you. You can simply say, I want to travel from Frankfurt to Munich tomorrow, low emissions preferred, for example, and then the system would automatically check for you the available train connections. It would offer you e-scooter options or car sharing for the last mile, and it would book everything for you. It would take into consideration your personal preferences, because it not only understands the task, it understands the intent of what you're doing. It understands your business schedule, your punctuality requirements, maybe even your needs of achieving certain sustainability goals while traveling. So the AI doesn't just plan, it acts. Or let's move to fleet operations as another example. Now, traditionally, maintenance was scheduled either at fixed intervals or it was triggered by breakdowns, both costly and inefficient. Agentic AI changes the game. An intelligent agent continuously monitors vehicle data. It identifies early signs of wear or malfunction while doing that. And it proactively schedules maintenance before issues arise. Now, it doesn't just detect anomalies, it identifies patterns. It predicts failures, and it coordinates service appointments based on your location, the urgency, and the availability of service. And this means fewer breakdowns, lower costs, and longer vehicle lifespans. And the list of use cases goes on and on. So it's easy to see why everybody wants to talk about use cases right now, about scaling them, about earning money with them. And it's tempting to start straight away. When a technology comes up, you and I, we all want to be first movers. But many of you will have seen the recent MIT study on the state of AI in business. Its conclusion: most companies fail to see results with the AI projects they've already initiated. But why? Are we over-promising on the potential of AI, or are those implementing AI solutions getting it wrong? Now, because of where we are, I suppose you would now like me to explain what I feel are the 3 universal solutions to getting AI projects right. But quite frankly, there are no standard solutions that fit every use case and every company. I believe the answer lies in asking the right questions first. Question 1, how do we organize work when productivity explodes due to AI? 2, when productivity increases, how do we ensure that AI actually unleashes innovation? And 3rd, how do we develop and redefine our relationship with customers in an AI everywhere world? Only if we answer these questions first can we really explore the full potential of agentic AI. So let's start with the first big question. AI will change how we work and perform many of our daily tasks. Now, how do we make sure that we're using agentic AI in a way that actually leads to more productivity? How do we organize our work in the future? Because one thing I think is really clear: only adding another technology or new tools to our organizations will not automatically lead to more productivity. And I feel like we've seen this before when we look at digitization. Now, the expectations with digitization were sky high, and I don't know about you, but my personal experiences are mostly at odds with these expectations. And the numbers actually support this impression. Since 2007, annual productivity growth in the European Union has been just 0.9%. 0.9%. In 2023, productivity actually declined in the Eurozone. So why should it be different this time? Well, the truth is, I think we need to rethink how we work and not just add a new tech layer on our organizations. So let's ask ourselves, what tasks can an agent really perform without human intervention? Where do humans need to come in? How do we build trust in what AI produces? And how do we enable employees to use these agents effectively instead of just adding another layer of tools to their everyday jobs? So the real challenge is, how do we design our workflows, our organizations, and even our roles in such a way that AI doesn't just make us busier, but actually better? If we don't address these questions, the risk is that we gain speed, but we lose direction and effectiveness. If we do get this right, however, we are very likely going to see the largest rise in productivity in decades. Now let's move to the second big question. How can we create a new age of collaboration and innovation with AI? Again, there is no guarantee that increased productivity will automatically lead to more innovation. In fact, it might just as well fuel fear and resistance among your employees. In fact, that's what I experience in many of the conversations I have, and I'm sure some of you do too. Now, we know that more than half of workers in the US say they are afraid of AI and its impact on their jobs. So the disconnect between employers on one side who are looking for more productivity and employees on the other who fear for their future is a very real risk. And instead of fearing AI as a potential job killer, your employees need to feel enthusiastic about AI. So what should companies ask themselves? Well, what role should AI play in your organization? Is it a tool? Is it a driver of entrepreneurship or a partner? Which behaviors do we expect from leaders and team members when AI is a part of everyday work? The truth is, without an environment that encourages openness and collaboration and experimentation, AI won't fuel creativity or innovation. It will paralyze it. So the real challenge is not just implementing technology, but building an environment where employees feel empowered to innovate with it. If we don't address this, it's very clear that technology will fail to deliver. But if we manage this well, we may very well enter a new age of collaboration and innovation. So finally, let's talk about the third big question. How does AI change the relationship with your customers? Because all of this we're doing for productivity gains, but we're also doing to have an impact on our customers and our products. So who here has had an experience with a chatbot that felt like a total waste of time? I know I have, just yesterday, actually. I mean, and if that's what AI brings, or agentic, then it's not going to help us build loyalty, it's going to erode it. So the question really is, how do we differentiate our brand and our products when everyone else uses the same AI tools? What really matters to customers, and what is just the gimmick they can do without, and they will never ever use? How do we design interactions in such a way that they feel less artificial and more intelligent and more personal? Again, the key challenge is, how do we make sure AI really deepens trust and emotional connection? And ultimately, how do we connect with our customers and create loyalty in an AI everywhere world? Because in the end, the customers won't judge us by the technology we use, but by how we make them feel. So when I grew up in Germany in the 80s, Knight Rider wasn't just a TV show. Knight Rider was a glimpse into a future where cars could talk, they could act, they could think. And to me, this felt like pure science fiction. But today, it's reality. Agentic AI is no longer a vision. It is here. And it's not just about talking cars, right? It's about intelligent systems. Systems that reason, decide, and act like KIT did. These systems help us design better components, plan smarter journeys, maintain entire fleets before problems arise. Now, when something new comes up, we're all excited. And we all want to experience it right away, and we can't wait for the future to happen. It should happen today, ideally. But when you're thinking about the next use case, pause. Ask the big questions. Rethink how you work, how you innovate, and how you connect with customers. If we do this right, agentic AI will not just be another technology, but it will deliver on the promise of technology and human ingenuity, and it'll be an engine for the new era in mobility. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Philip, and a big thank you to Accenture for sponsoring this event and help making it happen. Here on the main stage, we are continuing with the topic of AI. If you're just joining us, do me a favor, pull out your phone, use this QR code to give us feedback on the session. Let us know how we can make this event better, more interesting, or if you thought it was already perfect, tell us that. We really appreciate getting your feedback. Sticking with the topic of AI and carrying on with our CEO Keynote series, I'm really excited to introduce our next speaker. He comes to us from a startup that is developing embodied AI for autonomous driving. You might have heard of them. They recently raised $1.3 billion in funding. They've got a global team in Europe, North America, and Japan. I'm very proud to introduce to you today the CEO and co-founder of Wayve, Alex Kendall.
Servus, everyone. It's awesome to be here in Munich. I landed yesterday and have spent the best part of the last 2 days driving in our vehicles around here in Munich. And it's been awesome to see our autonomy. It's very busy streets outside here, outside of the conference, and see the interactions, the complexity. And I want to talk to you today about a disruption that's happening in the automotive industry, how AI is going to transform autonomous driving technology that we've been building for the last 8 years. I founded Wayve 8 years ago with the mission of building end-to-end deep learning, technology that would enable us to build vehicles with the onboard intelligence to make their own decisions. Our thesis was that the future of autonomous driving would be enabled with vehicles that have lean hardware that's mass manufacturable, being able to drive without any infrastructure like high-definition maps, and having the onboard intelligence to make their own decisions. And I've seen that here in Munich. We haven't had much experience of our fleet driving here. We're based offices over in Stuttgart here in Germany. They drove over in the weekend, and already I've been on countless demo drives, driving for hours around central Munich without having to touch the steering wheel. And so we believe that this approach is going to be what brings autonomous driving to the world. And I'm going to show you some really exciting examples of that today. Our model is to partner with the automotive industry and to enable this AI foundation model to work with OEMs and fleets to integrate this into their products and enable the autonomous experiences that they dream of. But let me show you an example of this in action. Here you can see our AI driving. In this place, it's in Chiyoda, near central Tokyo. And the cool thing about this experience is here we are driving with a car that has surround cameras, 5 cameras, an NVIDIA Orin in the back. Our system today works with the NVIDIA Orin or the Qualcomm 8650. And here you can see it driving through quite a highly pedestrianized area. Now, what's so exciting if you've had the chance to experience our AI is it drives in a very natural and human-like way. The way you see it predict how others are going to move, negotiate with other road users, and navigate safely through this kind of environment is what makes it, I think, so trusted and scalable. And the more interesting thing here is that this is a vehicle driving this is a video from when we first launched in Japan. So our AI had no experience of driving in Japan before. It had driven throughout Europe and North America, but this is coming to Japan, and what that demonstrates for us is a sense of generalization. This is going to be a theme through my whole talk today because autonomous driving is all about overcoming the long tail of edge cases. We're never going to see every scenario we encounter on the road during our training period. So autonomous driving is all about dealing with things you haven't seen before. Like in this instance, overtaking this double parked vehicle and making sure we're safe, wait for this oncoming car to move out of the way, and then make a decision to overtake this double parked vehicle, for example. But there's going to be many more scenarios like this in this talk, and the big takeaway here is that end-to-end deep learning is the best technology we know for this problem, the best technology we know at dealing with the long tail of edge cases and generalizing to the world. So 8 years ago when we started, our approach was to disrupt the traditional autonomy stack, the first generation of autonomy, with AV 2.0, an end-to-end neural network. The narrative for many years was saying, look, the traditional autonomous driving stack has many different components like traffic light detection, lane detection, mapping, planning, control. Now, of course, today, the state-of-the-art stacks will all use deep learning in each of these components, but the way it fits together is largely hand-engineered, and this makes it complex and expensive to optimize. We've replaced that with one end-to-end neural network. Our AI takes as input the sensor data, as well as a navigation prompt and a driving style prompt, how you want the vehicle to drive. And the output is a safe driving trajectory, perception, and safety and parking tasks. So it's a one neural network that's all optimized end-to-end in a data-driven manner. But today, the narrative has moved on from this. It's not only disrupting that with end-to-end deep learning, but we're pushing how can we build a foundation model that can truly push the boundaries of generalization. What we are training is at the forefront of the industry in scale. It's a multimodal foundation model that's able to take a diverse set of training data from cars that are camera only, camera radar LiDAR, or even internet scale or dash cam video. And it's able to learn from that diversity to then drive with many different outputs from the driving or perception or safety tasks. And this model we train at extraordinary scale and then work with our partners to distill and optimize it into their specific product, depending on what sensor architecture or chip that they're running. The benefit from this is that we aggregate, I think, the most diverse training data set in the industry. We aggregate this knowledge and enable the AI to understand driving in the most general purpose way. So with that introduction, I'm going to talk to you about 6 key points that enable this new disruptive paradigm to operate. And really, it's all about how do we build scalability, adaptability, and trust to see this AI come to market in series production programs around the world. The first one is being scalable by design. And so I've mentioned how our AI can be agnostic to the sensor architecture or chipset that a fleet or a manufacturer builds in their vehicle. And that design is really powerful because it means we may not need to wait for the next generation of vehicles. We can work with vehicles that have this hardware already in them today and software optimize with our partners to enable this. Without having all of those different microservices and dozen neural networks running, because it's one AI model, it makes inference much simpler to optimize. And so we've been able to move to new chipsets and new vehicles in a matter of weeks. The second key thing is about not relying on mapping infrastructure or high-definition maps. This is, I think, a key thing that will enable us to drive the world. And here you can see a montage of some of the places we've driven. To demonstrate this, we set the mission this year of driving in over 500 cities. I think we're up to about 250 at the moment, and we're due to hit 500 by the end of the year, all across the UK, Europe, Japan, and North America. We were in Paris a few weeks ago, and there's a really fun video we put online this week, driving around the Arc de Triomphe if you want to check it out. But without needing high-definition maps, we're able to drive with a navigation prompt. We work with many of the leading navigation systems, whether it's Hair Maps, Google Maps, OpenStreetMaps, Mapbox, whatever you're working with. Our AI is designed to take that signal and, more importantly, drive based on what it sees in front of it. And I've seen that demonstrated for the last 2 days, driving around Munich. One of the interesting things I've seen in Munich is you often have white road marking. I don't know if you've seen this around the city, but often there's yellow road marking painted over it, which can be quite difficult to navigate because you have to ignore the white road marking where there are areas of roadworks and actually drive on different lanes. And I've seen our AI, even though it hasn't had extensive experience here, naturally follow those yellow road markings and drive through the environment in central Munich. Really cool to see. And the key thing here is that intelligence is what is going to bring us to scale, not investing in infrastructure and high-definition maps. The next thing is about building trust. And this is a vision that I think will become a key part of products in the coming years, which is our foundation model doesn't just learn from driving data, but also language data. And what you're seeing here is the world's first video of a vision language action model driving a car. We released this 2 years ago. It's called Lingo. And it's not only a model that can see the world and drive a car, but also explain its driving. If you see the caption at the bottom, it's saying it's keeping pace with the lead vehicle, reducing speed because of the lead vehicle, switching lanes to stay on the planned route. you can see it's explaining how it's driving. And this opens up a number of different product opportunities. For example, we work with L2 hands-off, L3 eyes-off, and L4 robotaxi vehicles. But throughout, I think the product can benefit from more of a chauffeur experience. Can you talk to your AI? Can you ask it to drive in a style that matches your preferences? Or can you ask it questions? What are the risks you see? Why are you driving in that way? Actually, can you turn right after that bus? This kind of interaction that can allow you to build trust with your embodied AI, allow you to personalize it, this is what these models can enable. Here you can see it saying we're staying stopped at the red light, and before explaining that it'll go and head off. So by bringing language into our models, we can make it so you don't need a PhD in robotics to understand the system. You can simply talk to your AI like you would with a chauffeur. Point number 4 is about tackling the long tail of safety-critical scenarios. I mentioned this is the biggest challenge in our industry. How do we deal with things we've never seen before? Now, of course, I'm showing you a montage of one of such examples, which is harsh braking from a lead vehicle. Now, the first thing we do is from all of the data that we aggregate around the industry, we mine that through unsupervised clustering techniques to find examples of harsh braking, for example. And then we learn from that. We learn to deal with these scenarios and make sure that we drive in a safe manner through them. But we can go one step further. What you're seeing here, all of this video is artificially generated. This is fake. This is synthetic data from our Gaia world model. And so we haven't experienced this. This is generated from our AI, and we can use this to better understand and generate long-tail scenarios. We can take experience of snow and experience of roadworks and artificially generate what it's like to drive through snowy roadworks. We can recombine things because, of course, it's one thing to deal with edge cases, but corner cases is when two edge cases come together, and it's all about these scenarios at the long tail. So we can use our generative world model, Gaia, to generate these safety-critical scenarios and learn to be robust to them. The fifth thing is all about active safety. So, of course, not only do we need to drive well, but we need to protect the person if they're driving, or also make sure that we're compliant and robust in the way that we drive. And so our foundation model doesn't just handle point-to-point driving, but also active safety tasks. And here you can see on the left, robust test track testing, but it's not just enough to be compliant with NCAP regulations. On the right is an example of us driving in the real world. And one of the interesting things in this scenario, we've got many such examples in our experience, but when you look at traditional ADAS AEB systems, they often fire when the person is geometrically in front of the vehicle. Thankfully, they weren't hurt when they fell over here. But what's interesting about our system is the end-to-end learning system can predict and anticipate the person falling over. And our AEB system triggers when the person semantically looks like they're going to topple because of the way we train it is trained to predict these dynamics. Take into account all of the semantics and the road structure around us of how the scene might unfold. And so let me take to the final sixth point, which is about validation. The question is, how do we prove these levels of safety? And again, of course, extensive on-road testing is a must, but we can also look to closed-loop simulation. And here's another example of Gaia, where in this case, we are perturbing it to drive in front of this oncoming vehicle and in fact way off the road. And you can just see the robustness of our closed loop simulator. We've never seen training data driving through a forest, yet it's able to generate that. And I show this as an extreme example because being able to go very far off axis, not doing world on rails simulation, but being able to drive in a closed loop well beyond experience you've had before, this is what's required for robust validation. And it's what our end-to-end learned simulators can do through Gaia. So a whirlwind tour through the technology we're building. I hope the takeaway today is that AI is enabling a new approach to autonomous driving. It's enabling us to disrupt many of the incumbent thoughts around requiring extensive hardware or HD maps. And we're excited to be working with automakers around the world to bring this to series production consumer vehicles in Europe, Japan, and North America. If you'd like to come for a demo drive, we've got cars outside the west entrance, and we're doing drives all throughout the week. it's been a really exciting personal experience to see some of the scenarios here in Munich, and I hope you get a chance to drive in it soon.
Wonderful guest coming from NVIDIA. Next up, from cloud to car. Let's find out how NVIDIA is using AI to make autonomous vehicles safer, smarter, and let's say ready for the road of the future. So feel free to give a big round of applause for our next speaker. He's the Vice President Automotive at NVIDIA, and he's, as you can see, already here on stage. Please welcome Ali Khani.
Hi, everyone. It's my pleasure to be at IAA today. I'm going to talk to you guys about building self-driving cars safely. And first, I want to talk to you guys about the journey it takes to get to full self-driving. There's a lot of AI that you need to build self-driving technology, and to do it safely requires a lot of expertise from cloud to car. So first, deep learning really started with AlexNet a little over 10 years ago. And what we did was, researchers built a convolutional neural network, trained it on GPUs with a lot of data, and they realized you can do really good image classification with these networks. And then a lot of research focus and developer focus moved to understanding the world with perception. So we went a little bit multimodal. It was no longer just images. You added sort of audio and text. And you actually had the ability to have a world model of what you were seeing and understand it a little bit. So a lot of enhancement in perception. The big leap actually came with generative AI with ChatGPT just a few years ago, where essentially large language models were being developed, and you were generating. So you weren't just understanding the text, but you could generate an answer. You can also generate images as part of the answer. And that created a lot of disruptive experiences that we could take advantage of to build great products for all of us. Once we had that, we shifted over to agentic AI. And there, the algorithms that we could build to sort of be able to think were different. We could actually take a problem, break it out into individual pieces, so essentially perceive, and actually start to think, what's the right type of solution to this problem, break out the problem into pieces, think through the best option, and come up with the best solution. That created these digital assistants, right? So, a customer service agent, or just, your concierge that can answer your questions and give you recommendations. From there, now we're moving to physical AI, and that's what my talk is going to be focused on. So we're now talking about robotics, right? Like, you're physically moving. You're not just understanding and answering questions, but you actually have to make an action. And when you have that type of a product, there's extra rigor in how we think about safety, because we can't ever cause damage. We can't cause an accident. And so today I'm going to talk about all the innovation, all the work you need to do to build physical AI safely and securely. Okay, so first, within NVIDIA, actually, automotive is a huge vertical, and most of the time when we talk, sometimes people ask me questions. They say they ask me questions about like Qualcomm or Mobileye. So they're talking about inside the car. That's just a very small sliver of what NVIDIA does. The in-car computer is less than half of our automotive business. Most of our focus is on how we help customers train models in the cloud, how we help people simulate an autonomous driving software, test it, validate it, put it in the car, and have a data loop that's super efficient from cloud to car. But we also help our partners in automotive actually design their cars. So we build AI-accelerated digital twins that help you design a car real time. We also help our partners simulate their factories. Before you build a factory, you have to think through what's the most efficient way to build the assembly line. And you can't just build it and then make changes. It'll be super expensive. So you actually want to have a digital twin created of what a factory is, and design it and test it to be as efficient and productive as possible. And then you build that car, that factory. And then finally, in the enterprise, every type of company, but especially in enterprise for automotive, you're thinking about how to recreate how your company acts to be more efficient using AI. So is there an easy way for me to have customer service for my employees and my customers? Is there a faster way for me to develop products? Can I take all this data I have access to and make better decisions? So we help our customers with that as well. I'm going to focus on just the in-car today, but in automotive and NVIDIA is super large, and we do a lot more than what I'm going to talk about today. Okay, so within the self-driving cars, to solve this problem, you actually need 3 computers. So, and software running on each of these computers that's super rich in AI. So, first you need a computer that runs the algorithms in the car, so the inference in-car computer. And it needs to be really good at doing inference and AI efficiently and safely. The algorithms running in that car are next generation models that are end-to-end, and they also have to have a safety sort of guardrail stack that runs side by side with it. Then in the cloud, we get a bunch of data. We need to be able to train this data efficiently. We need to be able to label it automatically. Otherwise, it'd be so expensive I had to manually label data that I'm getting from these cars. And we need to be able to then test our AV software in simulation first and then in car. And how we test that software, we have to add new scenarios. And so we need a world foundation model to create the scenarios that we don't see in the real world and then be able to test it. There's so much AI software and expertise, and what I would tell you guys is the companies who are best are the ones who have a loop from the cloud to the car that's most efficient. And so usually you hear people say, tell me about the drive. How many miles did you drive without a disengagement? That's super important. But key metrics should actually be, how long did it take us to take this data and process it? How long did it take me to find an issue in my drive, root cause it, and fix it? How long does it actually take me to train a model? I have data. How long does it take me to train the model? Those are actually important metrics to tell you how good your AV team is, AV as an autonomous driving team is, to be able to build safe autonomous driving products. So, I want to talk about long tails because this is the essence of why autonomous driving is super hard. You can't actually come across real-world data that is reflective of every type of corner case that you're going to see. It's just too rare. It just really is. Like, maybe I've seen someone's suitcase that fell on the road, and I needed to know how to handle that if I had a self-driving car. But maybe someone else had a different random scenario. There's a mattress, certain type of animal, or sometimes cars have a bunch of things on the top of them, and it actually doesn't look like a car. You need to be able to recognize all of this, and saying that I'm just going to have that data in the real world is absolutely not possible. It'll be way too costly to get enough real-world data to cover all these long tails. And then it's not just that scenario, but you need that scenario with infinite variety. You need it at night, you need it in snow, you need it when it's cloudy, you need it when it's rainy. You need so many scenarios. Real-world data doesn't handle it. So actually, if you want to have a data strategy, you need to actually have 3 core pieces of technology. When you have cars that are in production on the road, you need to have special AI software in the car that takes those long-tail events that you come across and captures it in the car so you can send it in the cloud. And that's AI, because if I took all the data that my fleet of cars was collecting, it would be way too costly. I actually need to take a fraction of a % of data. But when it's a long-tail type of scenario, you want to capture it and you want to send it to the cloud. Second thing is you actually need the ability, every time you're driving, when you have an issue, you need to be able to take that issue from the car, reconstruct it, get it into sim, and then add variety to what you reconstruct and get to sim. That engine, that flywheel also needs to be world-class. And finally, you need a synthetic data generation engine so that when you can't find those long tails, you can actually create them in simulation. That data should be physically accurate, so when you actually want to test your AV or train your model, actually it performs just like real-world data, and your software gets better. You need all 3 of those things to have a good data strategy. Okay, so I'm going to show you guys the data flywheel, and the rest of this presentation is going to talk about all the pieces of software and services that NVIDIA offers to help our partners in automotive build self-driving cars better, faster, more efficiently. So, I talked about data already, right? So you're going to collect data from cars, and you're also going to generate synthetic data. So you need a world-class synthetic data generation engine. Once you have those two sources of data, models now are trained on video. It's no longer like AlexNet that I was talking to you guys about, where you're taking images and you're training on that. You're training on like 30 seconds of video because you need memory context. I might pass a traffic light and be stuck for 15 seconds past that traffic light. I actually have to have context where I am and what I'm doing. If I don't have memory as a self-driving car, I could cause an accident. So we need long clips of data. When you have that much data, you need a way to efficiently process that data, automatically label it. So we have some partners who have 3,000 labelers, and they're manually labeling data from the car. You cannot do that when you're trying to build a next generation model, a large language model, a video language action model for self-driving. So you need a fully automated data processing engine. We actually have built it, and we give it to our customers. Because we're building the full AV stack, so if a customer actually wants raw data, gets a bunch of raw data, and they want it to be annotated, curated, so that then they can find the data they want, we've built that engine, and we offer it to our customers as part of a Cosmos and Omniverse pipeline that we have. Once you have that, though, you have a scenario where now you want to find those long tails, so you need to be able to create that synthetic data. And so we've built a world foundation model for creating data. And that helps you then have a robust test infrastructure. So I'm going to go through all of these in detail. And then, of course, you put it in the car. And you need to make sure the in-car computer is super high performance and safe so that we never make an unsafe decision. OK, so the first thing that we do, which is super helpful, is we have a model that we have built. It's a world foundation model called Cosmos Predict. What does this do? It takes sensor input in from the car, camera as an example, or LiDAR or text, and it actually generates the trajectory output of the car, and it's also generating the trajectory output of all the other actors on the road. That is the essence of what a world foundation model is, right? It takes all the input and it says, this is the safest action for the car to take. So we give this to our partners, open source, and our partners can then take that source code, fine-tune it on their own data, so essentially do post-training on that data, and then they can optimize it on the computer they have on their choice. In addition to that, so that model can run on the cloud. You can train it on the cloud. It also runs in the car. Cosmos Transfer is another model that we've created that's also available in open source that essentially lets you take all the sensor inputs from the car, the camera, the LiDAR. You can also take map information that you have from the car, semantic map information, and you can use that to actually create the data in sim that is photorealistic. It's essentially exactly the real data that you captured. And then you can take that photorealistic video, and then you can give it, you can permutate it. You could say, you know what, give me that scene, but at night. Give me that scene when it's snowing, when it's raining. Now you have the ability to capture these scenarios that are super rare and actually add those, the other part of it, which is, it could be a hard scenario, but then what about at night? What about when it's snowing? Cosmos Transfer lets you do that. So now you can take limited data that you captured in the real world and generate much more with more variety that you need to build a safe AV. Cosmos Reason is another super important model. So you remember I talked to you guys about generative AI, agentic AI, and I said agentic AI gives you the ability to reason. It breaks apart a problem into multiple steps, and it actually reasons through what's the best action I could take of these multiple possibilities. It's essentially like doing math. You break it into its numerous pieces, you think through what's the best way to solve it, and then you solve it. You need a reasoning model. You need a vision language action model that has chain of thought reasoning. So if you have a core model like Predict, and then you add a Cosmos Reason head to it, now you have a reasoning chain of thought capable model for self-driving. It's super foundational and important. But it's also important for other reasons. It's not just drives better, but I actually think that if I have the ability to understand why the car took an action, a reasoning model actually tells you why it did something. So now if I'm in the car and I'm slowing down, if the car is slowing down, the car can actually tell you, hey, I'm slowing down because of the lady crossing the intersection with her baby. The reasoning model actually tells you why it did it. So now inside the car, you can actually have user experience feedback that the car is telling you why did it slow down. On top of that, in infrastructure, Cosmos Reason can be used to take data and caption it. It can actually tell you, hey, this data is a fork, is a merge. And so when we actually want to have a data factory, we want to be able to curate data. And we can curate data on how Cosmos Reason captioned the data. Super important to be able to search and find the data that you need quickly. And so Cosmos Reason is also very effective in infrastructure. OK, so I'm going to try to kind of put all of these together here. So we talked about you have the special scenario recorder data in the car that collects maybe less than 1% of the data. That's super important. And then I said you need to be able to then synthetically generate the data. So this is a good summary of it. Maybe you have 1,000 miles of really valuable data. But then what you want to do is you want to take the scenarios that you've captured from real life and you want to do behavior permutations. So think of it as you're handling an intersection left, but then you say, I want more pedestrians crossing when I'm doing this left. So we add pedestrians to the scenario that we already captured. Or I want more cars. I actually want it to be more congested in this scenario. So the core data set that we had, we've just amplified it with more variety. That's super critical to have autonomous driving software that can always be safe. Then sometimes we actually want, it's not we're adding behaviors, we want to add something to what we captured. So for example, we might say, I want to add a certain kind of truck to this intersection because I want to see how I can go around this truck. I want to actually add a parked car on the road, and I want to see if I can nudge around the parked car. Well, a really world-class synthetic data generation engine can also do that, and we have that capability. We give it to our partners. Then you have Cosmos permutations, which I talked about earlier. It's Cosmos transfer. We have these scenes. We've permutated the behaviors. We've permutated the type of actors on the road. And then we say, now let's do it for night. Let's do it with snow. Let's do it with rain. So essentially now, somehow we took 1,000 hours of really valuable data, and we've turned it into 1 million hours of really valuable data. And then you start to feel like your AV is super intelligent. Now, when you take that, it's super important, but also you also need that reasoning model. Why is the reasoning model important that I just talked about in the previous slide? A reasoning model thinks of what it's seeing, and it actually can make an intelligent decision even if it never saw it before. You also need that because even with the synthetic data generation pipeline I talked about, you can't always handle everything, so you need a reasoning model in your self-driving car as well. Okay, I kind of talked to you guys about this before, but you're going to have all this data. You need to be able to intelligently query it and search it. So you actually need a world foundation model. You need an intelligent model that can look at a video and actually find you exactly what you want. Our AV engineers have a problem on a fork or a merge. You know what they do? They say, show me all the scenes with fork merges with like this kind of situation. And if you have an intelligent search engine in your infrastructure, you actually just go find all those scenes and you can train the model immediately. If you actually had to manually go find that, that would be weeks or months of work. With Cosmos Video Dataset Search, you could just immediately do a query, find all those clips, and train your model on exactly what you're looking for. Okay, so the next important piece of technology you need is every time we're driving in the real world and we're trying to build a self-driving car that's safe, we're going to have an accident. We're going to have a problem. It's a disengagement or it's an uncomfortable event. What we want to be able to do is take that recorded log data and actually be able to recreate it in simulation exactly like your recorded log data. And then the first thing you want to do is you want to root cause what the issue is, fix your AV software for that issue, and then you want to replay your fixed software on exactly that issue and see if you fixed it. That's the development flow that you need, and we have that capability with neural reconstruction engine that we have within our pipeline. And then with what we talked about earlier, you can then take that scenario that you failed and you can amplify it with the synthetic data generation that we talked about earlier. So this actually kind of shows you what we do, and every autonomous driving company needs to do. You have an issue, and you capture that log, you take it into SIM, and you reconstruct it. And now it's running in SIM. When we say Sensor RTX, we've recreated that virtual car. It's running in SIM, and I actually now have a fixed software for that issue. I test it, and I can immediately say, I've now fixed that issue, and I've proven it not just in exactly the scenario I failed, but I've added permutations. And we passed all those permutations as well. Okay, so we talked about all the things in infrastructure, the cloud computer and the simulation computer that you need to do. But in the car, the model also needs to be state-of-the-art, and the models that you used to have in cars is completely being rewritten. Almost every car on the road today is using classical-style DNNs. BEV transformers, fusion stack, planning stack. That's the way self-driving cars were architected for the last 5 years. The only exception to this is Tesla, which has an end-to-end model, and some companies in China today. So on the road today, these are the only examples of people using state-of-the-art AI in their cars. And that's why their cars actually drive the best. But you can't build that kind of software with chain-of-thought reasoning that we were talking about unless you have that infrastructure. How do you actually test a model that just takes sensor input in and gives you trajectory out? You can't. You actually need that neural reconstruction that I showed you on the previous slide. You need to be able to take a scenario, reconstruct it, test it in SIM, and see if it passes. Then you know your end-to-end model is great. This kind of software is foundational for self-driving. If we take a standard large language model for video, so a video language action model, and we run it and just assess how effective it is, and then we add meta actions to it and chain of thought data, the performance of that model is twice as safe. It's significant. Now the thing is this kind of a model has two problems. One, it's very compute intensive. You need to be able to process these tokens per second super fast, right? Like you're going 80 miles per hour. You can't take too long to process what the sensor is seeing and be able to create an action. But when you have a chain of thought reasoning model, there's a second problem. You're thinking about what are all the permutations that I should consider before I decide what's the safest trajectory. So that's actually a different problem. It's like token generation. Token generation needs memory bandwidth efficiency. That's why Thor, which is our next computer, is based on Blackwell. And Blackwell has FP4 engine. At the essence, what's FP4 is it's able to process a vision language action model with chain of thought reasoning at twice the memory efficiency of a platform that maybe ran FP8, and then 4x the memory efficiency. That memory efficiency, how quickly you generate tokens, is super important to the experience of your self-driving car if you have a stack that's based on a vision language action model. So, I talked about our in-car computer Thor. Well, we have some exciting launches, at this, IAA. Mercedes is launching their GLC vehicle. Volvo just launched their ES90, and Lucid is launching their Gravity cars in Europe. We're super excited to be able to work with these partners. The next thing that you need within this cloud-to-car architecture to ensure your product is safe is safety methodology and know-how end-to-end. We call it NVIDIA Halos. So we have a whole bunch of tools, libraries, SDKs, software development process, simulation, infrastructure, software that makes sure that the software that you develop is built for automotive-grade safety and security. So we talked about physical AI. The car is going so fast, we can't ever make a mistake. Well, how do we build a system? Well, the first thing is when we design the system, we have to think about safety. So that means that it's great if my AI software is so good that I can run on camera, but you know what? Sometimes a camera can't see. It's dark, or something might have hit the windshield, and so the camera is blocked, or the sunlight is actually blinding the camera. So you actually want a separate sensor. You want the diversity of sensors. It's nice to have a radar and even a LiDAR in a car, because if the camera fails, you have something redundant. You think about your software architecture the same way. I want one way to see something, camera perception, but I want a different kind of camera perception algorithm so that if this algorithm didn't see it, I had another algorithm that did. And also, you increase your confidence if they both agree. So we talk about design time guardrail. It's like architecting this system to be efficient. You designed it to be efficient. But then you want to make sure that your system is designed with runtime guardrails. Like, you want monitors in your stack, in your computer, that test what goes in and what goes out, makes sure that there was no failure in your system. You actually want to have a safety guardrail or safety filters in your system. And then you want to have infrastructure pipeline that's built to automotive grade safety and security. What do I mean by that? We build a test for a lane change in self-driving. Well, we want to make sure that the test actually is correct. Just because we pass the test doesn't mean it's fine. So every feature, every function, every line of code needs to be tested, and the test needs to be ensured to actually be functional. Why do I do that? It's so much work. It's because we don't ever want to cause an accident. The investment in safety for autonomous driving is significant. NVIDIA alone has spent 15,000 man-years of engineers to be able to build this Halos methodologies and tools. And then we help our partners. We have all this learning and know-how. We give them the tools, we give them know-how, and we can actually assess what they did and give them feedback. Actually, NVIDIA now is licensed and certified to assess a partner stack. So just like TUVIS in Europe, NVIDIA actually has the know-how and the expertise to be able to say, I looked at how you built your self-driving code, and let me tell you how you should do it differently. Okay, so I also just want to say I'm super proud of one work our team did. We launched 3-4 months ago a functionally safe level 2+ stack that launched in Germany on Mercedes-Benz cars, and this stack will go worldwide. It's a huge body of work. Only Tesla has a stack that can drive any address to any address worldwide, other than NVIDIA. Super proud of that work. And then finally, the automotive ecosystem. We work with every automotive company. Everyone, and the reason is we work in the cloud, in simulation, and in car. And we're super proud that the companies that have the best AV, we work with Tesla to help them train their models in the cloud. We work with Waymo as well. We work with all the China NEVs, both in the car, in simulation, and in the cloud. But it's not just the OEMs, it's the software vendors. It's the ISVs. We take our software platform, we give it to the whole ecosystem, and then they can take that know-how and give it to their customers and partners. So we're super proud of the work, and thank you so much for your time.
And thank you, Ali, for being our guest today here on stage. So thank you. And as always, ladies and gentlemen, you have the chance to rate the session. We have a QR code on screen that you can use to do so. It's always interesting for the speakers to know, is that a topic which was something for the audience, or maybe not, but in that case, I'm quite sure looking into the future is always very exciting. Okay, so what's next? As you can see,
great to see so many seats filled here. I think I know what you're all waiting for. And don't worry, I am not offended that it isn't me. You're going to have to put up with me for 2 minutes while I do a really quick intro to a man who does not really need an introduction. We're talking here about a 4-time Formula One World Drivers' Championship title winner, 53 Grand Prix, the youngest ever World Drivers' Champion. Very excited to have him here today as a headliner. He's going to be in conversation with my colleague Simon Schutz, the head of communication for VDA. Please give a very warm main stage welcome to Sebastian Vettel and Simon Schutz.
Ja, schön, dass so viele gekommen sind. Ich könnte mir vorstellen, das liegt an dem Menschen, der neben mir liegt. Sebastian, schön, dass du dir die Zeit genommen hast und heute hier mit uns ein bisschen über die Mobilität der Zukunft sprichst.
Ja, danke.
Nochmal ein ganz herzliches Willkommen an Sebastian Vettel.
Dankeschön.
Sebastian, du bist einer oder der erfolgreichste deutsche Rennfahrer und jetzt bist du eigentlich für das Thema...
Nach Michael.
Nach Michael, okay,
also,
stimmt,
ja.
stimmt. So viel Zeit muss sein. Und das Thema Nachhaltigkeit ist eigentlich jetzt das Thema, was man mit dir verbindet. Ist das so etwas, was du schon immer in dir hattest oder ist das sowas, was während deiner Karriere immer mehr in den Vordergrund gekommen ist?
Ich glaube, es ist ein Thema, das in meiner Zeit, in meinem Leben mehr und mehr in den Vordergrund gekommen ist. Ich glaube, es gibt schon ganz viele, die haben es auch schon vor meiner Zeit, beziehungsweise vor unserer Zeit, wenn ich es sagen darf, angestoßen. Aber ich glaube, es ist das große Thema unserer Zeit und ich glaube, es ist so sehr gewachsen und so groß geworden, dass wir uns wahrscheinlich nicht mehr davor drücken können, Stellung zu nehmen und gerade aus dem Motorsport heraus, was man vielleicht nicht direkt damit verbindet, glaube ich, ja, ist es auch wichtig, Stimmen zu haben. Und ich habe das Privileg gehabt, jahrelang die Welt bereisen zu dürfen, verschiedene Länder und Kulturen kennenzulernen und ja, meine Eindrücke und Erfahrungen zu sammeln. Und ich glaube, dass mir, als ich jung war, dass mir das Thema noch nicht so sehr bewusst war. Wohlgleich ich sehr gerne draußen war und die Natur sehr schätze und schon immer irgendwie ein Auge dafür hatte. Ich glaube aber, ein Bewusstsein in dem Sinne wirklich erst in dem Herbst vielleicht meiner Karriere in dem Sinne entstanden ist. Und finde, dass es ein Thema ist, das nicht nur mich angeht, sondern uns alle auch. Ja.
Absolut. Es geht ganz sicher uns alle an und es ist ja auch im Fokus dieser Veranstaltung. Die IAA Mobility, wir sagen ja auch quasi it's all about mobility, weil wir ja jeden Tag alle Entscheidungen treffen, wie wir von A nach B kommen. Und du bist ja auch jemand, man kennt dich natürlich vor allem als Rennfahrer, aber ich weiß auch und kenne auch die Geschichten, zum Beispiel zur Rennstrecke, bist du auch oft mit dem Fahrrad gefahren, richtig? Ja, richtig. Ich meine, ich fahre gerne Fahrrad. Als Rennfahrer muss man sich auch ein bisschen fit halten und da war das Fahrrad dann auch immer mein bevorzugtes Mittel. Ich bin auch viel gelaufen, aber die Hotels waren doch recht nah an der Strecke und ich hatte dann nicht so Lust, irgendwie nach Jahren geschattelt zu werden und im Verkehr zu stehen. Dann bin ich irgendwann aufs Fahrrad umgestiegen und fand das viel angenehmer. Dann hatte ich auch gleich das Warm-up so ein bisschen drin und den Start in den Tag. Und es hat mir eigentlich sehr gut gefallen, dort wo es gepasst hat und wo es möglich war. Und natürlich dann später mit dem wachsenden Bewusstsein auch versucht, zu den Rennstrecken anzureisen mit dem Auto statt mit dem Flugzeug oder mal mit dem Zug statt mit dem Auto. Es war dann, hat dann auch ein bisschen Köpfeschütteln verursacht, als Ferrari dann die Nachricht bekam, dass ich in Mailand am Hauptbahnhof ankomme, statt irgendwie am Flughafen abgeholt zu werden. Aber mir war das wichtig und ich habe es auch gerne gemacht und fahre auch heute noch gerne Rad, auch wenn ich nicht mehr nur zur Rennstrecke fahre. Die Geschichte, die du gerade erzählt hast, finde ich, ist ja genau das, was wir versuchen auch immer wieder klar zu machen. Es ist ja auch ein Miteinander der Verkehrsmittel und kein Blame Game, wenn jetzt man mal das Flugzeug nimmt, man nimmt mal die Bahn, man schaut ja auch immer, was passt am besten in den Alltag hinein. Und ich glaube, das versuchen wir hier ja auch darzustellen. Wir haben auch eine Partnerschaft mit der Bahn. Du bist ja nachher auf dem Open Space, dann wirst du das vielleicht auch sehen. Und ein Thema, was natürlich hier auch im Fokus steht, ist die E-Mobilität und die E-Autos. Und jetzt habe ich hier jemanden sitzen, der sein Leben lang in Formel-1-Rennautos saß. Wie ist denn für dich das Fahrgefühl bei einem E-Auto?
Vielleicht muss ich ein bisschen ausholen. Also die kurze Antwort wäre super. Die längere Antwort, und da muss ich ein bisschen ausholen. Ich habe mich anfangs gesträubt und ich glaube, das ist vielleicht ein Gefühl, das viele teilen. Ja, es war einfach so, weiß ich nicht, ich halte lieber an dem fest, was man kennt und natürlich aus dem Motorsport kommt. Ist doch schade, wenn man diese ganzen Emotionen, die man damit verbindet, den Motor und dieses Geräusch und das Gefühl, die Vibration verliert und das dann einfach so passiert. Aber als ich dann das erste Mal gefahren bin und natürlich dann auch mit dem wachsenden Bewusstsein, war ich deutlich offener dazu oder stand ich deutlich offener als früher und war begeistert. Natürlich, glaube ich, muss man trennen. Das eine ist der Sport, das andere ist die Mobilität, von A nach B zu kommen und es ist einfach deutlich angenehmer. Also es ist ruhiger, man schwebt so vor sich hin. Natürlich ist es auch angenehm das Gefühl, dass man meistens vollgeladen oder vollgetankt, je nachdem, oder vollgeladen von zu Hause losfährt. Es ist entspannter und ich glaube einfach der richtige Schritt in die Zukunft.
Glaubst du, dass man bei der Formel 1 irgendwann auch nur noch mit E-Autos unterwegs sein wird?
Das glaube ich nicht. Und zwar, vielleicht um das kurz zu erklären, das Anspruchsprofil ist doch ganz anders. Also wenn wir im normalen Verkehr uns bewegen, dann sind wir normalerweise nicht alleine. Und es macht ja auch Sinn, dass es Restriktionen gibt, Tempo 30, Tempo 50, weiß ich nicht, 120, 130 auf der Autobahn oder 100. Daran möchte ich jetzt nicht so sehr festhalten, sondern vielmehr man hat auf längere Zeit eine konstante Geschwindigkeit, fährt vorausschauend, sieht die Ampel, wechselt auf Rot, geht vom Gas, bremst langsam, bleibt stehen, fährt wieder langsam los und so weiter. Auf der Rennstrecke ist das ein bisschen anders. Man steht da voll auf dem Gas, bremst so spät wie es geht und geht so schnell wie möglich wieder ans Gas. Das heißt, das Anspruchsprofil auch für die Batterien ist ganz ein anderes und die Art von Batterien, die sich dann daraus resultierend im Motorsport entwickelt haben, sind ganz anders, als die es in der Serie braucht. Deswegen ist auch die Relevanz, was die Batterietechnologie angeht, im Rennsport für die Serie nur bedingt übertragbar. Es gibt natürlich gewisse andere Dinge und Learnings, die man daraus ziehen kann. Aber ich glaube, da ist ein grundlegender Unterschied. Und deswegen glaube ich, dass der Motorsport, so wie er heute ist, wenn man jetzt von einem Formel-1-Rennen ausgeht und sagt, seit den 1950ern war so ein Rennen 300 Kilometer lang, ein Grand Prix. Und ich finde es auch gut und wichtig, dass sich das nicht ändert in Zukunft. Dann ist es aktuell einfach mit den Batterien, die wir kennen, den Batteriezellen, die Leistung für 300 Kilometer abzurufen, Volllast, Vollbremsung, Volllast, aktuell nicht möglich, beziehungsweise die Batterien wären zu groß und dann damit zu schwer, das Fahrzeuggewicht wäre wieder zu schwer, dann würde es wieder auf die Sicherheit gehen, wenn mal was schief geht, man rutscht von der Bahn. Mit einem schwereren Auto ist der Einschlag doch recht viel heftiger als mit einem leichteren Fahrzeug. Also eben, es hängt ein bisschen ein Rattenschwanz dran und ich glaube, die Entwicklung auf synthetische Kraftstoffe zu gehen für die Formel 1, für den Motorsport, ist mit Sicherheit der richtige Weg für die kommenden Jahre. Aber ich glaube, was in 10 Jahren oder 15 Jahren ist, wer weiß.
Ja, ich glaube, das wissen wir alle nicht. Da kann noch viel passieren. Und du hast es ja gerade schon angesprochen. Motorsport war ja in der Vergangenheit auch oft ein Innovationstreiber, wenn es um Dinge geht wie Materialtests, Effizienzsteigerung oder eben jetzt auch den Einsatz von synthetischen Kraftstoffen. Also ist es immer noch so, dass man quasi viel ableiten kann aus dem Motorsport und das dann eben in den großen Alltag einbaut, auf die Mobilität gesamt beziehen kann?
Ja, ich glaube auch andere Themen, die uns vielleicht gar nicht so im Alltag bewusst sind. Der Sicherheitsgurt kommt aus dem Motorsport, das ABS-System, die Traktionskontrolle, Stabilitätskontrolle, also viele Dinge, was die Sicherheit im Fahrzeug angeht, kommen aus dem Motorsport. Und ich glaube, es gibt immer noch nach wie vor Komponenten, Der aktuelle Antrieb ist super, ist faszinierend, was die Hybridtechnologie angeht. Auch die Energierückgewinnung, teilweise aus den Abgasen. Aber so komplex, dass es für die Serie eigentlich keine Verwendung finden wird, weil es macht keinen Sinn. Ja, und es würde wahrscheinlich auch keiner kaufen, ein Auto, das so teuer ist. Deswegen, glaube ich, hat sich die Serieentwicklung in der letzten Zeit ein bisschen entkoppelt. Die E-Mobilität entwickelt sich immer weiter und ich glaube, die Effizienz ist einfach unschlagbar. Ich hatte von synthetischen Kraftstoffen gesprochen und ich finde, das ist eine ganz tolle Lösung für zum Beispiel den Motorsport, für auch andere Dinge, die Fahrzeuge, die wir jetzt haben, oder? Was machen wir damit? Wir können nicht alle heute auf ein Elektroauto umsteigen. Das wäre schön, aber es wäre auch ziemlich teuer. Ich glaube, die Autos sind ohnehin vielleicht noch zu teuer. Und dafür braucht es Lösungen, aber wir müssen auch realistisch sein. Ich finde, ja, bei der Effizienz, die das Elektroauto hat, gegenüber vielleicht den synthetischen Kraftstoffen, wird das die Zukunft sein. Es wird aber eben diese Übergangsphase geben, wo man ja auf mehrere Dinge setzen wird.
Ja, absolut. Also ich glaube, dass die günstigeren E-Autos kommen, da arbeiten wir dran und hoffen, dass das auch mit jedem Jahr mehr so sein wird. Und ich glaube, das, was du gerade angesprochen hast, ich glaube, es gibt aktuell auf der Welt mehr als 1,2 Milliarden Fahrzeuge noch mit Verbrenner. Und wie du schon richtig gesagt hast, die werden ja nicht alle von jetzt auf gleich verschwinden. Und da sind synthetische Kraftstoffe sicherlich eine spannende Komponente. Ein anderes Thema, was, glaube ich, in unserer Industrie eine immer größere Rolle spielt und was für dich auch, glaube ich, ein Herzensthema ist, ist die Circular Economy, die sogenannte Kreislaufwirtschaft, weil was eigentlich ja das Maximum auch an Nachhaltigkeit ist. Wir haben ja auch bei der Elektromobilität super viele Rohstoffe, die benötigt werden und die dann im besten Fall eben, nachdem ein Produkt ausgeliehen hat, auch wiederverwendet werden. Das ist ein Beispiel für Kreislaufwirtschaft. Aber vielleicht gibst du uns mal so ein bisschen deinen Blick, warum ist Kreislaufwirtschaft so wichtig, beziehungsweise warum kann es auch ein guter Baustein sein oder ein zentraler Baustein sein auf dem, was wir eben wollen, nämlich nachhaltiger werden?
Vielleicht hole ich auch ein bisschen aus. Also mein Zugang zu dem Thema Nachhaltigkeit und Zukunft, glaube ich, wurde final geprägt durch die Geburt meiner Tochter, dass ich das erste Mal so Zukunft in meinen Händen hielt und mir das erste Mal bewusst wurde, was Zukunft bedeutet, beziehungsweise ich sie jetzt vor mir hatte und sie beschützen wollte. Ich glaube, als junger Mensch redet man von Zukunft, das ist aber noch so weit weg, dass es einen nicht wirklich tangiert. Und mit dem Älterwerden, mit der Geburt meiner Kinder, glaube ich, hat sich meine Sicht auf manche Dinge gewandelt und geändert, beziehungsweise da ich das, vielleicht noch, muss ich es noch so erklären, da ich das große Privileg hatte in meinem fast ganzen Leben, zumindest in der Formel-1-Zeit, mit total passionierten, leidenschaftlichen und begeisterten Menschen zusammenzuarbeiten, Ingenieuren, die versucht haben, jeden Stein umzudrehen und noch zu schauen, ob noch mehr Performance irgendwo sich versteckt. Das hat mich natürlich geprägt, diese Neugier, dieses Getriebensein. Ich glaube, da habe ich mich sehr wohl gefühlt, weil ich selbst getrieben war vom Erfolg und vom Erfolgreichsein. Und als sich dieses Thema dann vor mir entfaltet hat, was Zukunft angeht und damit Nachhaltigkeit, war ich natürlich sehr neugierig und habe versucht, mir das aufzuschlüsseln, habe mit vielen Leuten gesprochen, habe viel gelesen. Natürlich habe ich nicht die Ausbildung oder den Hintergrund wie viele hier im Raum oder viele hier an den Ständen. Trotzdem hat sich recht schnell für mich irgendwie ein Bild geformt und mir wurde recht schnell klar, es geht sich nicht so wirklich aus, da passt was nicht. Und dann sucht man nach Lösungen. Und auf dem Weg war ich anfangs auch ein bisschen skeptisch und teilweise sehr skeptisch, weil das Bild, das sich dann schnell zeichnet, kann ja doch sehr dunkel sein. Und dadurch, dass ich dann aber so viele Leute kennenlernen durfte und treffen durfte, die mir ihre Lösungen und ihre Ansätze erklärt haben, wurde ich immer optimistischer und bin heute eigentlich total optimistisch, weil es schon so viele Ansätze gibt, so viele Lösungen gibt. Und jetzt die Brücke schlagen zur Kreislaufwirtschaft, finde ich, ist das für mich bis jetzt das schlüssigste Konzept, wirklich den Kreis zu schließen, beziehungsweise Dinge nicht zu Ende zu denken, sondern zum Anfang zu denken. Und da sind dann ein paar Dinge hängen geblieben. Ich glaube, gerade wenn man von Produkten spricht, die man versucht zu optimieren und vielleicht unseren Fußabdruck hier und da versucht zu reduzieren, dann ist das alles schön und gut. Die Frage ist, wie weit bringt uns das oder bringt uns das nur an einen gewissen Punkt oder schließt es wirklich den Kreis? Und eigentlich sind dann viele Produkte, die wir wie neu erfinden müssten oder neu designen müssten. Und wenn wir jetzt ja hier sitzen und ich aus dem Motorsport komme und von Autos sprechen kann, dann stelle ich mir natürlich die Frage, wieso bauen wir Autos, die nicht wieder zu Autos werden? Das, glaube ich, sollte doch das große Ziel sein. Ich glaube, das habe ich jetzt schon so ein bisschen vernommen in den Hallen hier und den Spirit und die Leute, dass es ganz viele kleine Ansätze gibt und ganz viele große Ideen auch in den Räumen da sind. Aber ich glaube, das muss wirklich das Ziel sein, dass egal welcher Automobilhersteller, und vielleicht können wir uns als Deutsche, wenn ich das mal so vereinnahmen darf, so positionieren, dass wir sagen, wir bauen das erste Auto aus einem Auto, statt vielleicht nur ein weiteres Auto oder ein Auto, das ein bisschen besser ist oder ein bisschen bessere CO2-Bilanz hat. Das setzt aber voraus, dass natürlich die Rohstoffe, die wir verwenden, erstens die korrekten Rohstoffe sind, zweitens auf die richtige Art und Weise zusammengeführt werden, ob es dann ein Spezialkleber ist, ob es geschraubt wird, ob es gesteckt ist, was auch immer. Da bin ich zu wenig im Thema drin, aber ich glaube, auch da gibt es ganz viele tolle Ideen und das wäre eigentlich so schön, wenn man sehen würde, dass in Zukunft da was passiert. Und ich finde, das ist vielleicht ein treffendes Beispiel, um so meinen Weg hin zur Kreislaufwirtschaft oder zum Denken der Kreislaufwirtschaft darzustellen und meinen Wunsch, dieses Auto aus dem Auto zu schürfen.
Das finde ich toll, weil du es einmal wirklich komplett erklärt hast und einmal abgeholt hast, wie du dazu kamst und wo auch der Fokus bei der ganzen Sache liegt. Und was mich gerade besonders beeindruckt hat, ist, dass du sagst, du bist optimistisch. Ich sag mal, in meinem Alltag treffe ich auch oft Leute, die auch besorgt um Nachhaltigkeit sind und Klima, das sind wir, glaube ich, alle, aber deren Perspektive ist oft weniger optimistisch. Jetzt hast du schon mal so beschrieben, dass gerade so in dieser Innovation oder in dem, was neu kommen kann, viel drin ist, was dich optimistisch stimmt. Aber was hindert denn, dass das jetzt quasi im großen Maß auch kommt? Also sind wir da alle hart genug dran am Arbeiten oder gibt es auch irgendwelche Dinge, wo du sagst, naja, da muss man jetzt schon dran drehen, damit es auch wirklich im großen Maßstab kommt?
Weiß ich nicht, ob ich die richtige Antwort geben kann. Ich glaube, dass man vielleicht manchmal zu sehr im Detail steckt und vielleicht ist mein Blick auf die Dinge, weil er so primitiv anfangs ist oder so einfach, manchmal ganz hilfreich im Sinne von, dass ich so weit weg bin und dann Fragen stelle, die vielleicht dann auf gewisse Dinge aufmerksam machen. Und den Weg der Fragestellung bin ich auch bereit zu teilen, die Plattform, die ich habe. Ich darf auch heute hier sein und meine Meinung kundtun. Ob die jetzt so stimmt oder nicht, steht auf einem anderen Blatt, aber versuche ich natürlich in dem Sinne zu teilen und vielleicht Leute zu inspirieren oder im eigentlichen Sinne aufmerksam darauf zu machen. Aufmerksam darauf zu machen, dass es ein Problem gibt einerseits, aber dass es auch ganz viele Lösungen gibt. Ich glaube, wir sind ja ständig irgendwie, und das kann wahrscheinlich jeder von uns in den Alltag übertragen, was die Mobilität angeht, aber auch sonst, in diesem Optimierungswahn drin. Und da hilft es vielleicht manchmal ein bisschen rauszugehen und den Blick ein bisschen zu vereinfachen und zu sagen, aber optimiere ich denn überhaupt das richtige Produkt oder feile ich an der richtigen Sache? Oder sollte ich von vornherein vielleicht versuchen, neu zu beginnen und das von vornherein so zu bauen, mein Auto, um bei dem Beispiel von vorhin zu bleiben, dass ich im Nachhinein das Auto wieder auseinanderbauen kann und alle Einzelteile wiederverwerten kann. Ich glaube, als mir das bewusst wurde, so dieses Beispiel, da baut irgendjemand das erste Auto und das wird dann gefahren und das ist ganz toll, weil es uns jetzt so viel Freiheit gibt und so viele Möglichkeiten und uns unser Leben so sehr beschleunigt. Und dann kommt das irgendwann zu einem Ende und wird ersetzt, gerät dann in Vergessenheit. Aber was passiert damit? Es landet dann irgendwie auf dem Schrottplatz. Und ich glaube, Müll, Abfall, Schrottplatz, ich glaube...
Blick nochmal auf die IAA Mobility so als Ganzes. Wenn du quasi jetzt unterwegs bist und in der Rolle, in der du jetzt unterwegs bist, begegnet man dir denn oft noch mit Vorurteilen, weil man eben mal Rennfahrer war? Oder sind die Leute jetzt wirklich mittlerweile so, dass sie sagen, ey, der macht so viel, der setzt sich dafür ein und der kennt sich auch damit aus, das haben wir ja jetzt gesehen, dass man dann irgendwann auch so eine Akzeptanz erfährt und auch eben mit seinen Botschaften immer mehr durchdringt?
Auch. Ich bin einfach, glaube ich, sehr neugierig und interessiert an dem Thema. Aber eigentlich fast durchweg sind die Leute interessiert. Natürlich gibt es den einen oder anderen Kommentar. Und das nehme ich auch auf und das ist wahrscheinlich auch gerechtfertigt. Mein Fußabdruck war lange nicht gut, beziehungsweise vielleicht ist er auch heute nicht gut. Ich fliege noch. Ich fahre zwar viel Fahrrad und mehr Fahrrad, ich fliege deutlich weniger als früher. Aber ich glaube, zusammenfassend, und das wird wahrscheinlich für alle irgendwo gelten, ist zunächst das Bewusstsein, die Aufmerksamkeit, das Bewusstsein. Nur wenn man sich dessen bewusst ist, dann hinterfragt man, wird neugierig. Wenn man weiß, wo das Problem liegt, kann man auch dort konkret ansetzen. Und wenn man ansetzt, kann man was dazu beisteuern, dass es besser wird oder dass es aufhört oder gelöst wird. Ich glaube, so diese Abfolge macht für mich total Sinn und macht wahrscheinlich für viele Leute extrem viel Sinn. Und ich glaube, die Haltung generell ist, dass die Leute sehr offen sind und im Gegenteil sehr freundlich mir gegenüber ihren Werdegang erklären und versuchen, mir darzustellen, was sie an den Punkt gebracht hat, was es besser zu machen gilt und so weiter. Also Kritik gibt es immer. Das ist auch, wie gesagt, gerechtfertigt. Ich hatte ja auch mal gesagt, dass ich wahrscheinlich einer der größten Heuchler bin in dem Sinne, wenn die Leute sagen, ja, jetzt erzählt er uns davon, wie die Mobilität der Zukunft aussehen könnte, sollte, aber selber hat er so viel in dem Sinne Benzin verbrannt oder ist noch nur zum Spaß in dem Sinne im Kreis gefahren und hat noch die Welt bereist. Ich glaube aber, dass es auch in Zukunft andere geben wird, die aus Spaß im Kreis fahren werden, die Welt bereisen werden. Und ich glaube, das können wir uns, das wäre auch falsch, das den Leuten wegzunehmen und zu sagen, man sollte jetzt nicht mehr dahin fliegen und man sollte nicht mehr dies tun. Ich glaube, gerade wenn wir doch so viele Lösungen und Ansätze schon parat haben, dann gilt es jetzt an uns und an all den Machern und Macherinnen, diese jetzt auch umzusetzen. Und dann letzten Endes braucht es aber auch die Politik und den Hebel, dass dann die Weichen richtig gestellt werden.
Und ich glaube, gerade auch die Reisen öffnen einem ja auch manchmal die Augen. Wenn man Natur und manche Naturwunder anderswo sieht, hat man vielleicht auch nochmal einen anderen Blick auf Nachhaltigkeit.
Absolut. Und auch also im Positiven, natürlich die, verschiedenen Ökosysteme überhaupt sehen zu dürfen, erleben zu dürfen. Andererseits auch den Wegfall erster Hand erleben zu dürfen. Malaysia als ich nach Malaysia kam, hatte ich das Gefühl, ich lande im Regenwald und der Weg zur Strecke führte nicht durch den Regenwald, aber durch dichte Vegetation. Und Jahr für Jahr habe ich gesehen, wie die Vegetation zurückgedrängt wird und immer mehr Palmbäume, Palm Trees, Plantagen ihren Platz gefunden haben und die Natur verdrängt haben. Monokultur, die in dem Sinne irgendwelche Zwecke erfüllt hat, aber die Natur zurückgedrängt hat. Und das meinte ich vorhin. Vielleicht war mir das Thema in dem Sinne nicht so bewusst wie heute, mit all dem Wissen, das ich mir durch die Begegnungen und selbst in dem Sinne vielleicht angeeignet habe. Aber es macht doch Eindruck, wenn man Jahr und Jahr an den gleichen Ort kommt und es verändert sich so sehr und es verändert sich eben nicht zum Besseren.
Absolut. Und ich finde auch, was du gesagt hast, neugierig zu sein und Fragen zu stellen, ist, glaube ich, immer ein guter und richtiger Weg. Und wir haben jetzt nicht mehr viel Zeit, aber ich will zumindest 2 Menschen aus dem Publikum noch genau die Chance geben, neugierig zu sein und eine Frage zu stellen. Bitte aber kurz, weil wir haben nur noch 1-2 Minuten und klare Fragen. Bitte kein ewig langes Statement, weil dann kann man nicht mehr viel Zeit haben, um die Frage zu beantworten. Wer hat denn eine Frage aus dem Publikum? Ich kann mir nicht vorstellen, dass keiner eine Frage hat. Da haben wir eine Frage. Perfekt. Vielleicht stellen Sie sich ganz kurz vor, sobald Sie das Mikro haben, und dann gerne kurz Ihre Frage. Danke.
Mein Name ist Regina Roos. Ich komme aus Vettelheim, aus Heppenheim und freue mich hier, Sebastian die Frage zu stellen, was ist dein Benchmark-Country wo Sustainability Mobility im Moment am besten gelebt wird.
Was ist mein, Entschuldigung, den Anfang?
Benchmark, das Musterland, wo Sustainable Mobility gelebt wird, wenn es nicht Deutschland ist. Wir dürfen es gerne in Deutschland lassen.
Ja, Deutschland ist ein sehr, sehr großes Land und das ist vielleicht Fluch und Segen zugleich. Einerseits gibt es so viele Unternehmen, so viele Leute, die schon ganz weit vorne sind, aber natürlich gibt es auch gewisse Dinge, wo wir noch zurückliegen. Ich würde vielleicht weg von dem Land und vielleicht irgendwie mehr zum Sport gehen, weil es mir vielleicht leichter fällt, das passende Beispiel zu finden. Ich bin jetzt seit 1-2 Jahren im Segeln engagiert, bei der SailGP genauer gesagt. Und natürlich ist Segeln naturfreundlich per se, also von der Natur angetrieben. Aber die Serie hat mich damals bewegt, mitzumachen bzw. mitzuinvestieren, auch aus dem Grund, dass sie Nachhaltigkeit versucht zu leben, dass die Teams und die Athleten, Athletinnen mitgenommen werden. Es gibt neben der Wertung der SailGP, also die Rennen und die Punkte aufgrund der Ergebnisse, auch eine Impact League, wo sich die Teams einzeln überlegen, was sie machen können, um einen positiven Impact zu haben an den verschiedenen Städten in der Welt, wo gastiert wird, wo gesegelt wird. Zudem gibt es kleine Challenges, wer verbraucht wie viel Energie vor Ort. Zudem ist es extrem entscheidend oder wichtig für die Serie, wie transportieren wir die Boote, wie sieht der Kalender aus. Und ich glaube, das sind so Punkte, da können ganz viele andere Sportarten und Großevents davon lernen. Also wie, weiß ich nicht, hin zum Musikentertainment, wie strukturiere ich meine Tourdaten oder bei der Formel 1, wie sieht der Rennkalender aus, wie transportiere ich die Dinge von A nach B. Wir hatten jahrelang im Kalender, es bessert sich langsam, aber in der Formel 1, dass im Juni eigentlich die Formel 1 schon in Europa gastiert. Dann gab es ein Rennen in Kanada, dann kam man wieder zurück und dieses Hin und Her, das kann man sich natürlich jetzt heute ganz einfach erklären, sind Emissionen, die sich vermeiden lassen, wenn man den Kalender einfach anders gestaltet und so eigentlich recht einfach in dem Sinne einen großen Unterschied machen kann. Deswegen würde ich jetzt vielleicht die SailGP als das passende Beispiel nehmen, um das Bild zu zeichnen, wie sich dann der Motorsport, aber auch andere große Sportveranstaltungen, generell Live-Veranstaltungen wandeln müssen, um in Zukunft besser besser strukturiert oder besser gestaltet zu werden.
Vielen Dank. Das ist ja auch so ein bisschen aus Nachhaltigkeit einen Wettbewerb machen. Also ich meine, Wettbewerb mögen die Leute immer.
Genau, eben. Und es gibt auch Punkte eben in dieser Impact League und es gibt genauso einen großen Pokal am Ende und mit dieser gesonderten Wertung den Champion in der Impact League wie auch in der normalen Liga.
Wenn spannend ist, geht die Zeit immer sehr schnell rum. Wir sind schon am Ende der Zeit angekommen. Ich möchte mich ganz herzlich bei dir bedanken, Sebastian, dass du dir die Zeit genommen hast und dass du wirklich diesen inspirierenden Blick nach außen gegeben hast und, glaube ich, auch Menschen motivierst, einfach nachzufragen, nach Lösungen zu suchen und zu schauen, was kann jeder Einzelne von uns besser machen und dass da draußen noch so viele Innovationen und Lösungen schlummern, die vielleicht Sachen bewegen werden, von denen wir heute noch gar nichts wissen und dass das auch ein optimistischer Blick in die Zukunft ist. Ich glaube, das ist in diesen Zeiten sehr wohltuend. Meine Damen und Herren, ganz herzlichen Applaus für Sebastian Vettel und Ihnen noch einen schönen Tag.
Dankeschön.
Danke dir.
Danke. Danke.
Ja, vielen Dank, Sebastian Vettel, auch an dich, Simon, für die pünktliche Ende. Das war eine spannende Rede. Leute, es geht auf Englisch weiter. Es tut mir leid, ich hätte ankündigen sollen, dass es auf Deutsch stattfindet. Wenn Sie das nicht verstanden haben, es tut mir leid. So, we're going to continue in English. If you didn't understand the last talk, sorry, I should have told you that talk was in German. Up next, we are going to be moving along with a panel that is made possible by one of our lovely sponsors, AWS. AWS, we are so grateful for your support, helping to make the main stage happen. I know a lot of folks are rearranging themselves, trying to get to their next station. That's fine. We invite you to stay. We're going to be talking about one of the most dramatic transformations affecting the automotive industry coming up next here on the main stage. So I think we finished with our housekeeping and our furniture moving. If you're on your way somewhere else, goodbye, we'll miss you. If you're just joining us, welcome, we're happy to have you. My name is Sarah, I'll be your host here on the main stage. Sebastian Vettel is sadly gone, but we have an exciting afternoon of programming here. We're going to be talking about a new era in automotive, how to navigate it. I'm very pleased to introduce our next panel. It's going to be hosted by AWS, and I want to bring up the Managing Director of Amazon, Oscar Tohumchu, and his panelists from BMW and Continental. Oscar, welcome.
Hello, everyone. Great to be here. And it's great to be in Munich. It's a city with such deep automotive heritage, and it's great to be in the presence of so many of these leaders who are shaping the industry. So what we'll talk about in the next 45 minutes, and you see I have some exciting guests, is how we are going to be navigating a new era in automotive. I think there's a lot of talk about the future, and hopefully after the next 45 minutes, you'll take a point of view from our side, and then you can combine it with your own perspectives and think about the next 3 to 5 years. As we think about the future, we're looking at convergence of a number of things. We're seeing convergence of technology, competition, changing landscape, and a lot of uncertainty coming with the policy as well, as you know. As we look at the industry, and I talk to a lot of our customers almost every day, from US to Europe to Japan, Korea, all over the world. We see 4 themes emerging to the top, and I would like to kick it off by talking about some of these points. One is around speed, the other is around agility, quality, and personalization. Let's take a look at that. My favorite is speed, and I'll tell you a little bit about that. Speed truly sets you apart. If I were to pick one imperative that should be at the top of the priority for the whole industry, it is speed. Why is that? We're looking at new entrants to this industry coming in with 2 to 3 year development life cycles, half the time that is taken for some of the traditional OEMs. It's not because the vehicle manufacturers today are actually doing a bad job. I think it's not about only how we develop and design vehicles. How we see this coming is more of an organizational priority. When we think about speed as an imperative for the enterprise and how we see how it needs to be thought about, we really look at that it is an organizational priority and it is a leadership decision. But what makes speed challenging? When we think about how to change our organization, it's not just about picking one area, it's thinking about the whole enterprise end-to-end. But speed is not enough. When you think about your organization and all the change and disruption what we're talking about, next is around agility. With so much disruption happening in the automotive industry, agility and resilience are key. I was here 4 years ago in the same event. It was post-COVID. We know all we were talking about then. 2 years ago, we were talking about the microchip shortages. Every conversation was about microchip shortages. And now there's a lot of uncertainty that we're discussing across the industry. What is common is essentially the fact that we will see more disruption coming in. So how do we design our enterprise in a way that actually is ready for the future? The reality is in automotive, you cannot just cut costs by cutting corners. Compliance, safety matters. Agility helps us stay competitive for the future. It sets us for success for the years to come. Then again, agility is also not enough. The real frontier is around quality and complexity. Let's talk a little bit about that. If you think about today's vehicles, software is what's making them exciting. When you're buying a new vehicle, we're looking at obviously the vehicle itself, but about the software features and design features. What's the connectivity? What is the autonomous features? What is the parking features? These are super important. But with software, we also have a lot of complexity. According to research, nowadays, a typical vehicle, a modern vehicle, has almost 650 million lines of code. This is an order of magnitude higher than a smartphone, which would be in the 10 to million lines of code. So think about the complexity that we need to manage and how we actually need to think about the enterprise. This complexity is exponentially grows when you look at the different organizational silos a typical automaker has and how we actually bring these together. At the end of the day, though, our customers don't necessarily, they love the software, but at the end of the day, they're more interested in the user experience. They don't care if it's 650 million lines of code or 1 million line of code. What matters is the user experience. That brings me to my next point around personalization. At Amazon, we have a very strong point of view about customer experience. Jeff Bezos, the founder of Amazon, has a beautiful saying. Customers are always beautifully, wonderfully dissatisfied. So if you follow your customers, you will continue to raise the bar. And that's going to set the standard for your next vehicle design, for your next vehicle that you want to release. So when a customer calls for help, when they actually, do we know from the vehicle diagnostics information that what's wrong with that vehicle already? Or when that same customer moves into the service shop, does the service engineer know what they call for, already know what vehicle diagnostics are there? These are all things that add up to the customer experience. The reality is we will continue to have a lot of data sitting in different sources. What is important is how we're actually bringing that data together to create a seamless customer experience that means something for the end user. So how do we respond to that? Increasingly so, AI is part of the answer. Because AI is going to help us accelerate innovation, and we're going to talk a lot about acceleration and innovation in this event. But you may be saying, well, you know what? AI is not new. And it's true. We've been using AI in the automotive industry for many years. It's been used for predictive maintenance. It's been used for vision detection in the factory line, for identifying anomalies early on. It's been used as part of ADAS training for many of our new vehicles. So what is different now? Let's go for a moment and see what was going on in the 1990s. You can reveal yourself if you're old enough to remember this. But so the reality is, when in 1993, when America Online started sending CDs to the homes, internet became accessible in personal computers, and it led to internet became accessible to everyone. And this is exactly the moment we're in right now. AI started in niche applications, but in the last year or so, we're seeing it being embedded in everything we do. If you think about your business today, you cannot imagine a business process or a customer experience that's not connected to the internet. Omnichannel, 360 view of the customer, these are all things that we always talk about. I expect AI is going to be in everything we do, and that embedding is actually going to lead to the mass and scale adoption of AI. How is that evolution going to take place? It's interesting, 2 years ago, we were excited about chatbots and use of AI, generative AI. Already in the industry, we're talking about what's next, agents and agentic systems. When you think about AI assistants, it's pretty simple. You ask a question, you get an answer. If you ask a very good question, you get a much better answer. As we move into agentic systems and agents, the paradigm is shifting. How is that happening? Because agents are not necessarily answering to questions, but you're giving them an outcome, and you expect that outcome to be executed by them. So it's a completely new paradigm shift. And if you think about agentic systems, these are systems of agents running together autonomously, doing a complex task based on data that may actually be sitting across different silos of data. This evolution is powerful, and it opens up a lot of new possibilities for us. Agentic systems and agents, in my opinion, are extremely important for the automotive industry, and I cannot think of a better industry that this will transform. Let's talk about why is that. Automotive companies, by definition, run global operations across many countries. Many OEMs operate in every single country, with the exception of few. We have billions of customers in this industry. We are sitting on massive amounts of data. We are definitely building the most sophisticated products. We talked about the lines of code. That is utter sophistication that we're dealing with here. This is where AI comes in. It allows us to think through all that data, especially with agents, address very complex business challenges, and how we are addressing and solving some of these business challenges. Let's pick an example. Let's think about battery operations, production of battery operations. It's really dependent on so many things. You have the raw materials, you have shipping and transportation, you have changes in policy, which is happening around the world. How do we actually make sense of this? How are we reimagining our supply chain? Think about how an agentic system would address that problem. I could set up an agent that's solely focusing on scanning the raw materials market for lithium, nickel, whatever you can think of. You can set up another agent who is looking at shipping costs, transportation costs, logistics, what's happening across the globe. You can set up another one who is actually evaluating policy changes. And you make them work together. And then you basically, the most important thing is, instead of asking questions, what's happening here, what's happening there, you set a target. You basically say, I would like to reduce the cost of my battery operations by 10%. And then you let the agents run in the background. No human or a team of humans can do that. The power of this agentic system, the interaction, the autonomy, and the capability to actually process that amount of data is not comparable to anything. I often get asked the question, what drives Amazon in the automotive industry? For me, the answer is simple. Our sole focus is around acceleration and accelerating the industry for breakthrough innovation. Acceleration and innovation. These are what we're obsessed about. As AI capabilities emerge, we will continue to think of new ways of doing that. AWS has been a very strong partner in this industry in the last 15 years. We have been through connected vehicles, electrification, autonomous driving, and we have been partnering with OEMs, tier ones, technology partners to create value across the organization. And it's not just AWS. Across Amazon, we have a lot of strong assets. Amazon Smart Vehicles puts intelligent voice in the car. Amazon Ads, Amazon Autos are transforming the way automotive retail and advertising is done today. Completely new ways of doing. In the last year, we have seen incredible increase in interest coming from OEMs wanting to visit Amazon's fulfillment centers to see how our supply chain works, how our robotics work. There's so much learning that we would like to share with the rest of the industry. We've taken lessons from the decades of automation and have been applying this for the well-being and development of the industry. I would like to give some examples. I think it's important to bring it to life. We've been working with the Volkswagen Group since 2019. Many of you in the industry would know about our work that we've done in the digital production platform, DPP. We basically connected factory data, automation, and many factories around the world to each other to streamline operations. And we have delivered outstanding results in the last 5 years. Just last week, we had a press release about renewing this partnership for the next 5 years, focusing use of AI and how we can accelerate innovation faster. But our work with the VW Group is not only limited to production. We've been working with their marketing teams. One of the challenges that the marketing teams had was around how do we create images that are compliant with our branding standards? Seems like a simple problem, But if you think about the size of operations, the regional variations, it's actually a really big undertaking. So VW Group is now using Amazon Nova Pro to generate the images that are already compliant with the standards of the group. So this is saving a lot of time and also cutting down on manual reviews that the customers their agents are doing. Another one is the work we're doing with Audi. Audi engineers use AWS to manage their cloud infrastructure. We're talking about 3,000 engineers using 250 AWS accounts. We have worked with the Audi team to write 4 different AI agents, focusing on cost, security, infrastructure, and provisioning. And these agents are actually working together in an agentic system to reduce provisioning and all the tasks that these DevOps engineers need to do. What is the result? Something that used to take for about an activity that used to take about 30 minutes now can be done in 15 seconds. This is 76 minutes per user every day, productivity gains. We've been working with the Mercedes-Benz Group for a number of years as well. One of the challenges that they had early on was as they brought their connected vehicle platform to scale across their global operations, they had problems with their existing architecture. It wasn't scaling well, it was too expensive, it wasn't reliable, there were a lot of downtimes. So we re-architected this platform, parts of the platform on AWS, using serverless technologies and our state-of-the-art IoT technologies. So today, Mercedes-Benz is operating in 55+ global markets, and this platform is processing more than 4 billion transactions, events per day. It is a very powerful platform that's at the spinal cord of the intelligence that sits in the vehicle in Mercedes-Benz. Another example is the work we're doing with the Geely Group. We've been working with the Geely Group companies for a number of years. Volvo Cars, Polestar, Lotus, and now recently Zeekr. We've been working with Zeekr to advance a lot of their technological capabilities, including smart cockpit, ADAS, and digital marketing. The marketing intelligence platform we've been working with them has been quite transformational. They've been able to move all their marketing, sales, and after-sales operations onto this marketing. And it has created a big impact and transformative impact across how they actually are managing their customers and going back to the discussion on user experience, improving user experience. Another area that I would like to touch on is how we work with tier ones and technology providers. I gave good examples from how we work with OEMs. This is something that's really close to my heart because this is how we show our long-term investment into the industry. Our relationships with tier ones and technology providers are not just sell-to relationships. We typically partner with them and build solutions. We take these solutions to market together. We put together go-to-market plans for the success of these solutions. We are a direct revenue contributor to some of the work that they do. A great example is our partnership with HERE. During CES this year, we announced a 10-year, $1 billion partnership with HERE. That is a very long-term partnership. That shows how we think about long-term partnership and how HERE trusts in their relationship with AWS. HERE is already a very, very digitally native company. Most of their operations already run on cloud. The primary driver of this partnership agreement we signed was mostly around looking future and thinking about new products and services we want to build together, combining their location intelligence based on real-time mapping data and AWS's cloud and AI capabilities. One of the solutions that we are announcing during this year's event at IAA is what's called an SDV accelerator. SDV accelerator addresses one of the primary issues in the automotive market. As automotive players are transitioning to software-defined vehicles, the most important imperative, as we talked earlier, is around speed. Many of the OEMs are struggling, cutting down the development life cycles. Why? A lot of the time that could be spent on innovation is being wasted on constant integration challenges. So the SDV Accelerator will bring in cloud-native tools, proven vendor solutions that would be available through AWS Marketplace. And then these can be deployed by the OEMs in a digital workbench that you could combine them easily because they're already pre-integrated. And that would save a lot of time. Maybe one very important partnership we have is with the BMW Group. We have been working with BMW Group for almost a decade, actually, a little bit over a decade now. And this partnership has started in a way that we set a long-term vision for both of our companies and have been consistently exceeding the bar we set for ourselves. 2 years ago, actually, we were at this event when we announced our partnership when it comes to the ADAS system that BMW was building at the time. And this, of course, is a very exciting week for BMW because on Friday, they announced their Neue Klasse and the new iX3. So I cannot imagine a better partner to actually invite on stage to talk about our partnership and what BMW is doing. It is my pleasure to welcome on stage Stefan Dura, Senior Vice President of Connected Company Development at BMW Group.
Thank you. So, hello from my side as well. It's a great pleasure to talk today about our partnership with Amazon. So let's just take a quick look in the past. And like we heard, we have more than 10 years together with AWS on different products we built with them, starting with a car as a sensor, as a platform, over our cloud data hub, to a lot of different things we built in the last 10 years with AWS as a part of our product. So not only taking a look at the past, so let's take a look at the present. So we just launched this week our Neue Klasse. So it's a first car of a large fleet of cars will follow up, and is for us a really important product. And hopefully everybody has a chance to see the car on our booth. It's all about electric mobility, digitalization, and sustainability, and it's a huge technology step for us as a company. Talking about what we're doing, just take a look on the inside, and this is for us something really important. And you see our new interior in our new car. This is our panoramic iDrive, what we call it, a complete new interior concept, which gives our customer, from our perspective, the best digital experience he can get on the market. As you can see, it consists of the 4 core elements: a completely newly designed steering wheel, our central information display, our panoramic vision, and our BMW 3D head-up display. As you can see, it generates a completely new interior feeling with a lot of technology and digital experience for our customer. This is really, really important to give the best digital experience for our customer. So how are we doing this? So I'd like to talk a little bit about what a software-defined vehicle means in this context. So we heard a little bit about industry example. I want to give you 5 examples out of the BMW scope, which are really important in our cooperation together with AWS. I want to talk about product, processes, and infrastructure, which enables our software-defined vehicle. So I'd like to start with the connected vehicle backend, talk about our intelligent personal assistant, talking about virtualization of ECU, which is really crucial for us, our software factory, and a little bit about automated driving at the end of my presentation. So let's start with our connected vehicle backend. First of all, I'd like to talk numbers. More than 20 years already, we have connected vehicles on the market. So we talk about 24+ million cars fully connected in our BMW fleet. So if you take a look at the portfolio, 10.5 million of these cars are fully upgradable over the air. And we talk about combustion engine, plug-in hybrid, and electric all at the same time, powered through our infrastructure. We have about 60.6 billion requests per day And as you can imagine, that's a lot of data what we're using for 1,300 plus microservices running on our infrastructure to guarantee the best customer experience for our customers in our product. You know, the traffic data, I think, per day is impressive. And foremost, but really, really important is the reliability of our system. Because, you know, if you have no connectivity, no access to your data, it's a huge problem. So it's 99.5% of reliability we have in our product. So what can we do with this kind of connectivity? Let me give you one example. I like to talk about our BMW Intelligent Personal Assistant. It is powered by Alexa, and we use Alexa as a base technology to do our voice assistant in our car. Interesting-wise, if you take a look at our product, voice is a really, really important modality for our customer. It's not so long ago, we did customer study and people say, I don't want to talk to a machine. I think these days are already gone. And we see voice is a really, really important thing. So based on Alexa, we can create a lot of services and benefit of the Alexa ecosystem as well. There's a lot of different things we can do, and certainly you can control your car in the best possible way. The next thing I'd like to talk is about our virtual ECU technology, which we're using together with Amazon based on EC2. It's a really important tool to accelerate, like we heard, our development process in different dimensions. First of all, you know, car building and car development is pretty hardware heavy. So with this kind of technology, we can really accelerate our development process to offer every developer access to the right hardware, virtual hardware at the same time. Our product owner and our designer has the same access to sharing data between the different teams at any point in time, and taking a look at the product at the same time is really important and is really working. And the interesting use case you don't have in mind when you start something like this, if you go to a BMW dealership and you want to see a simulation of the infotainment system, you don't look at a simulation, you look at the real software code running on a virtual ECU everybody can access from his PC. So I think that's a pretty good example how a development tool helps to create a user experience even on the sales floor where people can access exactly the same product like they can experience in the car. Talking about software development. We heard it's an international game what we are playing, and if you take a look at the landscape, we have a lot of different locations where we develop software for our product. In Mountain View, in Lisbon, in Porto, and in Prague, in Portugal, we have a huge software development hub. Munich for sure. We just opened up one software hub in India, in South Africa, and in China. And overall, we take a look at about 1,200 plus developers. It's more than 500 million codes they generate. And you see the numbers by itself. I think it's clearly a global working infrastructure where everybody has access on the same build pipeline, can use the same tools, and run it in real time. So we have a 24/7 operation to build software at any point in time based on AWS infrastructure with virtual hardware and building all this project together. The last example I want to give, we should take a look at automated driving. Automated driving is a heavily data-driven business, and we announced this 2 years ago. So this is actually up and running. So we collect a lot of data out of our products, make a semantic enrichment, take a close look at them, and do a lot of resimulation, retesting, and everything which is necessary to get the best development experience for our developer, and at the end, certainly for our customer. So what you can see here is exactly the data pipeline we build it together with AWS on the backend side just to enable the best performance. So these 5 examples, from my perspective, give a good overview what we're doing with Amazon together to enable a truly potential SDV car, which you actually can see right now, what we are showing here at the IAA with our Neue Klasse. So I will use the chance to give you a little bit more what we have just built together. As you can see here, this is our new iX3. And you can see it here from the outside again. It's one of the first cars where we're going to roll out our technology in different products. And I just want to use a picture of the interior, what you're looking at. This is not one of a kind, because this kind of technology and user interaction we're going to roll out for a lot of different products as well. So the most important thing is what we are just showing here in this product, based on what I just saw. We're going to roll it out in 40 plus 2 models in the next 2 years. So together with support of Amazon, we accelerated the process, enabled a lot of technology, and we are pretty proud of showing you our iX3 today on the IAA. So thank you very much from my side, and I'd like to hand over to Eske.
Stefan, for this inspiring presentation and talking about the history and future of our partnership. So now I would like to talk about a topic that's quite dear to my heart as well, and it's about data. Of course, data is what powers AI, but what we have seen in the last 12 to 18 months is AI is transforming how our customers are engaging with data. 89% of the chief digital officers are looking at Gen AI initiatives today already, but more than half don't believe their data is ready. The automotive industry sits on immense amount of data. We talked about it already. However, that data continues to be disorganized, sitting in disparate architectures and not necessarily connected as well as it should. As a matter of fact, some of the recent conversations we're having with customers is around, well, I want to make use of AI and generative AI, but my current data architecture doesn't support that. Because I have some sitting on different clouds, I have some sitting on-prem. How do we bring that together? That is the big question, and the way the customers are engaging with data is changing. Data will make or break your AI success. You can have the most wonderful foundation model, but if the data you're using to train that foundation model is not accurate, is not timely, if it's not consistent, the outcome is not going to be what you're looking for. Let me give an example. We've been working with Toyota for a number of years. They're one of the largest automotive manufacturers, as you know. Just in North America, Toyota has more than 1,800 dealers, 63,000 employees, and 12 plus plants. I'm saying plus because they have 12 plants, they're building a 13th one. So they're somewhere in the middle. And Toyota in North America has been wrangling with the data issue for a number of years. They have data sitting in databases, data lakes, third-party sources, dealers' databases. How do they bring them together? We've been building a unified architecture together with Toyota to make sense out of this data, so their engineers can spend their time in innovation instead of integration and worrying about all the heavy lifting that we do on their behalf. Ultimately, AI hinges on data and infrastructure that you can trust. AWS is secure and sovereign by design. And this is one of the reasons why a lot of our customers prefer us to run critical mission-critical applications. With this foundation, you can build AI you can trust with the data that resides on AWS. How is that coming together for Europe? We're extending this thinking into Europe. And one of the things we are building is the AWS European Sovereign Cloud. Internally, we call it ESC. This is an independent cloud for Europe. It's designed to help our customers in regulated industries, and it's backed by a $7.8 billion investment. This will be up and running before the end of this year. It's the first region, and it will be launched in Brandenburg, Germany. So I cannot think about a better event to talk about this today. It will be separate from all the rest of the infrastructure, AWS infrastructure. It's going to use the same operating principle, so the same resiliency. However, it will not have any critical dependencies outside of this infrastructure. Everything needed to operate it will be based in EU. The talent, the technology, the infrastructure, and the leadership. Overall, AWS Sovereign Cloud is an investment that we believe is very relevant for the automotive industry in Germany as well. A reminder to all of us is your data is your competitive advantage. When you think about the foundation models today, I can access the same foundation model that you can. your customer and your competitor will be able to access the same foundation model. So how do you differentiate in this new era? You differentiate by training these models with your own data. So that integration, that culmination, that training is extremely important. The data is already in your hands, so it's our job, collective imperative, to bring it together. And when you do that, AI starts being just a tool, and then it starts to become a co-development assistant, a co-testing assistant, a co-creation tool that you can use of, that is using your own company data, which is a differentiator. That's exactly what we're doing with one of the partners that I would like to call on stage. And this is a company that is kind of new. We've been talking about this new brand as part of this event, Aumovio. You've known this company as Continental for many years. It's been a great partner for us. Again, a big testament in our partnership, how we work with our technology partners and tier ones. We've been working with them. We've been helping their own transformation. We've been building solutions to take the market together with them. And today, they're actually moving into the future with this great vision. Please join me in welcoming Jean-François Tarabia of the Executive Board of Continental. Now I need to get closer to read it. Head of Architecture and Network Solutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So thank you very much, Oscar. Hello, everybody. Yes, indeed, we also have a launch at the IAA, but a special one, the launch of a new brand for a new company, Aumovio. And for the one who missed the message or the information, we bring together here the competencies of Continental automotive sector into the new company and new brand, Aumovio. And this company is going to be listed next week at the Frankfurt Motor Show in DAX, stock exchange, sorry. And it's not just a new name, it's really transformation. Transformation for what? For faster, for more agile, for more performing, more dynamic. And as we want to be one of the leaders of the automotive industry, we strongly believe that we need this transformation to be part of the global transformation of the automotive industry. So speed is extremely important, has been mentioned by Stefan and Osgar, and we believe that speed is necessary everywhere. But where we need really more speed is for the introduction of innovation, and especially when the innovation is related to the digitalization, what makes the car part of the IoT. And we want to increase the speed of this innovation introduction, and for this we focus on two topics. The first one is about standardization, and the second one is about advanced engineering toolchain. What is standardization and why? What means with this is for everything which is computing, everything which is machine-to-machine communication, so network and telematic, we need to standardize this. Why? Because when we want to introduce something, a new innovation, into a new product, we don't need to reinvent the computing part. We don't need to reinvent the communication part. This should be really standard. And part of this also, is to integrate those innovation into an ECU and a machine which is working. On top of this, we gain the scale effect, which is mainly in quality and in cost. The second part is when we want to implement new features in this foundation, in this computing and communication system, we need the appropriate development toolchain. And this is where we name Advanced Engineering Toolchain to ease the integration of functionality, new functionality, into the computing system. So the combination of standardization plus advanced engineering toolchain enable the speed, to increase the speed of innovation. So I would like to focus on the second topic, how we worked on an advanced engineering toolchain. And for this, what I'm talking about is the result of a very strong, constructive, and creative cooperation between Aumovio and AWS. What is about? We are talking about the virtual SDV composer. And what that's gathering all the tools required for software development, from the conception, development, and maintenance. And it includes an engineering assistant powered by AI. So the purpose is really to speed up and enhance the performance of our engineers, speed up, and what I would like to mention is that this tool is not just a prototype in a lab, it's what we are using for serial projects, large projects, and that's we are rolling to around our complete organization worldwide. To explain what is about more, I would like to propose a short video, which is addressing a simple, concrete case. So we are going to watch the video. Please pay attention. It's a short one and very fast.
Modern vehicles run on hundreds of millions of lines of code, making even a single feature update feel overwhelming. A developer needs to quickly add a new speed warning feature that turns the speedometer text red when it's over 100 kilometers per hour. With the VSDV Composer Engineering Assistant, changes happen automatically across all relevant files, while correcting to help align with automotive design standards. The developer verifies the feature virtually. No need to wait for a physical vehicle to test. VSDV Composer Engineering Assistant helps cut coding time from hours to minutes, so innovation moves faster.
So innovation moves faster with this, and it's quite obvious. And what is very important is to understand, or you might ask, why, what is so special? So engineering assistant powered by AI is quite becoming normal. But as Oscar said, the most important, or one of the most important topics in the performance of the AI tool is data. And this is where Aumovio will come into consideration or play a key role. We gathered data from development along the 20 last years. Development of software, but embedded software, real-time software, and in automotive industry. So we gather all the practices, all the constraints, all the typical topics which make the performance into our data. And on top of this, we know our customers, we know for each of them their practices, their habits, how they're doing, and also their constraints, what kind of tools they use, what kind of processes they have to integrate, and so on and so forth. So this helps, or it allows the AI powered assistance system to really improve the performance significantly for our products. So that's the reason why we believe that it's, here. Sorry, that's what this part. I'm sorry, I'm missing that. So there's all of those topics. So no one has this data. So only the companies performing this engineering software for decades collected this data, are able to sort per customer or per regions according to the compliance or regulation topics. So important also to understand is not only just for coding, so obviously it's helpful for coding, but not only. We do use it for requirement analysis and even some requirement creation, for obviously quality and compliance topic, but also automated code generation, this is clear, and test cases generation and execution, and problem identification and solution. So we cover all the parts of the software development here, which has then a very, very strong impact, positive impact in a fast time to market. So we reduce the time to develop. Why? Because in many cases, we even do not need the hardware to test the functionality. We go through the virtualization, and it's very useful when you do not have access to the hardware for any reason, or the hardware is not ready. It reduces the development cost, number of loops, number of programs that we need to fix afterwards, and obviously the time to develop our products. So it enhances really, really the productivity here of our engineering, and we are very happy to deploy this around the world. So it's time to team up here using the same or common models together. We want to make the step forward with this tool and propose it as a standalone solution that we can share. And so that's why I invite you to join us at the AWS booth to look at the virtual SDV composer in action and exchange on how you can deploy or use it or enhance the products. So fast innovation introduction is a matter of tools, but it's a matter of cooperation. And here, in terms of partners, I would like to call back on stage my two partners, Osgo and Stefan. Thank you very much.
So as we wrap up, I would like to emphasize today's story was not a story about technology. As we look at how we navigate in a new era in automotive, we believe, we're strongly convicted it's about collaboration, innovation, and acceleration. Automakers, technology partners, AWS in cloud and AI, we have a very important role to play. And we believe this is our responsibility for the industry to come together and continue to deliver value for our customers. Thank you, Jean-Francois. Thank you, Stefan. And thank you all for listening. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Oscar, and thank you to AWS for being such a good partner to us here at IAA. As before, I would like to invite you to share your feedback on the sessions on the main stage program. You can use the QR code behind me to rate the session and tell us how we can make this more relevant for you, or if it was as good as it could possibly be, tell us that too. We're going to take a very short break. We will be back at 2:30. That's 12 minutes from now, with a session focusing on deep dive into tech with Qualcomm and BMW. I'll see you then. to the main stage. Thank you for coming back. I hope everybody had a lovely lunch and you are feeling energized and awake and ready for a great program. Our next session is all about cutting-edge technology. It's going to be a deep tech talk about shaping the future of mobility. We're going to hear from Qualcomm and BMW. But first, we have a video, and then I'll bring up Nicole DeGaulle from Qualcomm.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the first day of IAA. Fantastic to be here. I have the opportunity to share with all of you a partnership that we've been working on for the last 3.5 years. And it's just been outstanding to be part of BMW's Neue Klasse launch with our autonomous driving stack. You know, Qualcomm has been in the automotive business for 20 years now. And we have become relevant as a technology company, as a semiconductor supplier, as somebody that does a tremendous amount of software across connectivity, across infotainment, across ADAS. We went on to the journey of getting into the ADAS stack business about 3.5 years ago. And I'm going to share with you today the journey that we've been on, what we have learned, alongside one of our very important partners. The shared mission that we had as we took on this opportunity to get into the autonomous driving stack was technology is becoming part and parcel of every car. Sensors, today if you look at IAA, this is something that is commonplace. But if you went back 5 years ago, this concept of will cars be safe, will they drive autonomously, will they reduce collisions, it was a really important aspect that Qualcomm believed in. And we decided this is something that we would take seriously. Being a new business, apart from being able to build the right kind of technology, acquire the right kind of talent, we also had to partner with the right kind of company. And who better to partner with than an OEM that is known globally for the highest standards of safety, for focusing on their consumers, for being able to stand behind something that is really complicated in today's day and age. The partnership that we built started off in 2021, and consistently over the years, we started to take assets that we were building alongside BMW with the ultimate goal of having a stack that we would supply into BMW vehicles, but also have access to the same technology to scale up to the rest of the ecosystem. And this part is really important. The stack that we have built will be deployed in 60 countries this year, moving over to 100 countries next year. So if you think about what that means at scale, that's what we are starting to go build. The companies are obviously very different. Our roots are in semiconductors. We've been doing automotive for a long time. We do a tremendous amount of software, hardware, integration, systems engineering, supporting our customers globally. And about a decade or so ago, it became really clear to us that semiconductors in cars needed to not just be automotive quality, but automotive safety quality. And this is something, coming from a tech space, what this means is every single aspect of what we build has to be built with safety in mind. And that's the approach that we took. That's the commitment that we made to ourselves and to our customers. Alongside that, what became very clear is that everything that we would develop, whether it's camera technology, whether it's the operating systems that we use, the traceability that we have to be able to provide, needed to keep in mind that this would need to work globally. It would need to pass regulation. It would need to be something that I would feel comfortable buying for my family and put my family members in. So the bar for us was really high. The partnership with BMW became really important because we had to work with someone that had a very long history in automotive safety, had built a tremendous amount of not just hardware systems, but software systems in-house, had the track record of continuously moving the needle at a global scale, and frankly, most importantly, where we could learn from tremendously. And the Neue Klasse, which my colleague will talk about very soon, is an epitome, is an example of what it means to be able to bring all of these capabilities together. This has been a complicated partnership. It's a high-scale partnership, 1,400 engineers working across 3 different continents so that we have coverage across all time zones. We have engineers in the US, we have engineers here in Munich, in Unterschleißheim, in Romania, we have engineers in Korea, in Sweden, supporting and building this platform together. And it wasn't just BMW and Qualcomm pulling this together. We had a variety of different, very important partners. Valeo has been our very important Tier 1 partner. AWS has been a very important hyperscaler partner. We have worked with a variety of sensor partners who've helped us pull this off. We've worked with companies that helped us with data collection, with annotation, the whole gamut. And as all of you know, automotive projects are not simple projects. If you have to scale something at a multi-country footprint, it requires everybody to be highly coordinated, and that's what we were able to pull off. The other aspect that we spent a lot of time on was safety. And this is where we learned tremendously. For us to be able to build safety at the silicon level is one thing, but when you're developing a software stack that actually has to get deployed globally, that has to be safe, where you can actually not just keep up with safety regulations, but keep them updated. Every country has their own regulations. You will hear as Mira and I talk about what the complexity is. Safety means you have to be able to convince the regulator that you have traceability for every single possible scenario. These are complicated regulatory requirements, and this is something that we are very proud that we were able to pull together in this very short period of time. The scale of this deployment is really important. When we started off on this journey, I'll be frank, the idea of actually collecting data across 60 countries, expanding to 100 countries, was something that we were obviously familiar with. But what it takes is just something that is an enormous amount of effort. We have now collected over 1 million kilometers of data in 3.5 years. So if you rewind time a little bit and go back to 2021, where we decided that we would get into this partnership, we made the acquisition of Arriver, which was a stack company inside Veoneer. We pulled them together with the Qualcomm team, formed this team of about 1,000 people, found a partnership with BMW, aimed at reaching our goal in SOP 25 with a brand new car platform, the Neue Klasse, collected all of this data, and delivered this end-to-end platform. We could not be more proud of what we've been able to go pull together. And this engine is a data engine. This is the data flywheel. We keep collecting data. We keep improving the underlying stack. Most importantly, we are improving it at global scale. And all of this culminates in what we call the Snapdragon Ride Pilot, which is basically a combination of the Snapdragon Ride SoCs, which have been around now for multiple years. These are deployed all over the world. They're deployed in Europe, in the US, in China. We have been working with a variety of different partners, but now and going forward, we will actually have our L2 Plus highway and urban NOS stack deployed in partnership with BMW. This comes available with a variety of different sensor configurations, but most importantly, this is a stack that we make available to every OEM and every Tier 1. And I could not be more proud of introducing my colleague, Mihir Ayubi, who's been my partner over the last 3.5 years. But before I bring him on, let's play a video introducing the Neue Klasse.
Es ist schon bemerkenswert, wie schnell man sich wohlfühlt in dem Auto, wie sicher es sich anfühlt.
Smart. Driving fine. Also ich fühle mich jetzt sehr entspannt, wenn wir hier fahren.
Tatsächlich ist mein absolutes Highlight, wie smooth dieses Fahrzeug zum Stillstand gebracht werden kann.
Sag mir, wann wir im Stillstand sind.
Jetzt.
Stimmt schon nur 2 Sekunden.
Ja. Hauptaugenmerk liegt daran, dass der Mensch mit der Maschine zusammenwächst und die Assistenzsysteme nicht unterbrochen werden durch Lenk-, Brems- und Gasgebeingriffe.
Autos fahren weg. Erst wenn du wieder nach vorne schaust.
Ach, wie geil, Mann.
Reise halt auch ja. Los.
Compliant for sure, safe, impressive, and could be the EV that really changes a lot of people's minds that they need to get an EV for sure.
Allein schon die Assistenzsysteme für Vielfahrer wie mich sind ein absoluter Kaufgrund.
Miracle of Engineering.
Also fett, fett, fett Daumen nach oben dafür.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very big round of applause for Mihir Ayubi. First of all, Mihir, congratulations. This has been exceptional. I think maybe where we should start off with is, what does Neue Klasse mean to BMW?
Neue Klasse. Actually, if I try to summarize what the Neue Klasse, the role of the Neue Klasse for BMW, it marks a unique day, a unique year in the history of BMW. Because the engineers of BMW reinvented the car. And you have to imagine that the biggest dream of every engineer to start from scratch, to start on a white paper, and we had it. We had an entirely new body in white platform. We had an entirely new electric backbone, also a functional architecture. And we had an entirely new software architecture for the car, including 4 superbrains. One of them is our superbrain for ADAS, including all functionalities in one, delivering this experience you've seen on the media now.
I think one of the things that people don't realize as they start to think about this kind of technology, because there is so much of conversation around autonomous driving and ADAS. As somebody who's been in the business of building cars for such a long time, what are the standards that you hold yourself to, your team to, in terms of what does it take to build something of this complexity to scale up at this scale?
Actually, we start based on 3 pillars. The most important pillar is responsibility. ADAS has experienced the hype of technologies, introducing innovative technologies, trying to be cutting-edge applicator. Nevertheless, at the end of the day, this is a product which scales over customers, over models, over markets, over kilometers. And you need to deliver not only a unique driving experience, you also need to take your responsibility towards the driver and the environment itself. And this is actually at the heart of BMW's philosophy. Deliver a functionality which ensures safety. Because once you introduce ADAS to the customers, you are increasing and enhancing comfort. At the same time, you are allowing distraction to come into the car. And here you need to find your way to release and give an ease feeling to the customer, nevertheless keep him in the loop,
afternoon slot. So let's keep this a bit dynamic. What I thought I'd do is we'll do a little bit of audience participation before we get into the presentation. So first off, how many of you used a navigation system to arrive at the event, whether going to the airport, coming here, etc.? Any show of hands? All right, I would be very worried in this audience if it was low. How many of you use driver assistance programs like an autopilot or a, any other assistance program that your car may have? All right, so we have a few less hands. And even more fun, how many of you enjoyed that experience? Even less hands, so that's what I thought. So we as an industry must do more to drive innovation faster. And with that, we will focus today on how ecosystems can accelerate user-centric innovation and time to market, and that's going to be our topic. So let me get going here with a quick introduction. So I'm Mike Nefkens. I've been the CEO of HERE Technologies for 2 years. I'm going to co-present today with Remco Timmer. So he'll spend the last half of the presentation getting into some details. A quick little intro on HERE. So we are the global leader in maps and location services. We are a private company that's been owned by Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Audi, Mitsubishi Corp, Intel, and NTT. I'm glad I got that right. I was most worried about that in my presentation. And we have been in business for over 40 years, innovating. We have 222 million vehicles shipped with HERE data and services and solutions. And we have 44 million vehicles that are providing us with some kind of perception data, probe data, sensor data, etc. And this is really important because as maps are used differently, this data really allows us to define that. We have over 3.5 thousand patents, and a lot of those patents are used today from the technology from companies like Tesla all the way through the industry. So a really strong foundation to innovate. So with that, I wanted to show you a quick example when I talk about why change is urgent. You see an example here of one of the solutions that we have with one of our Chinese OEM partners. This is our navigation on autopilot solution. And you can see on the right how you have the navigation screen with much richer data, but you're seeing the integration of the sensing, mapping, and all the different systems in the vehicle coming up in front of you so that you can see all that. Whether your experience is gasoline, EV, or hybrid, it's all there for you. And that's just a quick example of how we are innovating. So with that, I want to take a step back, and I'm moving into Professor Mike mode here. This is not a HERE commercial. We're going to talk about the industry and what I think the industry needs to do better to accelerate. And it starts by really understanding the different architectures that are out there. So we're moving from yesterday's architecture being a distributed architecture with many, many ECUs, disparate software. Today we're in this domain phase, and both of those are becoming outdated very, very quickly. And we're moving towards what we call zonal architectures, which really simplify the hardware footprint and the software stack. And the layers between the silicon and the end user are being simplified, and the vehicle will become an end user device. I think all of us in this room, when we hear SDV, that is what we truly understand. And we're moving from millions of lines of code to tens of millions, and we're even getting to the point where I'm hearing now about billions of lines of code in the vehicle. This affects everyone in the value chain, including us as the lead map maker. And the map will be ubiquitous and consistent across all these use cases. And you can see at the bottom how the map is changing the way that it's being used. Before it was being sold per use case, and now it really becomes almost a middle layer in the vehicle that powers different use cases. Now, the advent of what we call live maps and data and real-time connectivity is here, and it's providing significant advantages to ecosystems. So we'll talk a little bit about where we came from, and we all know the download era, right? Where software was updated maybe once a year. We then moved, and where most of us are still driving cars in the streaming era, where it can be updated maybe weekly if you're lucky, or monthly. But now these live AI-centric maps are continuously updated, like the example I showed you earlier with that integrated cockpit. And the role of the map is changing. We heard that today. I think Alex from Wayve was up talking about how the map is being used different. All the conversations I'm having with OEM shows that as well. And if you take a look at that, we're finally at a point where we're bringing the map together with all the sensing data to provide that real view. But the map is still important because you need to know rules and regulations, traffic ahead of you and road alerts, weather, and even more important, route and path planning, which you can't see just with the sensors. So the map will play a different role, but definitely here to stay. And I want to debunk a lot of people use, when I came on board, this term mapless, and this is a good one. We are actually the leading provider of mapping attributes to the mapless players. So you have to think about that one for a minute. So it's still being used, but just in a different way. So how do we as an industry bring all this together at speed? And we believe ecosystems must align to new principles to take advantage of some of the technological shifts I just talked you through. All right, so we're going to take a big step back now and really talk about the industry and specifically the OEMs. The vertical stacked players, and we know who they are, they have a significant advantage. They have no vendor integration, and they have an ability to seamlessly move quick when it comes to time to market and TCO. So for a lot of the non-vertical OEMs, the current SDV stacks are way too complex with multiple points of failure and slow time to market. If you take a look at this stack on the right, this is a stack that we see in the industry. This is an SDV stack. And you can see here, this is a Gen 1 SDV stack. It has 12 suppliers in it, so every one of these colors is a different supplier. And it has 11 different maps in it that have had to be integrated together. So just think of the complexity there. When you're in the vehicle and you know, things aren't quite clicking, it's because SDV 1.0 was not integrated great. So what do we call that? The struggle for the user in the cockpit is real. And I call what we just showed, that SDV, the left picture is my favorite, I call it the Frankenstein. And it basically is a stack that's too complex and it has way too high of a TCO. And it's confusing for the user in the cockpit. You'll one time have one system telling you stay in your lane and go straight while your navigation is saying you need to get off here. And it's really slow to market. So with that, I'm going to go back to that verticalized concept I talked about with the OEMs, right? And we have experience with almost all of the OEMs on the chart here. And the vertical players are winning, and they're in the top right quadrant. Most of these, I think 62% are Chinese OEMs right now. The fast follower approach on the bottom left, which is great. It is a safe haven, but being in the middle is dangerous. And I see progress if you take a look at the two axes here. We have platform readiness, which really, when we look at the supplier community, it's saying how good are the products that are out there. The products are good. The problem is the left axis, and that is organizational readiness. And what do I mean by organizational readiness? And this is at the OEMs and at the suppliers, is the culture to curate a winning ecosystem to move faster versus these Frankensteins is still not there yet. And that's what we as an industry need to improve upon. So with that, can the non-vertical OEMs gain traction and win via an ecosystem approach? And we believe absolutely they can. This is a little survey we did. 78% of the ecosystem partnerships believe that we need a tight, cutting-edge ecosystem to be able to move faster. Yet what's really interesting is 40% of our European players believe that it's 10 years away to get to a point where all the suppliers can play well together in a way that allows for speed and low TCO. So we must drive now to accelerate, or we will be left behind. So with that, if you're not verticalized, what does that mean? And the future of, I think, our market needs to be ecosystem driven. And it's all about collaboration across the ecosystem value chain. How we're working now, most of us is on the left. No fit, poorly integrated, picking and choosing different suppliers, plugging them in and out. And what we have to do is we have to focus on how we can bring all the data and the systems together in an organized way. So how do we bring all of this together? And that's what I'll introduce here. So it starts with understanding what a great ecosystem partnership looks like. And what are the core tenets of that? They are, we have to share data across partners. And right now, I think that is the biggest one. No one wants to share their data. And if you don't do that, I call it a Mexican standoff, right? I lived in Mexico for over 10 years. No one is ready to engage. We need to co-create solutions. We have to have pre-integrated software. This stuff has to work together. It has to be pre-integrated. So when the OEMs get a chance to test it, it's already been tested. It works well. There is a virtualized bench that we can leverage. And we'll talk much more about that. We need to focus on allowing the OEMs to customize and extend. They shouldn't be focusing on building. They should be focusing on customization and extending, right? A good ecosystem means that we can train and simulate. And then the last is we have to have a cooperative business model between the various partners. It cannot be purely competitive. All right, so with that, what I'd like to do now is I'd like to invite Remco Timmer on stage. He leads solutions and architecture for here. He will walk you through where to get started as you think about the concepts that I just showed you around ecosystem acceleration, and in particularly how we collaborate through virtualization. So with that, thank you for today. Enjoy the rest of the conference, and Remco, you're up. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mike. And indeed, it's critical for the automotive ecosystem to accelerate collaboration. And we really believe, and we know out of experience, that key to accelerate collaboration is virtualization. We believe that virtualization is actually going to be the driving force behind the SDV transformation. It's going to help all of us to accelerate further. For those that don't know, what is actually virtualization? To put it simply, it's basically making sure you can get access to a digital twin of the digital cockpit well ahead of that cockpit ever being built. Not only a digital cockpit, but embedded in a digital car, and importantly, a digital car that's embedded in a digital virtual environment. The cool thing there is that you don't have to wait for the hardware to be present, but you can do this well before start of production. And you don't stop there, you keep continuously doing this. So even when the cars are in the market, you continuously have access to digital twins of those vehicles, so that all of the developers within your company and also well beyond your company have access to deployable targets, virtual targets, where they can test and evaluate their software. This is critical to evaluate what is there in the market. It's critical during the design phase, to the build phase, and of course when you're finally testing and validating the software. And before you deploy into the real vehicle, you're 100% sure that what you want to deploy is actually of high quality and high integrity. And this will help a lot. Let me pause here a little bit and really talk about the role of the map within that future automotive experience. We really believe that the map is still at the center and at the heart of the automotive experience. If you enter a car and you see the car in context of the entire environment, it's immediately clear that that car is smart, connected, and in tune with everything that's relevant for the driver. Of course, it can also support the driver in discovery and exploration, finding new destinations that you want to travel to. And if you found those, it will help you with routes and with navigation and guidance along the route, so you're safest and smartest on the road. But yes, the map also continues to be a vital part of the ADAS and AD systems. There's no such thing as absolute mapless ADAS and AD systems. They will still leverage a map to be aware of the route, for example, to know where they need to navigate to, but also to be informed with the latest and greatest traffic information. It's critical for path and maneuver planning to know the lanes on the road, for example. And quite often, the field of view of sensors is obstructed. Could be because of the other traffic around the vehicle, could be because of weather conditions or other conditions. So you need to quite often see beyond the curve, beyond the elevation, or beyond the traffic that is just ahead of you. What is also important is that a lot of information off the road that is critical for assisted and automated driving is simply invisible to sensors. Road rules, regulation, a lot of the speed limits are unposted and invisible. So in order for that, we also bring a map so that you can always fall back to that. And the last role of the map that we see is actually of growing and growing importance is to be able to encode the operational design domain of your software, to understand where this software functionality is to be activated and deactivated, and under which kind of operating conditions you designed it for. Actively managing the ODD is a critical part of delivering safe and resilient ADAS and AD solutions, so an absolutely vital part. Now, already Mike showed you our big picture of the innovative offerings that we have, and what we really see is that we, these days, provide one unified map for both navigation and autopilot. You want the autopilot systems to, of course, be aware of the route, so that they can do path planning and maneuver planning, But the other way around is critically important as well. You want the navigation system to be aware of the ODD of all the ADAS and AD features. So you can recommend routes with the highest degree of L2, L2+, or L3 driving. And as a consequence, get your consumers to be accustomed with these kind of exciting features. So it's really key that these are based on the same ground truth. Now, ground truth doesn't stop there. Yes, it needs to feed the vehicle in real time, but the ground truth can also serve as the ground truth for virtual engineering. So our map can be used to generate realistic simulation environments, that you're 100% sure that what you're going to experience in the virtual environment is consistent with what the cars are going to see in the real world as well. This is key. Of course, you want to train and validate on something that is representative of the real world, not a Mario world, but a real representation of the ground truth. If you figured out that your software can perform in that environment, you need to keep the ODD up to date. You want to extend to a new state, to a new country, or you want your system to operate under new conditions. And this is also what you can encode on top of that map. Now, of course, a lot of the speakers have talked about the critical role in AI in all of this, and also here, AI is everywhere. It's there to generate more code, more exciting innovation. It will help all of the developers to be more productive. It will help accelerate the deployment of new software into the vehicles tremendously and to deploy into many virtual targets ahead of the deployment in the real vehicle. But we are using AI at mass as well to keep that ground truth up to date. Those 44 million vehicles we talked about, they're all providing us with an incredible amount of sensor data. We would never, ever be able to go through all of that with manual labor. And that's why we have built a highly automated map-making machine. Of course, AI plays a vital role in all of this, and this helps us to keep that ground truth up to date. And then also AI helps to take that ground truth and generate not just one realistic simulation environment, but create many permutations of that environment. This is really key. You want to find the edge case. You want to have resilience in your software stack. And that's what we also enable. Not one realistic environment, but many, many, all across the world, and in many different variants. And that's what we enable as well. So AI really accelerates all of this. When we talk about virtualization, we still see a lot of our customers, OEMs, think first about virtualizing the hardware, the car, the chipset. And that's nice, but you want to virtualize a larger part of the total SDV architecture. You need to virtualize the hypervisors, the operating systems as well, the application development environments, and importantly, even the entire front-end user experience for the customer. And that's really key. That's who we're doing this for. We're not doing this for technology's sake. We're doing this for innovation to the end user. So we need to extend virtualization all the way to the top of the stack, where it becomes tangible to the user. You can have all the colleagues in the company evaluate the future user experience and be sure you're hitting the target. You can have everybody outside of the company as well to test and sample this user experience. This is great for internal developers. No longer they have to wait for one of the benches being available, one of the test cars being available. No, at any time they want, they can spool up a digital cockpit and test and trial their software in that digital cockpit, in a digital car, in a digital environment that is representative of the real-world environment. Nice for your internal developers, but even more important if you're collaborating in the ecosystem with your partners. All of your suppliers, all of your partners have access to these digital twins as well. And they can evaluate the performance of what they contribute to the stack and how everything comes together or doesn't yet come together. This is key. Not to your partners only, even for the third-party developer ecosystem. If you have an opportunity to provide a digital twin for all of the exciting innovators that are out there, they will unleash their creativity and show you what they can contribute to the final user experience of your vehicle. But before we start virtualizing, we need to clean up this mess a bit. I think Mike called this the Frankenstein stack. Because trying to virtualize all of this, that's going to be very messy, very cumbersome, and still not very easy to work with. So what we need to do is to try to clean this up. Rather than having a very componentized architecture, deliver highly integrated or pre-integrated verticalized solutions. That is also what we do with our OEM partners. Rather than providing all kinds of components, for many years we're providing full navigation stacks now. They are ready-made, super reliable, and exciting by themselves. But what is even cooler is they're very adaptable. It's very easy to configure the business logic, very easy to adapt the UI layer, and very easy to incorporate your own first-party services into this, and even the third-party services into this. And this is key. We need to make sure that the OEMs get access to building blocks that they can use to deliver super exciting, innovative propositions to their consumers. And we need many of those from all the OEMs, different ones, so that the consumer has something exciting to choose from. This is absolutely key. Luckily, we're not the only ones doing this. We're super excited that today we are launching the SDV Accelerator Initiative. This is something that we started off together with our partner, Amazon Web Services, AWS, but not just us. We have found many of our partners available and have them virtualize their stacks. What we did is first make sure that their pre-integrated solutions are available, and then make them available in such a way that they're easy to sample in a virtualized environment. You can click together the exact components you're interested in. Of course, we're not prescribing what you should choose. There's a whole wealth of opportunities to choose from. And if you click together what seems to fit your target audience, then you can sample that and test that and try that out. First in a digital cockpit, then in a digital car, and then in a digital car in that digital environment. So we're super excited for Electrobit, Panasonic, NTT Docomo, Mireo, Upning from Forvia, ARM, Micware, and QNX to join this initiative. And together, we actually have a lot of the key building blocks of a typical SDV architecture. And you can sample these, click these together, and see them come to life in a virtualized software development environment on AWS. We also have already 2 OEMs that are using this today, trying the different configurations and see if they will fit the different platform architectures that they are targeting. And we already see an incredible performance out of that. We see, of course, accelerated development. No longer are they wasting time on integrating low-level components. No, these come pre-integrated solutions, which will have them focus all of their development time and efforts on bringing innovative and differentiated features. Also, with integration come a lot of overhead, a lot of cost. And with these pre-integrated solutions, actually what we see is that the total cost of ownership of the stack actually reduces dramatically for the OEM. Not just in terms of development cost, but also in overhead in deployment, on data I/O, for example, or on compute footprint. You can reduce cost. And then it also helps accelerate time to market. So for some OEMs, we literally go from years to months or weeks to first see sample of software running in their vehicles. And I think this is key. You want to trial and error, you want to see all kinds of different permutations, and you need to see what works best for your consumer. You want to make it as tangible as possible. So we really promote the idea that you don't just look at the software architecture on slides, but deploy it in a digital cockpit, in that digital car, in a digital environment, and leverage simulation all throughout. Not just during your development or during your training, but also in validation, not just once before SOP, but continuously over the vehicle lifecycle. This is absolutely key. It will increase the quality and integrity of what you deliver to the market, and it will have many more people in the company involved in bringing innovation to your consumers. The cool thing also is that what we saw is that the architectures that were selected and configured by the OEMs, they don't only apply to a single vehicle hardware platform, but they could actually equally apply to other configurations all across the globe. Maybe with different hardware underneath, maybe with different screens to the consumer, but you can test all these different permutations, and this is key. So you don't lose all of the knowledge that you've gained in one program in the next program, but you actually retain this and move it forward. The benefits for the OEMs are already great, but benefits for partners are also great. We ourselves see incredible benefits of virtualization. When we started to use this a couple years ago, we see that the innovation speed really picks up. We see that we can get way more people involved in testing the software. Internally, externally, we gain way more feedback. We know we can hit the mark on an exciting user experience much better than without virtualization. So that's a great benefit that this brings to the partners. But also, this SDV Accelerator initiative enables partners to show the best of what they have to offer. They can bring this into the AWS Workbench and basically have OEMs explore the exciting solutions they have to offer proactively, rather than having to wait for the OEM to ask what it is that they'll need. There's so much exciting innovation from the partners that we have there, and I think it's an incredible opportunity for OEMs to cherry pick the best that suits their audience. It also brings great benefit for tier ones. Rather than having to take all the software architecture and the hardware architecture and trying to fit and make it work together just before SOP, they can already see if the system will work well, if the integration has succeeded, and if this is of high quality and integrity before deploying it into the real architecture. So this really speeds up time to market, but of course also increases the quality of the entire builds. In the end, we're doing this for the developers. The developers in the OEMs that are waiting for the benches, waiting for the test fleets, and basically don't have the opportunity to deploy into virtual cockpits, virtual cars, in virtual environments to unleash the powerful software that they are creating. For those in the partners and the collaboration between the partners and the OEMs, those in the tier ones, but even beyond, all those third-party developers out there that have exciting ideas how they can contribute to the automotive user experience. They could have access to these digital twins, and this is a very effective way of engaging with them. So with this virtualization, we not only believe that we will accelerate collaboration, but we'll really also unleash the creativity of all of those developers out there, all of those designers out there that want to show how they can impact the future automotive user experience, which is key to delight your customers. Now, a lot of content in about 25 minutes. Just a couple of key things to keep in mind. So yes, we are all convinced, and Mike showed the great survey that we did together with Omdia across over 600 different experts we asked, and everybody's convinced that we need to accelerate SDV, the SDV transformation through collaboration. But the key thing is, we believe virtualization will actually really help to do so. It's a way for everybody to show to everybody else what they have to offer. It's a tangible way of experiencing what they have to offer. And it's nice to prove that things can work together well ahead of that becoming available in the car. So also, what we were excited about is how many great innovations all of the partners that we brought to the SDV Accelerator initiative actually have laying around for you to evaluate. So we can bring all of those great pre-integrated high-quality stacks onto the workbenches and have you explore the benefits for your consumer. The map is still absolutely key. Yeah, the role of the map is changing, but it's still key. It's a vital part of the cabin experience, the companion app experience, and still it remains a vital part of the assisted driving and autonomous driving functionality in a car. But it's not only in the car, it's also in the virtual engineering environment. The map will make sure that if you deploy into the digital cabin in the car, you can do so in a realistic and representative digital environment. So you can really see that everything will work in the real world before you deploy and deliver that into the real vehicles. So to close it off, it's all about tearing down the walls, making collaboration far more easy, and together we can build that future. So please also join us. This is a start. We already have an incredible wealth of partners on board, but there's many more that can add a lot of value to the table, and we'd love you to join us. And many more OEMs that can try and test all of these different configurations of all the partners and get hands-on with all of this exciting innovation. If you'd like to see how all of this looks like, then you can also join me later at the AWS Theater, so at 5:30. You can see some of the different permutations that are possible and how, as an engineer and developer, you can actually use this to craft those future experiences. So please feel welcome and join us later at the AWS Theater. Thank you very much.
Remco, thank you. Let's plug your booth. Where's your booth? It's A1, isn't it?
A1, yeah.
All right, Here Technologies is in A1. I will.
Right at the entrance. You cannot miss us,
You
so
can't miss
you're
it.
welcome there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's great to hear from you. Well, folks, we are moving along with our afternoon program here on the main stage. I know it's getting...
Yeah, welcome everybody, welcome gentlemen to this panel. We're going to discuss politics a little bit and the framework we're working in, you are mostly working in, and I think it's something we've been discussing a lot, not only in Berlin, but also in Brussels, and probably also you. Oliver Zipse, I want to start with you. When you think about European competitiveness and you compare it to the US or parts of Asia, you see that growth in Europe is significantly slower than in other parts of the world. What is holding Europe back?
Let's first talk about what is possible. We are showcasing here a product which is a global product. Batteries come from China. A lot of software comes, of course, from Europe, from Germany, but also from the United States. Our global supply chain has multiple supply chains. So what does that tell us? It is possible to have a global business model situated in Germany. Why does that work? We only have 11% revenue in Germany from our volume, but more than 65% of people working here, because we have that enormous competence of people being well educated, being in an industrial environment, and we grow this year in Europe by 8%. We're not shrinking. 8% we grow. So I just want to make the point that it's possible if you have a competitive stance, that you want to succeed, that you want to be utmost on the frontier of technological development, that is possible in Europe. And of course, it could be even better if some boundary conditions. But if we don't create the will to succeed, to be a global company, and not only succeed in Europe or Germany, but also try to tackle the Chinese, the American, the South American, the Indonesian market. And that's the key stance of Europe. The most global companies sit in Europe, not in China and not in the United States. And I think we have to pinpoint our thinking on that ability and thrive on it.
Roland Busch, I want to put you in a comfortable and powerful position. You are already in a powerful position, but even more powerful now. Tomorrow is the speech, the State of the Union speech of Ursula von der Leyen in Brussels. Now you can dictate her what to say. You can make a wish. What would that be? What would be the core thing that would improve your opportunities and framework as business?
I mean, that's a nice one. Maybe it would be a very long list, but let's focus on a couple of topics. If I would have a magic wand to change something in Europe, one thing that I would change is to have really one European market, not only for capital, but also for products, for trade, which would give us a leverage on the market capacity which we have, which we don't do. The second one would be, I would put all the regulations which are just overdoing things, I mean, AI Act, Data Act, even conflicting, I would put a moratorium on them, meaning just take them off and fix it, make it in a proper way so that we do not slow down innovation. That would help quite a bit, so we will be much faster. The next thing I would go for less bureaucracy, because, and you listen, this is all about size and speed, obviously. Size, one big market, and speed, driving innovation. And maybe if I have a third wish, I would work on our energy sector, because this can be best solved in a European context, technology-wise, think about interconnectors and the like. But that would be my top wishes. But I can go on and on. But if these things would happen, I would be quite happy.
I mean, whenever I talk to CEOs about Europe and competitiveness, bureaucracy is one of the things that is mentioned in a very early stage. What is the problem in reducing bureaucracy? I'm sure you had so many conversations about it.
Oh, well, I tell you, this is, number one, this is a little bit of a self-feeding engine. Because if you give somebody a hammer, every problem looks like a nail. So the hammer in the European context are laws, regulations. So that means the people who are working there, I think 30,000, their profession is creating new regulations, and they go on and on. What you forget is asking yourself, can I pull some out? Can I pull back? And how much do I strangulate any kind of innovation if I put more and more on top of that? Now here comes maybe another twist. It's hard It's hard for political people. It's also hard for us. I mean, we also create regulations and circulars in our company, and once in a while you have to go back and say, okay, let's go back and reduce it back to a level where which we do not slow down. So it's hard, and every regulation has its argument behind why you have it, very solid arguments. So sometimes you have to be a little bit brave and make a change. So I'm saying it's not easy, but it has to be done, and you have to rethink what is the ultimate target of a European Parliament, of a European Commission. It is about, and this is my point, number one is, of course, it's the defense, because if you're a union, you should defend your outer border. And secondly is, how can I maintain and even increase competitiveness in a massive competitive environment? We talk about two 800-pound gorillas, China, United States. They're fighting for leadership in defense, in technology, in size. And how can we stay tuned and be very fast? Last point, we can. Look at that. Look at what you see here. I mean, congratulations to your iX3. I mean, it's a brilliant car. This is technology at its best. If you look at the suppliers which are ending up also in your car, this is really amazing technology which we have. But we have to speed up. We have to speed up in developing less regulations, but also in a space which we are not that good, which is software.
Oliver Zitzer, when we talk about regulation on the European level, I don't think we can not talk about 2035 and the combustion engine. Is this the core point that you would say need to change now? We are in the middle of the debate. I mean, we have Markus Söder who has started it, right?
Right. I think when life gets complex, you must look at principles. Europe is highly dependent on raw materials from other regions. First point. The second point is we are an export nation. Whether it's Germany or Europe doesn't matter. We are exporting, so we are depending on global trade. That means whatever you do is try to foster global trade, despite all difficulties might that have, because that's one of the secrets of growth. And the second point is, of course, you pinpoint where regulation leads to automatic shrinking of industry. This is what no one wants, by the way. You know, no one wants shrinking industry. They want conditions for a growing industry. And I think we have to speak up when we think the sum of regulations is going the wrong way. And there are two regulations where this is the case currently. The first one is the so-called combustion engine ban, because there's a bet on one technology that this supplies the complete market, 100%. In Europe, that's about 30 million cars per day. And of course, that technology, one technology is depending on specific raw materials, specific competencies, which are not fully scaled up in Europe. So you make a political bet. And we have to explain policymakers that there is a political risk in doing so. So that's the first thing. That's why we always were quite vocal in technology openness, which more or less stays, we can bring down CO2 in a much better, faster, and competitive way. That's all we say. You know. Okay. The second thing I would change, the sum of all regulations in our industry leads to that more or less the small car industry has vanished inside of 5 years. Inside of 5 years, look at the new car business, almost no small cars anymore. And that's not because customers don't want to buy that. This is the sum of regulation, which is the same for all cars, makes small cars too expensive. And that is our task to pinpoint, to say, there is a flaw in the overall regulation. I could continue with that. On the other hand, it's our task of competitiveness is mainly our task, to put the puzzle in a way that we can still have a business model. So you have to do two things. You have to be an entrepreneur, to put all your puzzles together and create a business model. And the other thing, of course, you have to speak up when something is going wrong. In my experience, if you have a good argument, policymakers do listen. Maybe not right away, but they do listen, because competitiveness is a political issue. It's not only an economical issue.
And maybe one thing to add, what I always think about is, maybe you should redefine it. They should not regulate, but set guardrails. So what do you want to achieve? Carbon neutrality. Okay, so that's maybe a carbon price would do, and that goes up and up as we go, and then let technology evolve. You set a guardrail, it's directing you where you want to be, and let technology play it out. Because otherwise you're ending up in that problem that everybody is buying the latest technology before this one ends, and then everybody has to buy the new one. So you're creating an over-demand, an under-demand, and then you reverse it, like the heat pumps. This is not going to work.
A follow-up question. I mean, this is not a regulation that's brand new. It's been a policy for a couple of years. Did everybody, maybe including you, underestimate the consequences of it? Or was this taken in a situation where the crisis was not as severe on the continent?
I think we have always been very outspoken, even when it was decided that this is not a very good strategy. So we are very clean on what we said. We have not changed our position here. And by the way, we are growing fast with electromobility. We're growing every year. So we do everything to bring down CO2. And that is what I mean, that as an entrepreneur, you should never follow policies because you want to follow policies. Competitiveness is your task, and you have to explain how that is achieved. And I think looking back, some market players recognize that to be faster than policymakers is maybe not a good idea.
When we look at competitiveness, I think we have to see how the regions in the world compete. And I think it's fair to say on European automakers, there's pressure from both sides, from China, and also on the policy level from the US. I would like to have you elaborate on what is the bigger challenge currently? Is it the tariff situation? I mean, you are a little bit ambiguous probably because you have a big production in the US as well, but still it's something that disadvantages Europe in a way. And then obviously we come to China on the next point.
I recognize there's a difference between a global player and a regional player. Of course, a regional player is always more hit by tariffs because you're depending on that. If you're a global player and import and export at the same time, you kind of level it out. So we are the largest exporter of cars from the United States into the rest of the world, specifically Europe, and at the same time, we import about the same volume from Europe into the United States. So when Europe reduces their tariffs, we are profiting. If the United States increase there, we are hurt. So, but we are netting it, the sum is almost zero. So, and I think policymakers have to recognize that there are large global players sitting in Europe. They have an advantage of being global. But policymakers, of course, look at Europe. They only look at Europe and not looking at global business models like Siemens, like Mercedes, like BMW have. And there are dozens of them. And I think there is a new way of looking at it. They're not, the most global players sit in Europe. They're connected to the United States and China at the same time. The other way around, it's not so often. I think you have to look what is happening, and that's no risk, that's an opportunity. And to be a system integrator which employs global supply chains, make very super complex products, that's a recipe of Europe, to have the ability to do that. We should never give that up.
Well, how do you look at the negotiation style and the result of Europe when it came to the tariff debates with the US administration?
I mean, number one is we don't like that. We believe in a world in a free trade world which has as less tariffs as possible in order to let the offerings flow across, which would stimulate competitiveness, higher growth, less inflation. And the outcome is a little bit disappointing. At the same time, we don't have a leverage. We neither have the unique market capacity which we have in Europe. We're talking about one market. We don't have it. We cannot leverage it. Nor do we have we still have a dependency on defense. So therefore, I mean, what shall we do? I mean, Chancellor said it this morning. He says he doesn't like the result either, but it was somehow a way of not escalating it any further and just seal it. Hopefully it's sealed by now. I mean, we're starting discussing again. That's not good. But maybe that's the best what you could do so far in that situation. We have to talk more about how can we strengthen ourselves, Europe. as one market, as being as innovative as possible, innovating faster than the others. So our products will still be demanded in other markets. That's our tasks, that's our play, it has been, and we have to defend this business model in the future.
I sometimes wonder, when I look at the results of the negotiations on tariffs, if an escalation couldn't be the better strategy if you achieve that it's also an escalation on the other side. And doesn't Europe make itself a little weaker than it is when it says, okay, well, we accept that you take tariffs, but we go back to zero? Wouldn't there have been a chance to achieve something better when you make yourself a little stronger, believe a bit more in yourself, and try to negotiate more by maybe even accepting an escalation in the first place? You mentioned Chancellor Merz. When he wasn't the Chancellor before, he said he was going to do exactly that when Trump would impose tariffs.
I think in trade negotiations, which are always extremely controversial, there are many different interests in there. You must acknowledge the only solution which reduces the least harm is a compromise. Of course, we can be tough, but there's always retaliation. And if you're globally connected, you maybe don't want that retaliation. What we see, for example, the highest tariffs which are imposed on BMW are not the Americans. This is Brussels. No, we have a joint venture in China producing electric minis. We pay 30.7% import tariffs from China over here. We are a European company. You know, is that fair? No, of course it's not fair. But still, we accept it for now as a compromise in trade negotiations. The point I want to make again is, if you are globally connected, you must be very careful to pinpoint your strength on one point. You might get a backlash on the other side. On the moment when the import tariffs were introduced, almost on the day, the start on rare earth from China started. Of course, you can play a strong man, then you get feedback. And let's now look at the globe, the size of the United States and the size of China and the size of Europe, then you know the answer. We are a small spot on this globe. And at the same time, we are highly connected, which is an advantage we should use.
Do you agree on the strategy?
Yeah, I fully agree. We actually, to be very honest, we don't have the leverage. What shall we do? I mean, there's so many dependencies also. Again, look at the situation which we have in Europe, the war in Ukraine and so on. So therefore, I mean, maybe that's the best outcome so far. What we have to work on, how can we let's say, maintain our strengths or even increase it in a world which is transforming. And currently, in that point in time, in a world which is more and more deconnecting, which goes more bipolar, we are on the weakest spot because we are depending on these huge markets, both sides. Largest market for us, for you, is United States and China, in whatever sequence. And therefore, that's the situation. Our technology is still demanded from outside, so we have to concentrate ourselves and bring us in a position where we do have a better leverage. That's the task. So we are very often and too much looking into the West and the right rather than talking about us, how can we be stronger in the future.
Let's have a look at the other challenge, to call it like this, China. I mean, China has gone quite away from being a great market to being still a good market, but not as great anymore, to now being interested in and even already entering the European market and becoming a competitor maybe on the home turf. How do you see the competition with China, particularly in that very moment where sort of everybody is waiting until we finally see those Chinese cars on the street, which we don't do now? Oliver Zipse, please.
Just to look at some figures. BMW sells well over 600,000 cars in China, one company. This is more than all Chinese car manufacturers sell in Europe. So we still have a very strong market position. Will it stay that way? I don't know, but this is the case currently. Of course, we fight with innovation to stabilize that. So let's look at the figures. We are inside of China much bigger than Chinese are in Europe. Are we able to prevent that Chinese automotive players like Japanese and Koreans to play some role in here? I think we should not. We should trust that we are competitive. It's not easy to survive in the most complex car market in the world. Super regulated, super complex, super demanding customers. It's not so easy. And to keep them out, the result will be they keep them out of their markets. They will keep us out of their markets. That's not a good deal. This is a very bad deal. So we should be careful not to look the world from only a European context. If BMW would sell only products in Europe, we would halve the size of our company immediately. And that is a risk. I would never take that bet. I would never take that bet.
It doesn't surprise me, to be very honest. What was the operating model of the world? The world, everything what you want to manufacture with lower costs, bring to China. That worked for a while. Labor arbitrage. Meanwhile, China was getting richer. Then it's developed to a market, not only a manufacturing hub for the world, but also for a market, because people were buying. What did they buy? Cars. So it eventually developed to one of the largest car market in the world. And along with that, and since you start manufacturing, you localize, so you're bringing, in that context, technology to the Chinese market. It's given. So, and it's needless to say that local players start adopting technology, learn technology, and what they're good at is adapting it, modifying extremely fast. They have their own way of innovating. Our engineers, they try to make it completely perfect the first time. They have maybe 3 or 4 iterations. Both works. Disruptive is maybe the way how we do. Incremental is what they do. But meanwhile, I mean, we have now a competition which has grown over the time for good reasons. And now we have to see, number one, the best thing is stay ahead. Also try to defend your market share in China with your local products. It's a super innovative market. If you're not competing there or not able to compete there, you might have a problem globally as well. And try to leverage also your own capacities which you have. So nothing bad. In turn, we will see now not only cars coming to Germany, but maybe also battery manufacturing sites, where China is definitively 5 to 10 years ahead of maybe most of others, except some Asians. And maybe they bring their manufacturing sites to Germany and we start grabbing battery technology reverse.
We start copying their technology.
Absolutely. Not copying, but we are learning. I mean knowledge comes on 2 feet. And if you get more and more people here manufacture stuff, we have the machines, the Chinese machines, okay, we start learning. So that's a global world. Hopefully it stays global, and hopefully we do have dependencies, because dependencies has also something good. But this is the way how I look at it, and same here. I mean, our market share, I mean, every 3rd manufacturing line in the world is automated by a Siemens automation. And our market share in China is definitively very, very high. Yes, we have local players, and we have to take them in the market as well.
I'm trying to imagine the German engineer going into a Chinese battery factory and taking pictures and trying to rebuild the same in Germany. So
yeah,
why not?
What we do.
Or maybe hire somebody who worked for a Chinese company. And we have a lot of them, by the way. And we love our Chinese engineers too.
When we talk about the competition in both fields of both regions of the world, I think we do, in the next moment, have to think about new markets. We have to think about opportunities that we see maybe in Latin America or in other Asian countries. Where do you see the highest, best opportunities for the next couple of years? Oliver Zipse, maybe first.
Currently, the biggest growth, believe it or not, we have in Europe. The second biggest growth market is the United States, even after the tariffs, which are since 6 months in line. Then rest of world, the sum of hundreds of markets. China is the most difficult market, but it's still the biggest one. You know, we have to put everything into relation, and that is stabilizing now. So I think it's not that you cannot exchange one market against the other if you have 180 markets overall. And believe it or not, where the most people live are the biggest markets. That's the United States, China, Southeast Asia, and South America. That's where you have to go.
I mean, same view here. If you take the market increment for the next 5 years, so which is a multiplier by size and growth. Then you see, I mean, number one is United States, followed by China. The gap is actually widening. China used to grow faster. They're slowing down, and they're still a little bit smaller in size. And then, I mean, Europe might be there as well, because, but there's, again, these are more than one market, unfortunately. But if you talk about new ones, I would definitely look into India. India is picking up more high-tech technology as we speak. India is doing a great job in investing in infrastructure. Is it mobility, energy, communication infrastructure? And there's a market evolving, which has also dedicated demand. So there might be also an opportunity or a challenge to go with local product development. But and the middle class is also increasing, means the private or the local consumption is increasing at the same time. But then you can go to ASEAN markets and others. So, but I would add India definitely as well, and ASEAN.
India as the new China?
It's hard. I mean, in which KPI? Amount of people, yes. If they come to a GDP per capita comparable, that is years to go. In terms of what you find in terms of technology, it's still different. If you look at the fine print, in the way of how their GDP is composed, it's also different. So it's not the new China, but it will be a part of the whole economic equation, which you will recognize either now, you recognize it already, or anytime soon.
Mm-hmm. What do you think about India? Do you see it as a point where BMW would, go strongly into the market, seeing the potential of it?
Let's have a look. India is a sum of almost 30 sub-countries, so it's not as united as we think in terms of regulation and so on. That's what you have to recognize. So it's quite complex. The second thing is it has the highest growth rate, and in terms of GDP, 5, 6, 7%. So this is one of the fastest growing regions in the world. But the base is so much lower. So you cannot only look at growth, you must also look at the base. And it's far away from a development we've seen in China in the last 20 years. But, of course, in percentage, it's one of the highest growth markets. And we invested heavily in software companies where we have a joint venture. So things we do here in Germany also depends on the competence in India. And slowly, we also grow the premium car market. But it's a completely different size than we have in China. So it's about the size of, it's only 1/20th of the size of China, much smaller.
Maybe also one thought on Mercosur and the potential for you once Mercosur is really in place and Latin America becomes more accessible for European products. Where do you see the potential here?
I mean, same maybe for India. If you take our market for our technology, it's not the biggest in size, but it's an opportunity. It will evolve as we speak. I mean, you have certain industries like food and beverage, which is a very strong industry as ours, which we are serving huge opportunities, electrification, and so on. But the most important point for me would be coming back to your first question. If you're living in a world where you have two superpowers which are somehow squeezing you one way or the other, how smart would it be to make as many free trade agreements as possible and as fast as possible in order to really open up your new markets? Therefore, I fully support that, and maybe there's appetite for more. Why not about another one for APEC or India or End?
Okay. Thank you so much, Oliver Zipse. Thank you, Roland Busch. I think we haven't been pessimistic. I think we do believe in opportunities that we see on the European level. I think we do have, particularly you two, have some expectations to what Ursula von der Leyen maybe is saying and doing. Thank you very much so far. If you want to short commercial block, hear and read more about what we do at Politico, here are some QR codes that I recommend you to scan. This is the podcast and the newsletter and the pro newsletter. I'm sure you have subscribed already, otherwise I'm going to flip the chairs to the other side. Thank you so much, thank you for listening, and thank you for joining the panel. Oliver Zipse, Roland Busch.
Well, thank you very much, Gordon. You stick around. I have more work for you. Guys, thank you so much for joining us. What an amazing panel. We have plenty more to come. It is 4 p.m. I know that's like midnight in conference time. I'm so happy that you're still here with us. If you have to go, we'll miss you. Thank you for being here. If you're just arriving, grab a seat. There's still some chairs in the front. We want to let everyone get settled. Let our stage get settled before we bring up the big shots. So, while we stall for time, let's get to know each other a little bit. Raise your hand if you are from Munich. Okay, some of you. Raise your hand if you're from Germany. Raise your hand if you're not from Germany. Where are you guys from in the front row? Shout it out. India, welcome. Turkey, woo, I saw Togg over there. That's a cool stat. Where are you from? Lithuania, welcome. Well, we have a very diverse front row. Welcome to all of you, and thank you for being bold enough to sit in the front row. I think we're just about situated here for our next keynote session. Cars have changed a lot since I started driving. They used to be a machine. Now it's like a personal experience. The car knows your name. That is what our next panel is going to focus on, the way that cars are becoming ever more of an experience. And we've got a really high-level panel here to help break it down. The executive leadership from Enterprise Mobility, Mercedes-Benz, and Bosch are going to share their visions on how customer expectations are changing the car. They're all going to come up for a panel that is going to be moderated by a familiar face, Gordon Rapinski, the chief editor of Politico. Please welcome Markus Hein, member of the Board of Management at Robert Bosch, Ola Källenius, chairman of the Board of Management, Mercedes-Benz, Chrissy Taylor, president and CEO, Enterprise Mobility, led by Gordon Rapinski.
Much. Yeah, welcome to my panelists. Welcome to the audience again. Now we're talking about the car and the future of the car and how it might look like. Ola Källenius, I want to start with you and your vision of 2035. We're not talking about the combustion engine, we're talking about how the car will look like in 2035. What do you think in terms of consumer experience? How will that look like 10 years from now?
The good news is that the future of the car you can actually see today. And I recommend that you step by our booth later on, because so many of the technologies that define the future of the car, they're in the car now. The one that we have brought here is the next generation electric vehicles from Mercedes-Benz, and in this case our bestseller, the GLC. And I could go on and on about the most efficient powertrain and the fantastic range and how charging becomes fueling. All of those problems, the smart engineers, in terms of what's the obstacle towards switching to electric mobility, I feel they've engineered them out. But even more exciting is what's happening on the digital side. The compute power in that vehicle is insane. The sensing capability in and around the vehicle, 27 sensors that look in all directions at all times. And literally, I mean, the double revolution that we have had in artificial intelligence over the last years, now adding Gen AI into the mix as well, makes that car more like an intelligent machine, an intelligent thinking machine. And all of that in the welcome home feeling of a Mercedes-Benz. There you go. That's the future of the car.
Sounds fantastic.
Great, and we'll buy some.
Markus Hein, let's go a little deeper into that. What do you think how software-defined vehicles will also fundamentally shift the relationship between the driver, the consumer, and the car?
Well, I guess that accompanying Ola here, the ability in software-defined vehicles to provide functionalities which are cross-domain will provide customer experience which is going beyond of what we had in the past very significantly. Or in other words, I would say it's the unique opportunity to provide hyper-personalized cars which are adaptive to individual customer needs. And I think this is really enabled by software abstracting from hardware and providing cross-domain functionalities.
Chrissy Taylor, I'm sure you have all the insights we need about also preferences that the consumers, the potential drivers have about vehicle technology. I mean, what do they really need? What do they wish for?
Yeah, we have a lot of information about our customer, and the automobile has gone through this amazing evolution, and it's only picking up speed, and which is a really great thing for us because we have a culture of listening and taking on that feedback. And if you didn't know, we have 2.5 million vehicles in our global network, and so we can actually expose and educate consumers about new technology in a vehicle, because that's really important, because we know that when we have a positive experience in the vehicle, then adoption rates will go up. And we want to make sure that we help in that evolution and introduction of new technology. And what consumers are telling us right now is that don't get concerned here, but there is a lot of technology in the vehicle, and that's a lot for the consumer to handle right now. Just because the average age of a vehicle on the road is 12 years old. However, that's why it is so important that we bring the customer along, the consumer, in this journey so that they can understand, have a positive experience, and shape the future of mobility and this new technology. The other thing that they really love is GPS, Bluetooth, the infotainment, all of the things that you can see on the showroom floor, but then also safety. Safety is critical in all that we do and putting a well-maintained vehicle on the road. And so they love the driver assistance and they love all of those features. And so it's really an exciting time, and the consumer is giving us a lot of feedback that we need to make sure that we're listening to.
Is there also a too much in terms of digitalization on the car when it comes to a consumer experience? I mean, sometimes it feels like when I look at some of the displayed cars, you know, you sometimes go back to like physical experience. Is that also a learning from the past years?
It's absolutely a learning experience. And again, many of you know us as Enterprise, National, and Alamo, the rental car organization, but we have 9 distinct business lines in our operation. And so when customers get into the vehicle, we have a diverse customer base, and it's really, a lot of them has been in an accident. And so it's the perfect test drive, and we have to educate them because, again, the average age of a car on the road is 12 years old. And so when they get in, they need to understand what's happening in the vehicle. That iPad and that cockpit is screaming at them. And they're like, whoa, what am I supposed to do with that? And so digitalization and customer experience, it all comes down to listening, to learning, to understand what they really like, but also remembering that the average age of the vehicle is a bit older.
Markus, what do you think if you take electrification, if you take digitalization, but also changing consumer expectations? I mean, what is really shaping the change the most? Which level?
Well, from my point of view, it is clear that electrification will be the mainstream. That's clear. But from the consumer experience side, I believe the more the car helps you to get along with your daily tasks and recognizes you, your behavior, your preferences, who is accompanying you, and what mode is it, which is now preferred, that changes a lot. To just give you an example, we have lately shown something which we call like vehicle motion management, and it basically changes the characteristic of the vehicle tremendously. So if I have my family with me and kids are sleeping in the back, it switches to a mode where kids can sleep without any interferences. But it can also switch back into a mode when I like to drive more sporty, more agile. And it's something which is making my life as a driver a lot more convenient. And by the way, the vehicle typically also knows, because I'm connected, it knows where I'm going to, it knows whether I'm, let's say, in a hurry or not, and eventually it parks my car because I'm in a hurry to get into the next meeting. So all of these things help us, help me to have a more convenient life as a driver, and it gives me back time, which is precious, I guess, for all of us.
Mm-hmm. So we're basically at a point where the mood can be adjusted, sort of, or the car can react to your driver's mood in a way, or needs.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you can recognize via camera the mood of the driver. There's no issue. But the way the system should respond, complementing to what Chrissy said, of course, should be in a way that you feel comfortable. So I want somebody propose to me if I like it or not. Not just do something which I don't expect. So it has to be reliable. It has to feel, let's say, comfortable. And by the way, it has to be safe. In the software-defined vehicles already today, we have lots of artificial intelligence. We should not underestimate the opportunities. When we think about the progresses in automated driving, most of that is being accelerated by AI. And this will not stop just at ADAS. It will cover all domains in the vehicle.
Ola Kalenius, when you think about the typical Mercedes-Benz driver who enters the car or who considers buying a new Mercedes-Benz, what sort of independent decision does he or she want to take, and where is he or she comfortable when the car suggests something or gives you some opportunities in terms of your consumer experience?
For most Mercedes customers and fans, they want the true Mercedes recipe, so they kind of know what to expect. Of course, the safety, the quality, how the car rides and drives, the intuitive side of things, and the performance. So you know what the recipe is, but when it comes to now everything that we can do on the digital side, I think it's important to do tech not for the sake of tech, but tech for the sake of humans. What really matters. And where do you go overboard? I used an example in the presentation of this new GLC. We were the first ones in the business that introduced a few years back the completely high-tech capacitive steering wheel. And man, we're proud of that steering wheel. And it works beautifully. Everything is logical, everything is sorted. It's kind of German order here. But, you know, over the years, people said, great, but what about the good old Wippe und Walze, yeah, the rocker and roller? If you drive and you look out the windscreen, which I would recommend, by the way, if you're driving, intuitively, if you have some physical bits as well, so it's analog and digital working in harmony, I think you need to find the right balance. So the technical toolbox just gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. It's not about to create the millionth use case. It's like on your smartphone. Are you looking at 1 million apps? No, you're not. But the ones that you do use, you want them to be absolutely perfect. And this is now, for your customers, for your Mercedes customers, where the journey is going to be easier, because you see this fantastic screen and it maybe looks intimidating if you're more of a conservative driver. You don't need to know anything. You just need to talk to it. You now have the Mercedes virtual assistant and you just talk to it. So whatever you say, it's like talking to a very well-informed, super intelligent person. As an illustration, yesterday we developed what we call conversational navigation together with Google. So on the Google stand they have a brand new CLA there, and we did it just for fun. And I tested something, so we wanted to demonstrate it. So I was thinking, what am I gonna ask the car to illustrate this? So I said, I'm in Munich, Oktoberfest is coming up, I've never been here before, I pretended to be a tourist. What's the dress code? Not only did they explain very perfectly what the tradition of Bavarian Oktoberfest is, they also guided me to a very nice place to get the real Trachten for Oktoberfest. And I asked a couple of follow-up questions, and it was just snappy. You don't get intimidated by the tech embraces you. And it's also aesthetically pleasing. So tech for the sake of humans, not tech for the sake of tech. that is the approach that we're taking.
Yeah, and can I hop in on that? Because I think what you said is so, so important. And I'm in on that. By the way, I need some help doing that. But what you said is so important is that mobility is about people, and it's about meeting their experiences and their needs in their daily lives. And if we continue as businesses to put the customer at the center of everything that we do, and that's our guiding post, we will be successful in our technology and our business, and the customer will win in all of that. And so we really just can't forget to continue to listen and then to put the customer at the center of everything that we do. Because I agree with what you just said, absolutely.
Markus, you just mentioned it, but the question is maybe to all of us, to all of you. I mean, AI basically just starts in a way, right? I mean, all the consequences, we see them, we work with them, but I mean, it's a fast evolving technology and progress. If we imagine how many changes, the mood changes that you mentioned, Markus, we already see in the modern vehicle, how will that look like in just a couple of years? I mean, what will the experience be? Will I have the experience that I step into the car and then it recognizes me, it gives me, you know, it recognizes my mood, maybe even without me pushing a button? And where will all that go?
I don't know who you're looking at, but I'll start.
All of you.
I'll take a step actually outside of the car, because you all are really the experts in the car. And so taking a step outside of the car and managing it and thinking about how does a fleet management company, how are we going to put the car in the right place at the right time for the right customer? And we need to make sure that we're doing that, because when we're putting a Mercedes customer into our rental, we need to make sure that that is a brilliant experience, because we're representing both of us. And so as we, I just forgot my thought, sorry. As we think about technology and AI, sorry, I got lost in my thought trying to tell him we love his cars. So for AI, we really look at forecasting and how do we match our staffing and then vehicle availability and where we are so that we can make sure that we don't disappoint the customer. And so I think there's great AI in the vehicle and connected car that will then link back to our forecasting systems to deliver an amazing experience.
I'll dovetail and then I'll hand over to a partner that helps us do this. Markus mentioned hyper-personalization, and you asked, well, will it recognize me and so on? Some of that stuff is already there and has been there for years. So I hear by the question that you're not yet driving a Mercedes, but we'll talk about that after this panel. So if I step into my car, it says, hello, hola, cleanliness, and it puts my seat in the right position, the temperature, my radio station, what have you. So my tailor-made setting of how my car is when I'm in the car, that is standard. And should my wife step into the car, I'm taller, then the seat moves into her position. She likes to have it a little bit warmer than I do. I'm sure she has a different radio station that is her favorite and so on. That's the basics now. The next level is actually understanding what that human wants. And it's right what Markus said. The camera can detect your mood and can make proactive decisions. Not can, will make proactive decisions. So I think what's happened to AI is, and we've been working with AI for more than 10 years. I don't know, autonomous drive, we started maybe 15 years ago really using AI. But now we're on this gradient here with Gen AI moving into the frame that's just taking it to the next level. So what is it? The machine is a thinking machine, like a human. Any machine will be a thinking machine, like a human. And you can interact with that machine to serve you like with a human. Yeah. All the time, everywhere. Whatever you do, that is going to change the world. This is the new industrial revolution that we are experiencing. Only that this time around, it goes a lot faster than the steam engine back in the 1850s.
Exactly, and if I may add here, if you think about it for a second, and every time we discuss about humanoid robots, for me, the cars, let's say we look at further down the road, will be nothing else than humanoid robots, because they, let's say, can do mostly all the things human beings can do. They have all the capabilities, and if you see humanoid robots today all around the world, they work with technologies we use in automotive. So for a large part, perception, recognition, decision-making, interference, everything as capabilities is being provided. Yes, the vehicles might be still on wheels. That's fine. But everything else goes into a direction where capabilities are being provided, which ultimately makes the car your companion. As Ola mentioned, a lot of things are already available today, but up until this time, we will, let's say, go really beyond, and then AI will be in all areas of the vehicle. And by the way, it will be all around in our life, at home, at industrial production, wherever. So it will be, it will feel much more natural as it does today. But of course, it will be our challenge to provide it to the customer in a way that consumers are not being scared, but that they really are, let's say, receptive to it in a positive sense. And maybe one important message here, and I think that's really a task which, Ola, we need to do, and which we are doing today already. AI is a probabilistic thing, and even AI can do mistakes. So a car is a safety-relevant device. So we need to, let's say, provide a shell, a safety shell, which ensures that safety, reliability, and quality is being provided, because that's the promise we have to make to our customers.
Ola, I mean, I'm obviously well aware of all the technology that came into the cars, but the question that a car manufacturer like you, a car CEO like you, also has been thinking about, I'm assuming, is the emotional connection that the customer has to the car. And what I find striking is that obviously you come into the hall, and the first thing you see is an old DeLorean, and then you see a couple of really old cars that have never seen any of the technology we've been discussing, but the emotional connection was really strong with the driver. So I think, isn't one of the main challenges to say we are evolving the opportunities and the skills of a car in a way, but we also need to sort of have it in line with the emotional connection that the customer has with the car?
I couldn't agree with you more. That is why the physical side of the equation is equally important, but also the aesthetics. If you buy the most high-tech, I don't know, TV or entertainment center for your living room, you don't just put it right there, naked on the wall and then sit on the floor, right? You marry that to some furniture that fits to the whole setting. So when we approach it, we do the digital and the analog side of things hand in hand. And even on the digital side, the aesthetics matter. So on this insane, completely seamless 39-inch screen in the new GLC, like you have on your phone, you can have different moods in the background. You don't functionally necessarily need that, but it makes you feel different. So we introduce now, from the word go, a bunch of moods. I grew up near the ocean. I like that ocean theme the best. Yeah, it doesn't interfere with the function. Everything is easy. But it's also about creating fantasy. We have another car that we have brought with us here on the stand, where the slightly crazy performance team in Affalterbach, AMG, where we have our performance division, came up with the suggestion, let's show the world what electric mobility can really do. Let's go around the world in less than 8 days, not like Jules Verne in 80 days, in less than 8 days. So they created a prototype of a series car that we launched next year, but with the same technology in the series car, went down to a test track in the south of Italy, Nardo, for the connoisseurs, and drove for 7 days and 13 hours with professional race drivers, test drivers, 40,075 kilometers, at mostly an average of 300 kilometers an hour. If you start thinking about that, you go like, "Boah, what an incredible performance." So if you're in that segment where driving performance is all about emotion, you gotta double down on that as well. Of course, Mercedes is a brand that lives off of intelligence, technical substance, and so on for 140 years. But you need that other side, almost a little bit irrational side, the emotional side. So it's heart and mind. And then it becomes more than just a device from A to B. It's a device from A to B in style.
Okay. Let's shift a little bit from the opportunities to also the risks that you're facing. Let's talk about safety a little bit. Let's talk about the challenges that consumers are facing when it comes to safety. And I'm not so much talking about buffer zones, but more about all the risks that come with new technologies, with the fact that the car is more complex in understanding, maybe, and that is the question, more vulnerable to new forms of risks, thinking about hacking, all that. What are your thoughts on that? How do you make sure that this is not a true risk?
Well, if I may start, first off, I think it's already a fact today that all new vehicles are connected. So it's not, let's say, a distant threat. It's something which we have to cope with already today. So it's our duty to protect any sort of cyber attacks. I mean, it's an ongoing thing. It will never end. So the car is a safety-relevant device, and I think automotive industry is trying everything in order to protect against any sort of malicious attempts to invade the vehicle. But to say the car is not anymore connected to the cloud cannot be the answer. So we have this exposure, and we have to cope with that. In fact, I would say, in my view, I would paint a picture in today's cars already. There are various safety shields installed, which help to protect against any sort of misuse. But besides that, I would like to point out that safety always plays a major role. I mean, if you are in a vehicle and you encounter a difficult situation, you would want to rely on the vehicle to perform and help you to get out of this, or not even into this if possible, but if it's unavoidable, that you get out of this with no harm. And I think this will not change. It is something which we have to provide for the right solutions, which create the safety and the trust on the customer side. Okay, and I guess this is, by the way, something which is paying into the brand image of Mercedes-Benz quite a lot, but also at other customers. This is really important. And one thing I believe is important, you feel better if you know how your vehicle will react. And if you, let's say, enable the level 2 driving, you know how the vehicle behaves, and you trust because you know. You feel the vehicle is doing what you expect. These sort of things pay into the emotional part of driving, which I think is also very important.
So just to add on to that, I take it up to the very highest level. As technology moves so fast, it's about brand and reputation, because that equals trust. And our companies have been we've been around for decades, and so we have earned the trust of our consumer, and that is why we're able to offer up new technologies, new solutions. And so when safety comes into play, when we think about risk, we are also thinking about brand, reputation, and trust, because when we do something wrong, it will go away like that, and it will take us decades, more decades, to get that back. And so I think everyone, as technology moves really, really quickly, we are hyper aware of that, because everyone just has such great brand trust and reputation.
Let me give you some reassuring news and then some even better news. The reassuring news is the approach that the engineers take. It's a little bit like your bank account. I'm sure everybody here uses internet banking. So what is your bank account really? It's bits and bytes in a computer. It's not a bunch of physical banknotes lying in a vault. So banks have to have a very high level of standard in terms of protecting the integrity of that system. It's that type of thinking that you have in a car, in a connected car as well, that you pursue the highest level of possible cybersecurity. It's a moving space. We know that, as is the case on any digital thing around the world. But the industry is acting in a responsible way. There are protocols, there are certifications, and you try to pursue the very highest level that you can possibly technically reach. That is the reassuring news. So I would not have that as a main worry when I step into a super modern car. But here's the even better news. Accidents around the world, a little known fact, unfortunately, around the world there's more than 1 million fatalities in traffic per year. Every one of those accidents is a tragedy in its own right. And they are all, with very few exceptions, caused by a human error. If we augment that human control with a supercomputer with superhuman-like sensing and AI, we're going to make traffic incredibly much safer. So the road towards ultimate traffic safety and zero accidents, I mean, we have been working on this for 100 years plus, right? It's in your DNA of Bosch, in your mantra, and in ours as well. Technology is the solution. It's not going to be overnight, but every single day, this is getting better. And that's the better news.
When we talk about technology development and all these aspects we've been discussing, we're also talking about competitive edge of all your companies and many of the companies that we see in Europe and in other parts of the world. And then obviously to really have that competitive edge, you're facing, or you have to work in a political environment where all these improvements can be done and are not slowed down by regulation. I want to ask you, Markus Hein, the same question that I've just asked Roland Busch, which is, tomorrow is Ursula von der Leyen's big speech, and you have the choice to give her 3 thoughts maybe, or one big thought if you want, on what really need to change so that all the wonderful aspects that we've been discussing can really happen and really bring a competitive edge.
Well, I guess for the upcoming meeting, we have already aligned across industry what should be the key message tomorrow. And this is all around CO2 legislation. Because we strongly believe that it is the better way to approach CO2 neutrality in a more technological open way. And I guess it will be one of the major topics which we will discuss this week. And I think there's nothing wrong with revisiting a decision which has not borne sufficient fruit. I guess we all support strongly electrification. Nevertheless, in order to arrive at CO2 neutrality, we have to open the funnel and try to make use of all possibilities which bring us towards this goal further down the road. And here we clearly advertise this in the meeting. But I guess Ola can also comment on this. It's one of the major points in the dialogue.
When I think about the regulatory landscape in Europe, what came to my mind now was actually a quote that I heard Jensen Huang say in a commencement speech a couple of years ago when he was giving advice to the students. And I think it fits very well to the hyper-competitive, fast-paced global industry that we're in. He said this: you're either running for food or you're running because you're about to become food. Sometimes you don't even know which one it is, so run. And please don't introduce a regulatory framework that impedes the European industry's ability to run. And where are we running towards? cleaner, safer, smarter mobility. You will not find an industry that is more motivated, that invests more money than the European automotive industry or the automotive industry as a whole. Hundreds of billions of euros. Every third privately spent euro in research and development in Europe every year comes from the automotive industry. What we are saying is, pay attention to the market forces and how you actually get to the target. Use the market forces. Double down on investment in infrastructure, use incentivization and nudging, and don't go for a one-dimensional single stakeholder in a multi-stakeholder equation to trying to change an industry, and this is talking a change once in 100 years. Open up the solution space, and let's be a little bit smarter about this. What we want a dialogue and an inventory of what worked and what didn't work. And it's quite obvious that some things have not worked the way we thought 5 or 6 years ago. The intention is right, but the world moves on and the framework changes. We gotta then also switch our game plan. That's the conversation that we want to have with the Commission.
And are you optimistic that you will achieve something, or do you perceive the European bureaucracy as being too stiff to really open up again?
I think it's a very, very good sign that the Commission and the President herself kicked off this strategic dialogue for the auto industry, Europe's biggest industry, which means that there is room for a dialogue. But we need to do more than talk. The talk needs to come into action, and we will see how it plays out. Certainly, we will be a constructive partner coming to the table.
Mr. Taylor, what's your point on that?
Yeah, I think it needs, I agree with everything that you've said, and it needs to be grounded in market reality, and competition makes us all better. And when we compete, we innovate, and the customer wins. And I think that simple messaging just rings true throughout everything that we've said.
When we go, boil it down a little bit to an issue that we've discussed a lot as well, public charging infrastructure, do you believe governments should engage more in that compared to what they've done?
Well, I guess the simple answer is yes, because if we look at the speed of electric vehicles being provided, when you, let's say, look across Europe, then there's still the need to further improve infrastructure. It is important for all those people who have maybe not sufficient access to infrastructure in order to charge their vehicles. So yes, it's important, and don't forget, vehicles are being utilized all across Europe. Yes, we have some places where we have sufficient infrastructure, it's okay. But this is not true for every place in Europe, or for the most places in Europe.
Yeah, I think it brings it back to the customer and the experience. And our customers are telling us that they're nervous to get into an electric vehicle, and range anxiety and the infrastructure concerns around the world are real. And so we need to make sure that when we introduce new technology, we put the customer at the center of everything that we do. We create a great experience. We help them to find where the charging infrastructure is. But as technology continues to move, we need to make sure that that support system, the infrastructure, and the education of the consumer is moving along with it. And so there's a real opportunity there, and it will happen, but it's an evolution, not a revolution, and I think we just need to realize that. The technology is revolutionary. I mean, it is amazing, but the infrastructure definitely needs to catch up with it, because the technology is there, and it's very cool.
When you think about the big competitors, the competing markets, the development of China and of the Chinese car industry, when we look at all the aspects that we've discussed, where do you think the competitiveness is the highest of the Chinese cars? Is it just the price, or do you also see in some of the aspects that we've discussed that, oh wow, there's huge developments that we might have to find an answer on?
The key message is this, is that the auto industry is a global industry. Not every auto company is a global auto company, but Europe, which is the origin of the auto industry, have most of the global companies that have a big presence in all three of the major markets, China, Europe, and United States. Every player contributes to innovation. So you have innovation here, you have innovation in North America, you have innovation in China, in Japan, in Korea, and so on. And it's this race that is going on all the time. I don't know, it's like watching the swimmers in Ironman, who is now ahead, one swimmer and then the next, and so on, at a very, very fast pace. If you're a global company like Mercedes-Benz, you have to take advantage of the innovative landscape in all those regions. That's why we do R&D in all. So you could also say that we're also Chinese, we're also American, we're also an Indian company. Our second biggest research and development hub is in Bangalore in India. That is why we as companies don't think in geographies in terms of we are a company from this geography and it's the only thing we care about. We don't think like that. It is true though, on the cost side, factor cost, energy, labor, tax, regulation, no matter what you pick, that on average, China has the edge in terms of factor cost. And Europe is lagging behind. US is number 2 in that comparison. So we need to work on our competitiveness and promote entrepreneurship, make it easier for entrepreneurs to invest capital and innovate and get a return. That's how we win.
Right, I fully agree. And we, of course, take into consideration that in general, the innovation speed has accelerated. So compared to some years back, today the tact in which new innovations come to market is faster. So whatever the tact is where we need to be, we simply need to take this challenge, regardless of what it takes, because this clock speed defines who is in lead on the innovation side. And certainly, as an industry, we would like to stay in the lead. And therefore, of course, also speed is of essence when it comes to innovation. The recipes might look different across the globe, as we know, because the environments, the societies are different, but the speed is very important.
We're almost reached the end. I would like to make a very short last round with you and look 5 years into the future. And we're sitting here again in 5 years. And I would like to ask you all what you think is the core message, maybe the core innovation of your company, or the core development that will happen 5 years from now and that we maybe don't see yet fully. Ola Källenius makes a quick start.
So the message is this: the creativity and the ingenuity of our engineers is endless, so I don't even know, but I know they will come up with something.
Christy Taylor.
Customer experience. I mean, you're going to see an amazing customer experience where we're meeting the mobility needs of all people. It is just going to be amazing.
And Markus Hein?
I guess most of the things we will discuss then will be AI-powered, AI-generated, AI-produced in 2030.
Thank you all very much for this debate. Christy Taylor, Ola Källenius, Markus Hein. I'm looking forward to see you again in latest 5 years on that stage, and then we keep on discussing. And for those who haven't seen it yet, these are the 3 Politico newsletters / podcasts that you are allowed to subscribe to now if you take your cell phone out, the podcast, the playbook, and if you want to have a competitive edge on industry and trade, then I recommend Politico Pro. Thank you very much for listening. We have a short break now. Thank you very much for joining the stage.
Well, thanks to all of our panelists. Thank you, Gordon. One of the things I love about IAA is that this is one of the few places where you can come and get high-level executive leadership talking to you directly on the stage for 45 minutes. We're going to carry on with a keynote in 15 minutes' time. In the meantime, if you have not yet given us feedback, we also have a QR code. Rate the session. Tell us what we can do better. Tell us what you loved so that we can make every event more suited to you and your interests. We will see you back on the stage at 5 o'clock for hybrid engines. afternoon. Welcome back to the main stage. Thanks for sticking with us. I know it's getting close to closing time, but we are ending the day on a high note. We have 3 high-level CEO keynotes to round out the day because, as we like to say, sometimes we save the best for last. The first in our keynote series today is going to be taking a closer look at hybrid engines as enablers of individual mobility of the future. Please give a very warm welcome to the CEO of MAHLE Group, Arnd Franz.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome also from MAHLE to this fantastic IAA Mobility here in Munich, a show that's really sparking new energy into the mobility of the future. And one of these sparks has to be, in our view, hybrid engines as enablers for individual mobility of the future. My name is Arnd Franz. I'm the CEO of MAHLE. And I'm very pleased to be with you here today. And I've brought with you an update of how MAHLE in its powertrain scenario sees the future of mobility globally and in individual markets. And we've compared this outlook on our expectations just a couple of years ago. And you see here the penetration rates of battery electrical light vehicles globally and across 3 major markets, Europe, North America, and Greater China. And what you see is that globally, the world is according to plan with around 16% penetration rate for battery electrical vehicles. But that's a result of quite a mix between various different trends in different regions. And when you look at China, you can see it's actually moving faster than we have expected in our quite consistent powertrain scenario and expectations. So today we're at 27% penetration rate of battery electrical vehicles on the vehicle production. But of course, if China is ahead of plan and the world as a whole is on plan, what does that mean for Europe? What does that mean for North America? For completely different reasons, as you might expect. In Europe, we're quite substantially below plan with a penetration rate of 15%. In North America, complete change after also regulatory changes, the cut-off incentives, only at 8% battery electrical vehicles in North American vehicle production. And if we then take this European picture of the 15% and remind us that Europe wants to go to 100% by 2035, comparing to the past years of growth in battery electrical vehicles arriving at 15% now, we need to multiply what we've achieved today by a factor of 7 to arrive at what the light vehicle regulation, CO2 regulation in Europe is actually telling us. Another perspective is some of the factors, the success factors for more electrification and more e-mobility in Europe. Vehicle cost is still 10% higher than on internal combustion engines. The material prices, especially the battery cost, is substantially higher than where it should be. We still recognize the tremendous leverage and dependency on certain raw materials, whether it's refined battery materials, whether it's refined materials for permanent magnets, and that dependency on individual markets like China. Charging infrastructure, the next topic. The original plan was 6 million publicly available charging points in Europe by 2030. Where are we today? 1 million. It's only 5 years to go to meet that target. So up to 14 electrical vehicles need to share one charging point, and that's quite a little bit away from the European targets. Consumer acceptance in Europe, only 23% of consumers can imagine their next vehicle being a pure battery electrical vehicles compared to 45% in China. And then the last topic is battery durability and the residual value of vehicles, still a great factor of uncertainty. And that's a lot of things why we are convinced, not only in China, not only in the United States and North America, but also in Europe, we need a broader range of solutions, and we need hybrid solutions as a clever combination between the technology of today and the technology of the future, with better access to zero-emission zero-emission zones in the cities, with a proven refueling infrastructure, very attractive total cost of ownership, and also fulfilling the desire of travel longer distances without being concerned about the next charging point. So hybrid vehicles are a big part of the market today. They will not only be a big part of the global market in the future, they will actually be a very important part of the growing segment of electrical vehicles, including hybrid electrical vehicles. And here's this new element of range-extended electrical vehicles. That's a battery electrical vehicle with a range extender inside, a very small combustion engine that normally does not run at all unless the vehicle has reached the end of its range under pure battery electrical conditions. And that's a market that's actually growing to probably 3, maybe 4 or 5 million vehicles globally, even under the assumption that they continue to be banned in Europe because it's not a zero CO2 tailpipe emission technology. Let me remind you of the MAHLE strategy, the MAHLE philosophy going forward, which very nicely matches with the key technologies that we're actually focusing for. In the end, this is all about efficiency. In the end, it's all about taking, in the past, pure chemical energy in your tank and converting that to motion, to kinetic energy with as little as possible thermal losses in the powertrain sector. And the same is true, but even more critical, on the future, on the vehicles where we store energy electrically, and we need to minimize the losses in charging, where we need to minimize the losses in the battery, and we need to minimize the losses in the traction drive, eventually all ending up in thermal energy, leaving the vehicle on other paths, which becomes even more critical now with battery storage, because the energy density is so much lower than historically with liquid fuels. Energy density on battery electric storage is around factor 10 lower, so we need to really be mindful about how we use that energy. And here's a movie that describes how MAHLE is lifting efficiencies and driving efficiency. Efficiency, 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 turning energy into motion. That's our target, and that's also what's in the middle of our corporate strategy, MAHLE 2030 plus, efficiency in motion. Aligned with our vision statement, we shape future mobility. Electrification, thermal management, and sustainable internal combustion engines will drive the mobility of the future. And every of those technology has to make a contribution to a sustainable, a carbon-neutral mobility of the future. And that's why we really ask and call for technological diversity, for the competition of ideas, the competition of concept, and the competition of the ingenuity of the automotive industry with loads of solutions. It's not one solution that fits every purpose, but really the harmony between electrification, between internal combustion engines brought together by hybrid solutions for the future. So what we are showing here at the International Auto Exhibition, the IAA Mobility, is range extenders with generators. So our new high voltage generator for range extended electrical vehicles generates electricity for an 800 volt system from the motion of a combustion engine, 85 kilowatt, fully free from heavy rare earths with advanced cooling technology, and continuous power density that takes its efficiency, has the efficiency even if it's a wet runner from a dry runner. Huge efficiency, 97%, low packaging, and also scalable designs for several sizes of solutions, and then very nicely fitting into this range extender that's again scalable with 2, 3, or 4 cylinders, delivering great performance and NVH. And in the end, these range extenders are probably the ideal solution for larger vehicles that really would otherwise require pretty sizable batteries of 80 kilowatt, 100 kilowatt hours or more. And therefore, we can arrive at a much smaller battery package and reach ranges that really remind people that drive diesels in Europe today of what they can expect from diesel engine, far beyond 1,000 kilometer in this example, 1,011 kilometers in the sample that we have on our booth, 1,350 kilometers. So the idea is to replace this 87 kilowatt hour battery that you see here in one of those circles by a smaller battery that delivers just 166 kilometer of electrical range that's far enough for 90% of all the rides. And just for the few rides where you need to go to a city like Bordeaux, you can add to the smaller battery package with a 166 kilometer pure electrical range, another 698 kilometer off the shelf range extended range, and arrive in Bordeaux with just one charge. So MAHLE goes full speed ahead with decarbonization. We believe that hybrid engines, both plug-in hybrids and in this case also our range extended solutions, will make a substantial contribution with decarbonization. In addition to e-mobility, those things will be relevant in the rest of the world, and we believe they have to be relevant in Europe. The remaining fuel consumption can completely be done with renewable fuels, and therefore we believe that CO2 legislation in Europe has to be changed now to enable these developments for faster decarbonization. MAHLE is increasingly committed to efficiency, not only for our products, but also in our processes, in the business, and especially in the speed of our development. And again, we really stress the importance of being open for these technologies to arrive with faster decarbonization. And if you want to take a look at that, we invite you to Hall A1 on our booth C20, efficiency, efficiency, efficiency at IAA Mobility in Munich with MAHLE. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Arnd. Well, we will check out that booth. Thank you guys for sticking with us this afternoon. We're moving on with our next CEO keynote, but first I need to ask you if you would mind giving your feedback. We are trying to innovate our program and make it as suitable and interesting for you as possible, so you can use this QR code to tell us how you like the sessions. I'll move out of the way so you can actually see it. How about that? Can you see it now? Sorry, I don't have eyes in the back of my head. It's my one flaw as a moderator. Yeah, give us your feedback. We'd really like to make the stage program as relevant and interesting for you as we can. So we are moving along with the second keynote in our afternoon CEO Keynote series. It is about semiconductors as an enabling technology, and it comes to us from the CEO of STMicroelectronics, Jean-Marc Chery, after this short video.
So, good afternoon. So, I'm of course very glad to give this keynote speech at this important event. So, I will give you some views about the deep transformation of this automotive industry, and more importantly, the way we expect to contribute to make it successful. Of course, it is some perspective that I will take a few examples to illustrate, and it is only for your consideration. So basically, we can say that this transformation is certainly the most important one ever done. It is certainly the most challenging one, but in a certain extent, the most exciting one. It's not only about the vehicle, it's as well about the market landscape itself. Well, in an increasing, very increasing market complexity, like well-known trade war, tariffs, war, etc., etc. But you will see it's also about the transformation of the relation between the automotive industry and the semiconductor. Well, among the main drivers of the transformation of the automotive industry, I will exemplify using two. So the shift toward e-mobility, so battery electrical vehicle and hybrid one, and also the shift to the architecture of what we call a software-driven vehicles. Bon, the battery and the hybrid will become the most important part of the light vehicle sold and produced by the decade end. Of course, assuming price affordability, easy to use, safe to use, and will be there, and definitively the appetite of consumer. And the software-defined vehicle, this revolution, demand a change in the way we design the vehicle and the way semiconductor is supporting this industry. Well, the global market is shifting, is not new, with China becoming not the most important, but becoming certainly a super critical competitor in this market. Well, this raises some question about our competitiveness in Europe, and this is what I would like to discuss with. So what are the challenge and the role of STMicroelectronics as a mainstream semiconductor technology vendors and with our integrated operating model? Basically, we see three critical contributions for this industry transformation. So the first one is that we have to provide to car maker and customers basically technology which are really value creation technology and tangible value creation for our customer and car maker. The second one that we consider that we have to foster the collaboration across the entire mobility value. We want to move out, or we want at least to push, to move from a transaction relation between car maker, tier 1, tier 2, and ourselves, to an entire collaboration end-to-end to foster the innovation. Then the last one is the supply chain resilience and independence. It is, of course, with the multiple crises we are facing, tariffs, embargo, and so on, the supply chain will become more and more important. So this is what I will illustrate. Well, first, let's start with innovation. What we can provide as a value creation to our car makers and the customer. So first, the sensors. So in a modern vehicle, you have a huge amount of data that are created through sensors. So first, the MEMS. Well, MEMS, it's a small component which are detecting movement, acceleration, vibration, but as well temperature, humidity, environment. So many data from the external world are captured by the sensor. And what you can put inside the sensor as well is some artificial intelligence feature that will enable real-time reaction in the vehicle. So for sure, ST is one of the key providers of sensor to automotive, and very recently we have proposed to acquire, depending of course on the approval of the public authority, the MEMS sensor business of NXP to demonstrate our commitment to the automotive industry. The second important sensing you have in a car is what we call face detection or recognition of the driver, so what we call inside monitoring system. And this will be key for safety. Well, I am a driver of a nice high-speed SUV, so my nightmare is when you have a driver taking his phone, answering a small SMS or a small WhatsApp, and changing his lane. In the near future, of course, this will be strongly warned to the driver and to avoid multiple accidents because of that. So the first innovation we are continuously providing to the automotive industry is sensing. Then the second innovation where the company is providing support is power electronics. Bon, and you know that definitively the electrification of the vehicle, of course, is importantly related to the electrical engine and to the battery, but the power electronic itself is a key enabling technology. And with material like silicon carbide, gallium nitride, you can enable vehicle with better range, consuming less power, better footprint. Well, as an example, okay, with the state-of-the-art battery and power electronic, you can target very soon a charge of between 1 to 2 kilometer range per second. So the day we will achieve this performance, well, clearly the easiness to charge your vehicle, assuming you have the infrastructure, will be a real breakthrough. This is what the power electronics is enabling. So ST invests a lot in this power electronic in order to offer, as a brand range supplier, silicon carbide MOSFET, GaN, IGBT, low voltage, high voltage MOSFET, but as well all the driver to manage this solution of power. The third one is what we call embedded processing solution. Embedded processing solution for software-defined vehicle. ST is not inside the high computing power devices or high bandwidth memory, is not inside this business, but is more in the business of microcontroller or standard microprocessor. And here we are providing solution, okay, in the zonal architecture with high-performing microcontroller, where you can define the size of memory you want, well adapted to your feature. And you can embed inside your microcontroller artificial intelligence at the edge, scalable, and that you can update through the air, okay, with your software. So ST is a key provider of this embedded processing solution, which are a key feature for the software-defined vehicle architecture. So sensing solution, power solution, embedded processing solution. Of course, we provide as well analog solution, like driver of MOSFET or actuator of sensor. So we provide to the automotive industry the full innovation in order to enable this major change in the automotive industry. Important point is the collaboration we need to have together. So 10 years ago, the relation between the car makers and the semiconductor industry was semiconductor coming very late in the development of the system. So car maker give a specification to tier 1, as an example, combustion engine control. Then the tier 1 gives specification to the tier 2, so the electronic system that will control the combustion engine. And then the tier 2 give to the semiconductor the specification of the component. And then there is a transaction between each of the players. This will not work anymore for some part of the system. Of course, still some remaining component will be commodity, but an important part of the component must be through a end-to-end innovation in order we are sure we provide the best feature at the right cost of affordability with the right power consumption and the most efficient footprint inside the car. Without this end-to-end efficient cooperation with semiconductor up to the car maker, we will fail to compete against the most aggressive technology provider like the Chinese. So ST, with our hand-to-hand approach and integrated provider of semiconductor with our own technology and own manufacturing, we are a key partner to the automotive industry. We have a supply chain that is well adapted to the increasing complexity of the world. ST manufacturing network is based on our native European roots, I have to say, where we have organized our wafer fab by cluster of competence. And as an example, in France, you have the cluster of competence of embedded processing solution and RF mixed signal. So in Grenoble, in Aix-en-Provence. In north of Italy, you have the cluster of competence of analog and sensors. In south of Italy, you have the cluster of competence of power. And in Singapore, you have cluster of competence of massive and scale and huge volume manufacturing. We decided a few years ago that because we want to be the state-of-the-art reference in the field of automotive and industrial market, we decided to move to China. Not because of trade war, tariff, or cost, but because we consider that it is the right spot to capture the innovation, to capture the mindset, to capture the speed of the execution of what these highly respectful competitors are doing in China. That's the reason why ST set up now a China for China approach, using our own technology transferred to China in order to offer our customer basically a twin model of technology and product using the same platform, but processed in China, designed in China, supported in China, and the same in Europe to support the Western world. So this dual approach, we believe, is one of the ways to offer the best innovation and the most secure supply chain and the fastest execution to our car maker and customers. So this is today what I would like to share with you at this keynote. So the automotive transformation requires from semiconductor company a hand-to-hand collaboration in order we foster the best innovation to compete against the most aggressive industry, the Chinese one. Then to offer a supply chain that is dual, copy exactly between Europe and China in order to compete in China, but to compete in the Western world. So this is what ST is doing, and this is the commitment of the company to support this fantastic industry, which is the automotive one. Thank you for your attention.
Well, thank you very much, Jean-Marc Chery. I am enjoying saying the French names this afternoon, and I have another one coming up for you. But first, can you guess what I'm going to ask you to do? Have you done it yet? Share your feedback using this QR code, rate this session. It helps us make the program as relevant and interesting for you as possible. So if you enjoyed it, please let us know. If you think we can improve, share your thoughts. We would really appreciate it. Up next, we have one final speaker in our keynote series this afternoon, another French speaker. And when I asked him, hey, what is your talk about? He told me it's about horse manure. So do with that what you will. I'm excited for this one. Please give a very warm welcome to the CEO of OPmobility, Laurent Favre.
You heard it before. It is about what horse manure can teach us about mobility. Laurent Favre is my name. I'm the CEO of OPmobility, and maybe you know better OPmobility as the previous Plastic Omnium. And I want to tonight or this afternoon to start with a pretty funny story, or hopefully a funny story, which is about what did happen in the 1890s. And at this time, big cities like London, like New York, like Seattle, were facing a very important issue. A huge issue, a great issue, which was about horses. And to be more precise, about horse manure. Why? Because the mobility was developing so fast, the people wanted to move, that they had more and more horses in the cities, and they were predicting that in 50 years, these cities will be under 9 feet of horse manure. And you can imagine what went on at this time. You can imagine the brainstorming they had also to try to face that. You can imagine what they were thinking about. How can we face that? How can we prevent us to face this huge risk in our cities? And they started to think about pretty simple solution. First of all, tax. It always works normally. We tax less horses. Second solution is we develop a bigger horse manure cart. Logic. We have one single solution, and we try to adapt this one single solution to the potential issues of tomorrow. And they were stuck in this in this idea, not finding the right solution, until they took a step back and invented the mobility of today, which is a mobility which is multiple, which is about tramway, electricity, which is about combustion engine with the car industry, which started to develop, but also bicycle. That means not compromising on what the consumers are willing, but developing new ideas based on innovation to adapt the mobility to the needs of everybody and also to the environmental challenges from this time. And guess what? Because I won't talk only about horse manure tonight. Guess what? Today we are in a similar situation. Our situation is 2035, Europe, ban of combustion engine. That is of horse manure challenge of today. We have a fantastic issue we need to face, and I think everybody agrees to that there is no future for us without decarbonizing the mobility. And we decided, Europe did decide, that there is only one solution which can make it happen, making we have to go full EV. And the target is 2035. Nobody did impose that to us. It's not coming from an external country. It is coming from Europe to say, we have an issue, we all agree on the issue, and the solution is 2035, we ban the combustion engine. Normally, if you are working in a normal company, like we are all working for normal companies or long-term driven companies, when you define a strategy, there are at least two topics you are assessing or you are considering. The first one is for sure the customers. Having a strategy, developing products without fitting to the customer needs normally doesn't work. And the second is assessing what the competition is doing. If you are the only one to go in one direction, even if everybody is facing the same issues, either you have the best idea and you'll be very rich, or you may lose. Are we the only one to have decided for this kind of solution? Yes, for sure. Only Europe decided to ban combustion engine in 2035. Are the other countries facing similar issues or similar challenges in terms of decarbonization? For sure. Everybody is facing the same challenges in terms of decarbonization. Therefore, we decided, as a European country, like in the past, like in the 1890s, that we can only solve this problem by going into a single solution. In the meantime, since this decision was taken, many things change. New solutions have been developed, and I will talk about that in a couple of minutes. But also, we have to recognize that the energy prices in Europe did increase massively after the start, for example, of the war in Ukraine. But also that we did face in the last years huge inflation in Europe, and that did affect most of the citizens, most of the consumers. Therefore, for us today, it's time to act. And I will talk to you how we should act. First of all, if we take a step back, we have to assess how the market is developing in Europe. You may know that the market, the global market for passenger car, is stable this year compared to 2019. More or less same production volumes. If you have a look on Europe and you see the numbers, the production declined by 30% since 2019. In France, I'm coming from France, 41%. Last year in France, we produced the same number of cars than in 1961. Therefore, apparently, the people are not willing or able to buy the cars which we are offering, and therefore the production is going down. You can imagine as well the impact on unemployment or employment and the value which is getting destroyed based of this situation. The other effect is because the people, they continue to have the need to move and to drive, is that the cars we do see on the road, in Germany, in France, in all the countries in Europe, are getting older and older. In France, it's about 13 years old. In Germany, it's a bit more than 12. Therefore, the cars on the streets, they have never been so old like today, even if we are offering technologies which are completely CO2-free. That means there is disconnect between the demand and the supply. Most of the time when we talk with regulators or when we talk even with the car makers, they say yes, but all the citizens, they are in favor of a green mobility, of decarbonizing the industry. And I think it's the case for all of us. All of us, as citizens, we don't question mark the need to decarbonize. But it's a bit more complex. There are at least two persons in each of us, the citizen and the consumer. The citizen does understand that there is an urgent need, and the consumer has some constraints. First constraint is the money you can spend to buy a car. Another constraint is the infrastructure, the usage of your car, the number of kilometers you are going to drive. Therefore, this disconnect between the consumer and the citizen is exactly what's happening right now, and is exactly the reason why the production in Europe and the sales in Europe are going down massively since a couple of years. The paradox is that already today there are solutions not to go to zero emission. I mean, for sure, EV is going to zero emission, but solution which may be a good compromise both for the citizen and for the consumers. If you take, for example, a modern hybrid car, you can reduce the CO2 emission compared to what is on the streets right now. I'm talking about these old cars, average 12 to 13 years, by at least 60%. Therefore, other solutions exist. It's not zero, but it's 60% better than what we have today in the street. Therefore, a huge benefit, potentially, for the environment, which is the target at the end. I was mentioning also the fact that a citizen has wishes and the consumer has constraints. One another topic is also the price of the car. I was mentioning the inflation before. If you take a normal small car, we made the exercise with the Renault 5, a famous French car, which was launched, the first one, in 1972. At this time, the price of the Renault 5, it was 6 months of average salary of a French citizen. The new one, which is a fantastic one, which has been launched recently, is 12 to 18. Therefore, the technology we are offering, which are driven by the regulation, are not in line with what the consumers can afford. It's not complex. It's just we are offering technologies, we are putting on the market products which are not in line with what the consumers can afford. Now, what do we do? And I wanted to talk about how we do see the future at OPmobility. I think we have to accept, like in the 1890s, that there is not one single solution. There are different kinds of mobilities. Europe is a very diverse region, different kinds of countries, different kinds of needs. Consumers don't have the same money to spend in mobility. Therefore, we firmly believe that the future is with multiple technology. The target, again, is to decarbonize the mobility. There is no question about that. But the way to do it is to open to more innovation. When we talk about multiple technology, for sure is what you can see in Munich, for example, with a very modern hybrid vehicle. And we have to admit that the most modern hybrid vehicle we can see on the motor show or on the street are not being developed in Europe, but they are being developed in China. It's good for China, it's good for us as a company because we work with Chinese customers and we love to work with Chinese customers. But as Europeans, it's painful. We did invent the combustion engine. We were the first one to make hybrid vehicle. But because the regulation is banning this kind of technology in 2035, most of the players in Europe stopped innovating in this field. And because in China, they have a much more pragmatic approach to say we want to promote new energy vehicle, and we don't care, is it full EV or is it a plug-in hybrid or range extender, as long as there is a benefit for the environment, as long as the people are driving mainly electric, meaning CO2 free, then we promote it. And that's the reason why China is becoming the world champion for sure in EV, but also the world champion in PHEV and range extender. A modern PHEV or modern range extender vehicle can have 1,000 kilometer range and 20 grams of CO2. Is it zero? No. Is it better than 150, what we have in the field right now on the streets in Germany or in France? Much better. Therefore, it can be one solution, for sure, additionally to the full EV. You could also combine this kind of solution with e-fuel to reduce furthermore the CO2 emission, the 20 gram I was mentioning before. Another solution we are promoting, we are investing in at OPmobility is for sure hydrogen. Hydrogen for passenger car, potentially, for heavy mobility for sure, for trains, for trucks, for commercial vehicles. And we have everything we need in Europe to develop hydrogen mobility. We have great players, great companies. Some of them are in Munich. We have also car makers working on hydrogen. And you know that Toyota, Hyundai, and also other car makers are working on that. But no, it's not getting developed right now because of this 2035 ban of combustion engine, because hydrogen you could as well combine with the combustion engine, as you may know. What we do observe here as well is China is leading the pace as well on hydrogen. The ecosystem is getting developed. The electrolyzers are getting developed. The infrastructure is getting developed in China. They have even defined logistic roads between some cities in the north of China with trucks dedicated to hydrogen. Therefore, here as well, China is going to lead the pace, not to replace EV, to be complementary to EV. Again, the target is not to replace EV, is to have EV, to have hybrid, to have different kind of fuel, and to have hydrogen depending on the kind of mobility and depending as well on the country and the environment. And last but not least as well, when we talk about new mobility, there is also micro-mobility. We can see some examples here in Munich. And we also see a lot of micro-mobility, autonomous mobility being developed in China and the US, much less in Europe, also again because of the regulation. Therefore, what's happening right now, because of this regulation, because of this constraint, is we are stopping innovation. And innovation has to be a race, a positive race, with aggressive targets, ambitious targets, but freedom to define what is the best solution to fill all kinds of mobility. If I'm here today is to call to action. We tend to present ourselves as a kind of victim in Europe, but we define these rules. It's up to us to change those rules and to adapt to what's happening outside and to adapt what the others are doing, but also to the condition of today. And when we say to adapt, the first we have to do is to lead the change. It will come from us. It will come from the companies, from the industry in Europe, car makers, tier 1 like OPmobility, tier 2, tier 3, but also for sure politicians, not to work against each other, but to work together. This decision, which was taken for 2035 ban of combustion engine, it was not only taken by the European Commission. It was taken by the European Commission, and at this time, some players, some car makers were also in favor of this decision. Today, we do see it doesn't work, for many reasons I was explaining before. Therefore, we just need to adapt. It's not a question about who is right, who is wrong. We adapt to the reality, and we adapt to the consumer needs. Therefore, the first call for action is that's something we have to do together, not against each other. The second topic is to invest and to innovate. At the end of the day, the solution will come from innovation. It will come from innovation in new products, but it will also come investment in industrial capacities in Europe. Therefore, when we say it's about working together between industrial and regulator, for sure we want Europe to be much more open to different kinds of technologies, as I mentioned before. Open the race to the best technology. At the end, the consumer is going to decide, nobody else. But it's also about making sure that those technologies will be produced in Europe. That's extremely important. You know that Europe is very engaged since many years in the automotive industry, that many jobs, many lives are depending from the automotive industry. Therefore, also something we are calling to is we have to fight to make sure that all the technologies which are needed to decarbonize the mobility will be developed and will be produced in Europe. Our market is open. Our market is open also to Chinese OEMs. We love Chinese OEMs at OPmobility. We have 37 factories in China. But if the Chinese OEMs want to address our market, we would like them also to produce in Europe, as we are doing in China as well, but also to produce with the right technologies and to invest in the right technology with the right local content to make sure that we don't have a huge dependency and also to make sure that those technologies are going to be mastered in Europe as well. And last but not least, but it should be obvious, it's about customers. I was mentioning before that it's not me, it's not the car maker, it's not somebody in Brussels or in Berlin who is going to decide what the customers are going to buy. They take the decision. And we tend to forget that the customers are taking the decision. And without the customer, we won't achieve the target to decarbonize the mobility. Therefore, to adapt permanently our offer to the reality of the customers and to acknowledge as well that Europe is very diverse. It's more than 20 countries, very diverse countries, diverse needs as well. Therefore, diverse needs, diversity, means different kind of solution depending on the country. Therefore, also to listen to the customers. As a conclusion, the question is pretty simple. The people in the 1890s, they were not stupid when they were facing this issue, the manure crisis I was mentioning at the beginning. They were really facing an issue. They were just stuck in the one single solution concept. Therefore, they couldn't find the right solution. And then they did open their mind, and they find new ways to combine consumer needs, mobility, freedom, but also, for sure, this environmental issue which they were facing at this time. And for us, it's the same. The solutions do exist. The solutions are getting developed somewhere else in the world. In Europe, we have all the engineers, all the great companies, car makers, tier 1 suppliers, tier 2, tier 3 in Germany as well, to develop those solutions and to be one of the leaders in the pace of decarbonizing the mobility. And therefore, the question I want to leave you with is the future generation. Do you want them to talk about us with 2035 like the manure crisis of 2035? Or do you want them to talk about us like a kind of new Model T moment when we did together reinvent the mobility? Thank you very much for your attention.
Laurent, thank you. That was the best manure-themed talk I have ever hosted on the stage of IAA. I appreciate it. I appreciate you guys for sticking with us. We're going to wrap things up here on the main stage. We will be back tomorrow at 9:30, where we're going to be talking about the importance of diversity in mobility. I hope you'll join us then. Thank you so much, and have a great afternoon at IAA Mobility.